Our story begins in the province of Negrola, in one of the alliances of the world of Murti. This wealthy man slowly walks about his business, humming a simple song. He doesn't interrupt it even when he approaches the table laden with delicacies. On the contrary, he makes the tune more cheerful. When a man sits down on this chair, it begins to tremble and creak pitifully. Great Founder asks the furniture not to strain itself so much. He is the head of the Murti Alliance. The man's eyes dart from one dish to the next as he tries to choose where to start. But then he hears an appeal to himself, and it is Vice Ocean who does it. The man asks what happened there and is told there is an urgent report. The founder says that he's busy now and asks the girl to come back in 2 hours. She expresses understanding. Her name is Weiss. She is the strategist of the Murti Alliance, and now she still greets her leader. The founder says he knew she wouldn't leave, but it's even better this way, and invites the girl to eat with him. She says she doesn't want to gain weight, but the man thinks she could use some weight to look more appetizing. Founder smoothly transitions to his appearance, prompting Weiss to admit that he looks charming. The girl moves away, wanting to avoid an answer, but the man is still waiting for him. He can't stand the silence and begins to rush Weiss, asking leading questions. The girl tilts her head to make her eyes, the mirror of the soul, invisible to hide them. Finally, she can't take it anymore and bursts out laughing, and the man nods approvingly. He expresses joy that the girl is behaving naturally, and she says that she has very important news. Weiss corrects herself, saying she has 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good, and Founder asks to start with the second. It consists of the fact that the king of the Green Forest has raised a herd of cows with excellent quality beef. The founder suggests that this man has finally found his calling. The girl pulls the head, saying that it is too early to rejoice, and he asks about the content of the second news. Weiss says that the Vert branch of the Alliance writes about the swordsman saint's departure on a journey. Judging by the time of his departure and the route, this man will arrive in their city by noon. The swordsman saint was once considered the best swordsman in the entire country. But 10 years ago, he disappeared, and people thought he would never return to Drum. But the holy swordsman challenges Founder to a duel, and Weiss asks him what he plans to do about it. The man chuckled thoughtfully while eating, starting to think about it. With each new bite and chew, the man's thoughts become more and more intense. And then he finishes his meal and playfully slaps his stomach, voicing his decision. Founder sees escape as the solution, but his interlocutor has her own opinion on the matter. She does not accept this decision, but the man considers the loss of his position better than death. The founder sees nothing wrong with such a transfer of the title to the holy swordsman, considering him worthy. Weiss asks the man to accept the challenge because she wants to see the leader's martial arts. When Founder refuses, the girl remembers that he was the one who sent many villains to hell. The man says he was just lucky and agrees that he killed them by accident. As an argument in his favor, he cites the example that he gets out of breath even from a light walk. The founder announces his intention to escape before midnight, leaving the alliance in the hands of his mistress strategist. The man says that he has not yet decided what he will become, but he can take up the Northern Fairy's invitation. Weiss says that in 6 months she will follow her boss wherever he goes. The founder asks why he is doing this, asking her to leave him alone, but the girl says that she doesn't care. The strategist asks if their leader really doesn't want to fight, and he suddenly lets out a long hiss. This sound alarms the girl, and she turns to her uncle in confusion. He quickly asks her to be silent, and he himself rushes after the suspicious feeling. The warrior is asked what happened, and he asks to send a messenger to the Alliance leadership with bad news. The Vert squad fell at the hands of the enemy, and the holy swordsman slaughtered every last one there. He didn't even spare the townspeople, but there's no time for details now, even though they'll try to stop him. The warrior asks that this sad news be reported to the head of the Alliance as soon as possible. But he doesn't understand how this is possible, because the holy swordsman was noble and honest, but not a killer. The founder believes that this is possible only for one reason, which is energy corruption. The man makes the only right decision now. He undertakes to find out where the holy swordsman is now. This desire turns out to be so strong that the founder's energy breaks out and becomes tangible. Weiss shouts out an appeal to the man, trying to unravel his motive and thoughts. The rest of the knowledgeable ones reassure the uninformed, saying that it is the head of the Alliance who is performing the practice. The killer, meanwhile, laughs like a madman, completely unimpressed by his potential opponents. He says that he will cut through the ranks of monks like a knife through butter, staining their monastery with blood. Meanwhile, Weiss asks Founder what he just did, and the man obediently answers her. The girl feels deeply perplexed, remembering what the holy swordsman has always been like. At the mention of this nickname, Founder hardens, allowing his thoughts to develop further. After all, the memories are too fresh, which makes the misunderstanding of how he became like this only stronger. The Founder says that he feels obligated to find this man immediately, but the girl protests. However, her words fail to reach the man, and the next moment Weiss is forced to shield her eyes. And then all she can do is watch her uncle walk away, doomedly exhaling a prayer to him. Meanwhile, they turn to the holy swordsman, asking him to come to his senses and wake up. The monk cannot understand why he, revered throughout drama, commits such atrocities. Hearing the words that his nobility was the greatest in the world, the swordsman saint agreed with it. He confirms the words that he was meek and kind, and that he was always like that. At the same time, this pathetic fat man, Founder Great, did not deny himself anything, and despite this, he was still considered the strongest warrior, and he looked down on everyone. The holy swordsman believes that Founder was triumphant when he sent him into exile, retelling his words, and he himself was obliged to acquire meekness in himself, because that is what he was. And this continued throughout the entire time, and seemed to be something endless and never-ending. One day, the swordsman heard that he had to be like this because he was unworthy of his title. And then the man began to wonder if this was really true, if his talents and abilities were so insignificant. He thought about his muscles, his stature, his knowledge, his wisdom, and even his politeness. He tried to understand what was in Founder that was not in himself, and now he makes a promise. He vows to teach this pig meekness, for he is obliged to kneel before the holy swordsman. The man says that he is now the strongest warrior and swordsman, and everyone will idolize him. One of the monks dares to say that the holy swordsman is not himself, asking him about the reason for his madness. The man interrupts him, calling him an old fool and telling him to shut up because he doesn't intend to listen to him. And yet the monk's words touch the swordsman, and he asks the part about his own madness. And then, bringing down all his strength on the old man, he asks the question of whether he is really crazy. The novice rushes to the Father Superior, asking him how he feels. And the holy swordsman says that no one can stop him, and no one can escape death from his sword. He begins to utter strange words, like a spell, in an ominous voice. His speeches are full of praise for his own destructive power, which literally pours out of him. He laughs like a true madman, saying that this makes him the strongest warrior in the world. In his bragging, the man doesn't notice that something is rapidly approaching in his direction. And then a wide beam hits him, causing him to be seriously surprised. The man is so confused that he can't even formulate a question properly to the impudent man. And the next moment, along with a darker ray of light, he is overtaken by reprisal. At first, the holy swordsman does not understand what has happened, and then, screaming wildly, he falls to his knees. The man, his bloodshot eyes rolling madly in their sockets, utters Founder's name with hatred. But he does not deign to say a single word to his opponent, returning his blades. The holy swordsman begins to laugh, but this time his laughter is more heartrending than mad. He comes to the conclusion that no matter what he does, he will never be able to catch up with the Founder. The man wonders if everything he did was pointless. But then the swordsman says that Founder will not be able to maintain his power. He had a vision about this. The man continues to chatter, but the leader of the alliance interrupts his insightful monologue. A snap of Founder's fingers sets his blades in motion again, faster than lightning. The holy swordsman doesn't have time to say anything, but his final realization is terrifying. And the head of the alliance hesitates for a while, involuntarily replaying the deceased's last words in his head. He feels sorry for his old friend, who had to be treated this way because of his obsession. He closes his eyes in despair, amazed at how cruel life can be. Opening his eyes the next moment, Founder realizes that it was a dream. However, there is something that makes him wary, because what he sees in front of his eyes is not the ceiling of his room. The Founder is trying to understand what happened, along with where he is now. He thinks that this is not his bedroom, assuming that he was moved somewhere while he was sleeping. The next step is difficult for Founder, and he almost falls, but finds support nearby. Anxious thoughts rush into my head along with assumptions about what might be going on. While actively discussing what was done to him, Founder suddenly meets the eyes of his own reflection. When he hits the thickness of the glass, he doesn't even feel pain, because what he sees is more important. The Founder assumes that he has become younger, but immediately remembers that he was not like this in his youth. Thoughts about the transmigration of souls burst into his head, But in this body, besides him, there is no one else. From this, Founder concludes that he has swapped souls with someone else. And this is unfortunate, because the body he inherited is on its last legs. And then Founder remembers the last words of the Holy Swordsman, and it fills him with horror. Now it's much easier to believe these words. They no longer seem like deathbed delirium. The only problem is that this man has been dead for 6 months. If it wasn't him, then Founder has no idea who transferred his soul to another body and why. And if these people's target was really him, then what happened to his real body? The Founder is trying to figure out whether the owner of this body could have possessed him. And there is something else that really bothers him about this strange body. Founder unravels the bandages as quickly as his current condition allows. Wounds of inappropriate origin are found all over his new body. And Founder wonders with apprehension who this feeble-minded man is. At the same time, the mere thought that his body and soul could be dealt with in this way angers him. However, trying to understand who it could be, Founder comes to nothing. He has no enemies. He begins to examine the furnishings of the room and realizes that the family living here is far from poor. But Founder is very worried about why this young man's body is so emaciated. He is worried about his own. There's a creaking sound from outside the door, and Founder realizes that someone is heading straight there. He doesn't know what to do, pretend to be asleep or stay as he is, in the same place. The man who entered the room quickly found Founder with his gaze, glad that he was not sleeping. Since the old man does not use his name when addressing him, Founder assumes that he is unaware of what happened. Taking a closer look at the older man, he suddenly realizes that he knows this man. He is the chief librarian of the Great Celestial Library, Spring Holy. This library has been run by a family of scholars for generations and is one of the 3 great libraries on the Central Plain. The learned men of the Holy Family know everything about ancient texts and artifacts. Spring himself is a scientist of such caliber that today's specialists pale in comparison. The Founder recalls that he met this man 5 years ago, and he looks exactly the same. Spring asks the owner of the frail body to come to him, because he has decided to fulfill what he wishes. The Founder thinks about this and becomes convinced that the old man takes him for his grandson. There is no point in denying it, and he fulfills the library owner's request. He slowly unwraps the package and hands his grandson a pill, offering to take it. The Founder tries to understand what it is, suggesting that it could be a cure for healing. And yet something makes him uneasy when he looks at this old man. His gaze makes him feel uneasy, because he is incredibly sad, and Founder cannot understand what is so sad about a wish coming true. And then he realizes that the scars he saw earlier are traces of suicide attempts. This means only one thing. This old man brought his grandson not medicine, but poison. Grandpa breaks out in a cold sweat when Founder asks about this directly, and in a voice that isn't his own. And for several long moments there is an awkward silence between them. Feeling guilty, Founder clears his throat because he believes that his grandson should not speak to his grandfather like that. And then he, turning to his grandfather respectfully, asks inquisitively whether he is offering him poison. He simply asks his grandson to take a pill, without denying the guess of the person sitting opposite him. The Founder asks his grandfather if he can ask him a question before he eats. He asks who is currently in charge of the Murti Alliance and is asked in return. The Founder starts talking about how important this is, but his grandfather interrupts him, rudely telling him to shut up. The grandfather loses his temper, reproaching his grandson for begging him to kill him, and now asking such questions. The Founder decides to calm the old man down, not understanding why he is so angry with him. He says he doesn't want to die and suggests that Spring talk tomorrow with a fresh mind. At the same time, Founder decides to find out everything gradually as things go along, and the grandfather starts talking again. Throwing himself at his grandson, he angrily calls him a scoundrel, and he doesn't like being treated like that. Founder decides to calm down Grandpa using the finger gust of wind technique. But for some reason unknown to him, the equipment refuses to work. And then Founder realizes that he has only one way out, which is escape. But even here he does not succeed, because this body turns out to be slower than a snail. Finding himself very close, the old man pushes his grandson, pins him to the floor, and makes him scream. The Founder, gasping for breath, expresses fear that his grandfather will crush him. Meanwhile, the man moves on to more active actions, telling his grandson to finally die. To calm him down, the grandfather begins to say that he will follow him immediately. And the Founder understands that the pill is already starting to dissolve and that he needs to act immediately. At the same time, he thinks that if this were his real body, he would eat this pill for pleasure. But not now. So Founder fights for his life with all his might, and he manages to escape. Since the pill has already dissolved, he has to induce a gag reflex. And just when Founder is happy that he threw up this nasty stuff, something unexpected happens. Trying to understand what this strange feeling was, he concludes that he was poisoned after all. This is confirmed by the rapidly spreading and even more severe weakness throughout the body. The Founder curses silently, wondering if this is how he will die, and the old man's voice persistently sounds in his head, telling him to die and saying that this is all he ever dreamed of. Spring reminds his grandson of his own words about not caring about pain. The Founder addresses the interlocutor mentally, admitting that he is the head of the Murti Alliance. And Spring says that it is hard for him to watch the suffering, because he is his grandson no matter what. The Founder, his mind already clouded, curses mentally. He is disgusted by the idea of dying like this, in someone else's body. He is amazed that from such a huge number of people he moved into the suicidal type, and Founder firmly decides that he will never die under such stupid circumstances. The problem is that he can't save himself, and he only has one last secret tool left. And then, gathering all his last strength into a fist, Founder turns to the old man. He thinks that he doesn't want to do this almost as much as he doesn't want to die, but the desire to live is stronger. And trying to make his voice sound as heartfelt as possible, Founder begins to beg. He asks Spring to help him with incredible respect, saying that he does not want to die. And although he watches, he remains silent, even when Founder falls unconscious. The old man hesitates for a few more moments, during which realization slowly seeps into his head. The next moment it strikes with such devastating force that Spring's body is electrocuted. At first, in a hoarse and weakened voice, stuttering and then screaming, the old man calls for a doctor. A bright flash seems to flicker before his eyes, which makes him open them. But once he has done this, he sees nothing of the sort, although the picture that appears before him is also interesting. Founder doubles over, letting out a few breaths to bring his ragged breathing back to normal. He understands that it was just a dream, but something attracts the man's attention. He doesn't remember this piece of furniture being here in the past. He doesn't remember it at all. And then the man gets out of bed to explore the room further. Walking past a stand with swords, Founder stops and decides to check something. He approaches a man named Star, asking if he is here, but the answer is silence, which lasts for an indecently long time. The man's gaze changes abruptly. He says with conviction that this woman will not be able to come here. It turns out that this is not Founder at all, because this man is talking about a successful exchange of souls. He notes with delight that everything went as planned, and this was not a dream at all. And when the blade plunges into the flesh, the boy in the old man's body rejoices that he has finally succeeded. Anyone who learns of this unflattering spectacle is the first to rush to the lady strategist. He tells what happened in a confused manner, so Weiss doesn't immediately understand what's going on. However, the girl still manages to put two and two together, and the realization hits her head. Even without seeing her beloved uncle, she can clearly imagine his mutilated body. The poison of the bloody toadstool is very strong. Even a small dose can damage the brain, distorting the mind beyond recognition. But in this case, this version is not suitable, since everything started even before swallowing the pill. Looking at the elderly gentleman, the doctor assumes that he is afraid of losing hope. After all, his heart opened to his grandson when, on the threshold of his death, he suddenly asked for help. The doctor expresses hope that the black streak in this family will end and mark the beginning of prosperity. Spring agrees with him, saying that he himself lives only with this hope. One brother asks the other if he should help him, but he refuses, saying that he can get there on his own. The young man reminds his interlocutor that he was asked not to drink so much wine, and he shuts him up. They come to the conclusion that their brother is indeed sleeping and remember how he begged for mercy. Hearing the sleeping man being called older brother, the dark-haired one tells the younger one not to do that. He curses, regretting that he came here, and, leaving, calls his brother to come with him, who agrees. Later, other visitors come to see Founder, pondering his suddenly changed behavior. And of course, an integral part is the doctor's visit to the patient, who checks all the indicators. The Founder remains conscious all this time, and he waits for some more time. And then he wonders if anyone else will ever come to visit this guy. He finds it strange that only 3 people came to visit the barely surviving heir of the family. Although this is explained by the fact that the person he possessed was obsessed with the thirst for suicide. His name was Bright. He was the heir of Holy, and he had 2 younger brothers. And since no one else comes after them, Founder assumes that the boy's parents have passed away. He speculates that their death could have been the cause of the madness from which the whole family later suffered. But the most terrible thing was the suicide attempts and the fact that no one even tried to save the heir. And judging by what Founder witnessed, mental illness affected all members of the family. But he pulls himself up short, reminding himself that this shouldn't concern him because he has a goal. The Founder must at all costs find out how his soul got into this body. And he would be glad to start investigating right now, but as the swordsman said, all is lost. Therefore, the first point of the plan is to get Bright's body in order for him to move freely. Only then will Founder be able to begin searching for the solution and find out what happened to his body. And he will also find out who is behind all this and why exactly he needed the transmigration of souls. But first, Founder would like to eat because he still hasn't eaten anything at all. Some sixth sense makes him open his eyes, lifting his disproportionately heavy eyelids. What she saw made her body shudder, and the uninvited guest also became confused from surprise. The girl apologizes to Bright, justifying herself by saying that she was removing something from his chin. The Founder asks why she approached him because she has poor eyesight. This is depressing, because before he could even hear the movements of insects at a distance of 50 meters, the stranger cautiously asks if it is true that her young master does not remember what the doctor said. Founder mentally analyzes the girl as she introduces herself to Star, believing her to be more than just an ordinary maid. Out loud, he agrees that he has been injured and asks the girl to make him porridge. Suddenly, Founder is interrupted. Star asks why he is doing all this. He doesn't understand what exactly she means, and the girl repeats her question. Star asks why the young master wants to eat, assuming that he wants to regain his strength. She continues her thoughts out loud further, believing that after this, the suicide attempt will be repeated. And while Founder comes to the conclusion that the maid's roof is also leaking, the girl continues to get heated up. She asks her young master to understand one thing that is very important. The girl says that they are all very tormented and asks them to forget even the thought of committing suicide. She asks you to live, be happy, go towards your goal, because this is what is worth living for. The Founder agrees, saying that he would just like to eat some delicious food, but the girl doesn't believe him. Then he says that he will have to die from the head, but Star doesn't like it again. The Founder analyzes the girl again, coming to the conclusion that the maid witnessed Bright's suicide attempts. He decides to ask Star what really worries him instead of arguing about food. The Founder addresses the girl politely, first asking if he can ask her a question. And then he asks who is the current head of the Murti Alliance, which alarms the maid. Realizing that the girl is still unapproachable, Founder begins to compliment her. Star thaws, agreeing to tell about the leader of the alliance, and begins quite enthusiastically. She calls him a fat hog, a huge, fat pig whose eyes don't even open. The girl is amazed at how he can even walk and dare to call himself the strongest warrior in the world. Star doesn't believe that Founder killed the swordsman saint, but he believes that he got his position through connections. She gets to the part about the fat man's name, but the young man interrupts her. Star asks Founder what's wrong with his face, but he says it's always like that. And then he adds that the girl lacks politeness, but she stands her ground, retelling the rumors. Founder suggests that the leader of the alliance is a great man, but Star is doubtful. The young man starts shouting, confidently repeating his words. He speaks of himself as great and amazing, saying that peace and prosperity rest on his shoulders. The young man's voice becomes quieter with each word, and at the end, it breaks off completely. But then he speaks again, saying that being overweight makes a person charming. Confirming these words, Founder adds that he wants to become like the head of the alliance. The girl is completely confused, but she indulgently expresses agreement and understanding with him. And then she announces her intention to cook some food for her young master. The Founder is satisfied that, based on the girl's words, he has not traveled anywhere in time. This can only mean that a simple soul exchange occurred, and Bright is now in his body. The Founder suggests that this child does not understand what happened, although there is another version. But he doesn't want to believe her. And after that, 10 days pass, during which Bright surprises the household. For the first time in a long time, the boy was able to stand without outside help, and all thanks to his proper obedience. Looking at him, everyone is tempted to discuss this wonderful anomaly, because he doesn't look like himself at all. The doctor reassures Spring, assuring the man that there is no reason to worry. But the head of the family admits that he is afraid to hope, because these changes may be temporary. But the man wants to hope that the doctor is right, because he considers life to be a truly unpredictable thing. A clear example of this is that the head of the alliance, Murti, committed suicide. The doctor agrees with his interlocutor and begins to discuss this topic but stops short. And he is frightened, seeing how the young gentleman grinds his teeth, unable to understand what has happened to him. Spring hesitantly suggests that his boy is having a nightmare, but everything becomes clear to him. The librarian asks his grandson not to be afraid, assuring him that it is just a dream. Unable to cope with the onslaught of emotions, Founder promises to kill this damned psycho. He can't believe that he just took and died without even asking the true owner of the body. The founder continues to rant and rave, but suddenly experiences a sharp, intense pain. When he loses consciousness, the men remain silent for quite a long time. And then the grandfather clarifies whether he misheard and whether his grandson said that he wanted to kill himself. The doctor confirms this, saying that the young master said that he wanted to kill someone else. And together they burst into words about how beautiful these words about killing another sound. A strange, mad laughter disintegrates into echoes as it flies out of the open window of the librarian's family estate. Star doesn't even look at the giggling that continues, because it's been going on for a very long time. And yet, at some point, curiosity gets the better of her, and the girl again glances at the laughing man. And his thoughts are filled with regret that he will never be able to return to his body again. Yet Founder refuses to simply give up, and he turns to his maid. When the girl responds, the guy asks her to go and do physical exercise with him. Star can't even find words to express the emotions she's experiencing right now. But in the end, she shouts out the obvious question loudly and shrilly. Those on the outside experience roughly the same emotions, but showing them is fraught with danger. Grandpa can't believe their words later, not imagining his grandson doing push-ups. But it is true, and the head of the family is informed that the young gentleman has been doing physical exercise for the second day. Although at first his hands shook and he kept falling, he can now do 7 push-ups. Grandpa admits that he doesn't understand anything at all and asks why the report was delayed. He is informed that at first it seemed that Bright would give up, but he continues and even improves. After all, in addition to the simplest squats, I learned to do a horse stance. The mention of his grandson stretching makes Spring yelp. He doesn't know what to think, because he thought he knew his grandson better than anyone else. And the informer continues to report, moving on to the young gentleman's appetite, which has noticeably improved. He continues talking about water and begins to express an assumption, but Spring interrupts his subordinate. He thinks that this incident is reminiscent of the past, when his grandson also changed for the better. However, as soon as he became convinced that surveillance had weakened, he immediately tried to hang himself. Fortunately, they managed to remove him before he suffocated, and thus the heir was saved. However, those who were there then still remember Bright's crazy laughter and his absent gaze. The henchman expresses confidence that this time will be the same, but the head of Holy is thinking about it. And the point here, first of all, is that the man really wants to trust his grandson. This is especially strongly influenced by the incident when Bright literally begged for mercy, and also the one when his whole body trembled with rage and the desire to kill not himself, but someone else. Spring believes that he should not interfere with his grandson's recovery simply because of his own fear for him. Later, the old man asks to bring him and asks how Bright's memory is, whether he remembered anything. The answer is negative. Founder says that he still does not remember anything. Spring doesn't back down, asking if there might be something, but his interlocutor denies it again. And he asks if something happened that made his grandfather ask him such a question. Meanwhile, the man, noticing something odd, asks if his grandson is really trying to stretch right now. The founder confirms this, saying that he has no second to lose, as his body is very weak. Even though the grandfather understands that this is not a stretch, he cannot deny that his grandson is trying very hard. After all, this young man had never been able to spread his legs so wide before in his memory. Spring asks his grandson about his plans, and he honestly admits that he is going to improve his condition. The founder continues that there is a lot he doesn't know and hasn't done, and this puzzles the grandfather no end. The guy also says that he is aware that those around him do not have the best opinion of him. This also worries the grandfather, because his grandson's aspirations have always been limited to the desire to kill himself. Counting the number of times in parallel, Spring actually counts as many as 7, and his grandson continues to surprise him by jumping, unusual ones, and from a squat. Spring didn't even know that Bright could jump so high, but at the same time, he doesn't understand the young man's motivation. The man assumes that it is important for the guy to show the changes, and he actually starts a conversation. When he says he wants to tell his grandfather something, his grandfather encourages his grandson to continue, and Founder dispassionately announces that Bright Holy is dead, but the old man does not understand him. The man in the boy's body says that there is no longer any need to worry about the possible death of the library's heir. After all, he is as dead as is possible in this context and sense. Although the old man does not understand what is happening, he asks his interlocutor who he is then. The Founder responds metaphorically, calling himself the strongest man in the world. Spring doesn't believe him, mentally assuming that his grandson has gone completely crazy. One persuades the other to make this his last cup, but he refuses, saying that he must finish the whole bottle. The third heir to the library is named Goody, and he asks his older brother to finish his drink and return home. Gov decides that this is why the younger one followed him, and asks him not to interfere with him enjoying the taste of wine. The elder brother asks Goody to tell him something, and he expresses his willingness to answer. Gov asks the younger one where he goes every morning, making him tense up with his words. The elder asks if his brother really thinks that their psycho has actually lost his memory. He believes that Bright is deceiving everyone again in order to ultimately stab them in the back. Goody sincerely believes that their eldest has changed, saying that his grandfather thinks the same. Gov says that Bright has long since turned into a demon and will never change for the better. He reminds his little brother how they almost lost their grandfather because of this freak. Gov sincerely believes that peace will only come when Bright finally dies. The elder suggests that the younger go to another place, because it has suddenly become gloomy here. The boy asks his brother not to gossip behind his back, but to go to his brother and talk to him personally. Goody continues to prove that the elder has changed, and now it is even pleasant to talk to him. He again begs Guva to talk to him, but he abruptly interrupts him, telling him to shut up. He is not pleased to hear that the younger one felt happy when communicating with the psycho. He gets furious that this crazy Goody calls him an older brother. Gov reminds the younger one of his words that he would personally kill him if he heard such an address. After these words, a dead silence reigns in the room. Every gaze is riveted on the brothers. Some look at the brothers with fear, others with interest, and only one has no emotion on his face. He walks slowly but at the same time quite quickly towards the couple and politely addresses Gov. He, unlike the stranger, answers rudely, asking what he needs. Without losing his politeness even with such a rude answer, the man asks Guva to drink silently. But when he explains the reason for his request, his voice is no longer as calm as before. Intending to properly teach the drunk a lesson, the man strikes under the curious glances of onlookers. His surprise is great when he realizes that he has hit the wrong person. Gov asks if he really thought he wouldn't dodge just because he was drunk, and the second heir advises this uncle not to interfere in other people's conversations and to get out of here as quickly as possible. Uncle falls to the floor already unconscious, only making a reflexive wheeze as he does so. Gov asks his defeated opponent if he is weak. Why bother picking a fight at all? Goody hesitates, wanting to voice her opinion to her brother, but fearing the reaction to these words. The first one turns out to be stronger, and the younger one asks the older one how long he intends to hide. Gathering her courage, Goody states rather than asks about her brother's fear of Bright. Hearing the words that he is afraid of being deceived, Gov calls the younger one an asshole. He hesitates when he repeats Goody's words about being afraid of their older brother. And then through clenched teeth, he squeezes out a comparison of Bright to a pathetic worm. Putting more force into the push than he should have, Good asks not to be ridiculous. And the guy agrees to go to Bright, but only to convince the younger one that he is right. Not far from the estate, the encouraging and contented voice of a maid can be heard. He's already reached 25 push-ups, and that's just in one sitting. When they move on to the press, the girl mentally notes the changes that have occurred in this man. She can't help but notice that the young master is becoming more active every day. Now he can stand in the horse stance for 8 minutes, although he is still far from perfect. Star has an idea on how to improve the effectiveness of their training. Addressing the young gentleman, the girl suggests increasing the height of his jump, and, taking a more comfortable position, asks the young man to get ready. Its scope turns out to be even greater than Founder expected, but the guy copes. The jump on the second count turns out to be more dangerous and a little faster, causing Founder to gasp. When the guy manages to do 5 jumps, Star praises him and suggests doing more approaches. But the Founder refuses, saying that he has enough, and explaining that otherwise it will be too difficult. Star takes it all the wrong way, mistakenly believing that the guy cares about her well-being. Founder mentally tells her that this is not true because he himself is already very tired. The young man says that he died, to which the girl reacts sharply, and he is forced to correct the wording. And yet, thoughts keep popping into my head that this is not the time to chill, and that Star is getting it wrong again. Thinking that the young gentleman wants to stand on his hands, she offers to hold his legs. Noticing the movement, the guy turns his gaze to the person approaching them and calls out to the girl. She thinks that the gentleman wants to rest, but he says that someone is coming and asks to let him go. Star asks the guy to be careful, he thanks her, and the night guest expresses surprise. Gov asks what's going on here, saying that some couple decided to do something naughty in the forest. The founder recognizes him, and he, turning to him, calls him epileptic and asks about the handstand. Star whispers and asks if the young gentleman remembers this man and explains who he is. Founder pretends not to remember Guva and is amazed by this. Otherwise, why would he insult him? At the same time, the guy compares his brother to a drunken pig, which particularly affects the second heir. The founder explains the reason for this by saying that if Gov didn't get drunk, no one would talk about him like that. The guy shifts the blame, reminding his brother of his countless attempts to drink himself in his fits. Gov says that his bright will not deceive him, and expresses confidence that he is preparing to kill himself again. The middle brother continues, saying that in reality, everyone just wants the heir to be killed off as soon as possible. Moreover, he should do it without outside help, but independently, and so that no one knows about it, without prying eyes and ears, quietly. Good stops short when his older brother looks up at him and asks why he's looking like that. The founder tells his interlocutor that he knows absolutely nothing about him. And while Star is amazed that the gentleman is being insulted, the guy asks her to give him a stick. The girl is at a loss, asking why he suddenly needed her. But Founder is adamant, and he repeats his words in a strong voice, but in a harsher form. This tone makes the maid feel uneasy, and she readily rushes to carry out the order. A little later, checking the stick handed to him, Founder concludes that this is just what he needs. He thinks that in the hands of the strongest warrior in the world, this object is like a sword or an iron club. Founder realized recently that he had not forgotten his techniques, and now he is absolutely sure that he can use them, thanks to diligent study. Gov asks if his brother really fell out of an oak tree and was about to hit him with that, and Founder reminds him that he himself just got into a fight, so he is ready to teach him a lesson. For a while, a silent confrontation of gazes takes place between them, broken only by the wind. Unable to bear the tension, Star gasps and turns to his young master. She asks him why the guy is asking for trouble, since the second heir also studied martial arts. And Founder turns to the 4 guards hiding in the shadows. He asks them not to interfere, even though he knows that they are protecting him. The maid turns to her master in a polite whisper, informing him that the guards are on the other side. But he says that it doesn't matter. What's important is the order, and Gov, calling what's happening a circus, agrees to the duel. He also promises to call Founder his big brother if he manages to land even one hit. At the same time, Gov asks not to complain later that he fixed his face. Grasping the stick more confidently, Founder brings it back, swinging it. Meanwhile, he finds himself very close, about to strike his older brother in a lunge. As the stick whistles nearby, Gov grins, thinking that he could easily dodge such a blow. However, the swing, which the middle brother clearly saw was being made in one direction, abruptly changes direction. Gov cannot believe his feelings, which are not yet fully revealed, and his older brother sends him flying, reinforcing in his head thoughts of what seemed incredible. Gasping for air, Gov wonders in his mind what that was. The middle brother refuses to believe that this psychopath could hit him, and in such a way. Meanwhile, Fountain asks if Gov has sobered up at least a little, and reminds him of the younger man's promise. The defeated one agrees, but adds a harsh word to the promised address. He says it wasn't hard to say because that's just who Bright is. Gov says he would rather die than treat him with respect, and this gets under Founder's skin. Sighing theatrically, he says that in that case there is nothing to be done and he will have to continue his education. And delivering the first blow slowly, Founder suddenly accelerates, accelerating to a mind-boggling speed. Guva can't even see all of his older brother's movements, let alone fight back. And while he thinks that this is all an accident, Star asks his young master to stop. Goody also asks her elder brother not to hit Gov so hard. But he still can't understand how all this is possible, because Bright was just recently a walking corpse. Guvu becomes very curious about how his brother could become so strong in such a short time. And although the guy refuses to accept it, recent memories come to mind. when the younger one tried to convince him that their older brother had really changed. But this goes so against Guva's personal beliefs that he continues to deny everything. In his mind, he expresses confidence that this person will definitely show his true face. And while Gov is saturated with power from his dark thoughts, Founder recognizes this aura. The boy turns to the elder in his mind, vowing that he will never trust him again. Calling Bright a demon, the middle brother prepares to perform a spin kick, and also expresses his willingness to ensure that the first heir finally calms down. But in response to this, for some reason, he doesn't look scared at all, and even on the contrary. Effortlessly dodging his opponent's blow, Founder clicks his tongue in disappointment. Feigning regret, he ultimately concludes that nothing can be done about it. And he adds that since the younger brother is so stubborn, he will have to use a different method. Belatedly, Gov wonders what method this psycho is going to use on him. He desperately tries to understand what Founder is up to, but he is already in front. For just a mere moment, Gov silently tries to comprehend what has happened. And the next thing he knows, the pain becomes so unbearable that it seems like everyone can hear his scream. When the middle heir falls and begins to roll on the ground, a dead silence reigns. Goody, although afraid to turn to him, still does not hold back. But when he starts to speak, he stumbles. And then his cry, full of pain and understanding, still cuts through the evening silence. And in literally a moment of hesitation, Goody rushes to his older brother. He hurries to him, asking if he is alive, if he is okay, and is forced to stop. The eldest heir asks Goody not to approach Guvu and immediately explains the reason. The words that he is not finished yet make the middle brother go even colder and start screaming. But Gov cannot clearly ask Founder to stop as he is screaming in pain. And in his mind, he wonders what he should do now, seeing no way out. Star asks the young master to stop, since Gov has become helpless even after that very blow. And then, inspired by the fact that the maid intervened, the young man decides to take advantage of this, spitting on his pride. Calling Founder his older brother, he asks him to spare him and admits that he was wrong. The heir asks Guva what he was thinking and who taught him to talk to his older brother like that. He starts to speak, but stumbles, mentally remembering that Bright never behaved like this. Gov recalls his grandfather's request that he be more gentle with his older brother, and he accurately voices the words that Bright is the strongest warrior in the world. There is a long silence between them, and then Founder lets out his first laugh. It turns into a full-blown laugh, and then into a question about whether Gov has lost his sense of smell completely. Saying that he needs to be beaten some more, Founder tells the guy to get on all fours. Gov asks his brother to stop, but he repeats the demand because his words are not taken seriously. The Founder asks about the number of blows, and the guy says 5, but he is not satisfied. Increasing them by 2, our hero laughs in anticipation, and Gov does not understand why he asked. Founder pulls his torture weapon aside, about to perform a reverse twist. And then he puts 25 times more power into this technique. The middle brother holds back as long as he can, but everything in this world comes to an end. And just a few moments later, the entire area is filled with its piercing roar. Returning home, Gov curses, stating the fact that there is not a single living place left on him. The boy is outraged that his older brother allows himself to beat people like they are dogs. He recalls that although it was for his own well-being, he still called Founder his older brother. The guy thinks about how many years have passed since he vowed not to do this again. He recalls how Bright was called a genius and a scientist. He himself respected him and followed him everywhere. That is why, when the family's life turned into hell because of him, Gov suffered more than anyone else. Deep down, he waited for Bright to return, but time after time, his older brother killed his hope. But now Guvu finds it hard to believe that someone who had been a vegetable for many years beat him up. Moreover, he turned out to be so strong that the guy, even though he was engaged in martial arts, lost. Guva is brought out of his thoughts by his younger brother's voice, which invites him to come in. Goody apologizes to his elder, saying that he didn't realize what a kind person he was at heart. Junior believes that Gov intentionally allowed himself to be beaten to give Bright a boost of self-esteem. And while Goody continues to admire his older brother's heroism, he tries to comprehend what was said. When this happens, he asks if the younger one seriously thinks that he would allow himself to be beaten. He confirms this, and Gov suggests that Founder's blows look trivial from the outside. And if this is really true, it can only mean one thing. The younger one brings him back to reality from his thoughts, asking about that very blow. But the obsessive thought comes back into his head, and Gov concludes that Bright's abilities are beyond measure. The boy involuntarily begins to think that his brother really is a genius of the great celestial library. Goody continues to express her worries about her older brother, saying that he will not leave it like this. Saying that he will avenge him, the younger one asks Guva to trust him, which raises doubts. Star turns to his master, enthusiastically noting that he was on top of his game last night. She shares that at first she was afraid for him, but then she became afraid for her middle brother. The founder thinks that there is something in this that causes him dissatisfaction, and this is the movements. After all, they are far from perfect, despite the well-developed speed, which is disappointing. The founder is convinced that his soul has not yet achieved complete unity with this body. This means that his spirit, energy, and consciousness do not fully interact with matter. And while founder's spirit and energy can be developed through his own efforts, Bright's consciousness is dead. This means that life experience and memories died with him, and they would not have been a hindrance. Star sighs, assuming that Goody won't come to him today since he beat up his older brother. But Founder thinks differently, because he has never met such a perceptive boy. Star reminds his master that he hasn't met many people in general. He corrects himself by saying that he read about them in books, and the girl laughs at this. They suddenly fall silent at the sound, and Founder calls out the youngest heir's name questioningly. Goody calls him a villain, and he cannot understand the reason for this good boy's behavior. The younger one asks Founder how he could so shamefully beat his brother, who cares about him so much. Goody is going to show his older brother what happens when he acts recklessly. Star becomes curious about how her master will respond to this meek boy's behavior. But there is no need to decide, as Gov, who appears from behind, takes matters into his own hands. He scolds the younger one for using nunchucks, since all the masters who use them have already been killed. Star grows cold, believing that the second brother is in cahoots with the third, and that together they want to attack her master. Instead, however, Gov respectfully wishes his older brother good morning and inquires about his sleep. The founder is glad that yesterday's scolding brought the middle one to his senses and says that he slept well. He notices the bags under Guva's eyes, and he laughs and says that it's all thanks to his older brother's efforts. And then the second heir announces his desire to go somewhere with his interlocutor. Grandpa politely allows his grandchildren to settle in, but he did not expect to see them. Gov greets Spring, and Founder tries to get a better look at the man lying on the bed. The man is Bright's uncle and his brother's father, Alex, and he expresses joy at meeting his nephew. The founder agrees with this, mentally expressing understanding as to why the man did not come to visit him. Alex says that he is very happy to see his nephew like this. It is a great joy for him. The founder expresses reciprocity, but notes to himself how weak this man's hands are. The guy apologizes in advance, talking about his amnesia, and asks about Alex's illness. He starts to speak but stops, and Founder realizes that the man is avoiding direct eye contact. After a pause, Alex says that his illness is not entirely physical but rather spiritual. In his mind, Founder decides that he is afraid of Bright, but out loud he suggests that it is Guva that is the problem. Alex picks up on this, saying that it's all because of his son's alcoholism, and asks for help teaching him a lesson. After the visit, Gov suggests that his older brother go together, since they're going the same way anyway. They talk about neutral topics, but at the same time, Founder is thinking about his own things. He thinks that after meeting Bright's uncle, he became even more convinced of his thoughts. Namely, that all the troubles of the keepers of the great celestial library began with Bright. This conclusion can be drawn from observations of at least one of this guy's uncles. After all, he so desperately avoids looking into his nephew's eyes. But it's not just Alex, everyone is afraid of Bright Holy. Most of the residents of this estate react to the first heir in exactly this way. And now Founder is even more interested in what kind of trouble happened to this family and Bright. Guva's voice reaches him from somewhere far away, and in the end, he manages to get through to his older brother. Junior asks Founder what he is thinking so hard about, but he answers vaguely. Gov expresses understanding and asks if his brother remembers their childhood, to which Founder replies negatively. Junior laughs and reports that when Bright was deep in thought, he would retreat to the library. Gov confirms this, adding that he and Goody knew that at such times he could be found there. The younger one says that after the changes that affected Bright, he did not leave his room. And as soon as the boy expresses hope for communication with the elder, Founder finds a way out for himself. He believes that he can find the right key to the memories in the library and says goodbye to Gov. Spring asks Alex if he believes him now, and the man agrees, because his nephew is unrecognizable. Alex expresses joy and hope that Bright's memories will never return to him. And then Gov bursts in, turning to his grandfather and telling him that something bad has happened. The boy explains, saying that his older brother went to the library to restore his memory. Both men shout out the same question in unison. They don't want to believe it. After all, they know very well what will happen if the young man manages to get to the bottom of the truth, and this is not good. Meanwhile, Founder finds himself in the library where Bright spent a lot of time. He expresses hope that he will find clues in this place to restore his memory, and one of the men says that they have to stop him so that he doesn't try to commit suicide again. The Founder can't help but wonder how long it's been since this place was cleaned. There's a lot of dust. The young man's attention is almost immediately drawn to a book that stands out from the rest. Of course, he goes straight to her and reads just one word on the cover, which is winter. Since this book has less dust than the others, Founder believes it was read relatively recently. Also, since it was turned upside down, the young man suggests that this may not be a coincidence. It's hard to ignore the dropped sheets, so Founder checks them immediately. They turn out to be letters that make the guy run his eyes over them and analyze them. And although the dates are all different, the sender is always the same person, and that is Bianca Sendo. The Founder suggests that this person may be involved in his exchange of souls with Bright. Deciding to read the correspondence later, the young man looks around for other important information. But just because he is inattentive, he puts the book not only differently, but also presses on several others. This becomes a catalyst for something that the Founder himself could not have imagined. Frightened by the strange chain reaction, the young man screams, wondering what is happening. The next moment, a bright light illuminates him, forcing him to call on the gods for help. And suddenly books start falling from all sides, forcing the young man to cover himself to protect himself from the blow. But the blow does not follow, and Founder understands that this is nothing more than an illusion. The young man's mind begins to suspect that by misplacing the book, he activated a spatial trap. And literally a couple of moments later, there are no more questions about why the book had such a title. Although it is hard to believe, Founder feels the cold of this place incredibly clearly. And he comes to the conclusion that with such success, he might freeze his fingers. Nearby, a woman asks if he is cold. Calling him Bright, the mother asks her son to show her his hands. Looking closely at her palms, the woman expresses disapproval of the fact that they have turned red. She suggests that Bright go back because he might freeze, but the boy asks the woman not to worry. Hearing the words that for a man this is a trifle, my mother, laughing, says that men also get cold. She also adds that she knows very well that Bright is their pet flower. Taking off her own gloves, the woman asks her son to put them on himself. Bright is puzzled by this because then his mother will freeze herself, but she waves it off, suggesting that they hurry up. Looking at the snowmen her son made, the woman asks why there are 3 of them. A guess quickly occurs to her, and she asks if this is really their family, and then giggles. And he suggests showing the snowmen to Dad too, because they look very much like them. She's already calling her husband, and the boy asks the woman to wait because he has not finished yet. The Founder approaches the snowmen slowly, almost no longer feeling the cold, and chuckles approvingly. Thinking about family, he assumes that then this memory must be a happy one. But he doesn't even have time to admire the creativity of children's hands. The picture suddenly changes, and Founder is transported to another time period. One asks the other if he has seen the plum blossom, and the young man follows the voices. The second interlocutor, meanwhile, agrees and says that he immediately remembered her. When a heart-rending, unhealthy cough is heard, Founder immediately turns his gaze there. The man asks his wife how she's feeling, and she replies that everything is fine. She laughs weakly, noting that spring is coming soon, and her husband calls his woman affectionately. He invites her to go and see the blossoms together when it arrives, and she happily agrees. Noticing her son appearing on the horizon, the woman asks him to come to her. He obediently fulfills his mother's request, but she, seeing Bright's face, gasps with concern. She asks the boy why he is crying, trying to keep her voice even. When he doesn't answer, the woman again addresses her son by name in a gentle voice. And when she says that she loves her boy, Founder finds himself crying. Wiping away his tears, he tries to figure out where they came from, and it works. Founder comes to the conclusion that Bright's memories remaining in this body have awakened, and if he continues to be in this illusion, he will surely remember everything. Noticing another memory, Founder reaches for it and immediately grasps the meaning. Spring turns to the invisible interlocutor in despair, asking why he simply died. Now Founder knows that 10 days have passed since Bright's mother died, and for this reason, the father grew old in a matter of days, losing his desire to live. And he left his son only an apology on a piece of paper, leaving the boy completely alone on the ground. There is a heavy tread behind him, and Founder turns around to see the visitor to this place. Although it is not difficult to guess who exactly it is, others appear afterward. Alex asks his father with concern about what happened here, and as he rushes towards his brother, Gov cautiously turns to his cousin. He wants to ask if he's okay, but stops short when he sees Bright's expression suddenly change. At first, a silly smile appears on the teenager's face, and then he begins to giggle madly. Founder is again powerless against the memories of this body. He sympathetically pronounces Bright's name. The memory changes just as quickly as before. The guy doesn't see, but he is being watched. Bright turns first to his mother and then to his father, reminding his forever silent parents of the promise. He notes that the plum trees are already blooming beautifully and asks where they both are then. The boy asks his parents if they are watching the blossoming from another place, and he continues, saying that in that case he himself will go to them. Gov does not allow his older brother to carry out his plan, asking him not to do it and to stop. He is tormenting his older brother so that if something happens, he can try to stop him again. And the one lying down asks the younger one why he made such a fuss. After all, he's just going to go where he belongs. The memory shatters into pieces, and Founder now knows everything. He is brought back from oblivion by worried familiar voices calling the young man. The maid stutters when she asks her master if he's okay, and Founder, sitting up, gasps and pauses to collect his thoughts. He laughs and then asks if they all really came to finally read books. Goody praises the elder for a great joke, and Gov admits that they were all worried about Bright fainting. The head of the family asks with concern, carefully clarifying whether his grandson is okay. He agrees, admitting that he was only in the snowfield because of a trap. Grandpa says that's exactly why he's asking, and Founder begins to answer. He asks what interests them, namely, whether he could restore memories in this way. The young man clutches his head and complains of pain, and everyone, as one, cries out in alarm in different voices. The Founder asks if this always happens when memories return. The boys realize that they have been fooled, and that the young gentleman is simply playing a joke on them all. Star says his jokes have gone too far, and Founder turns to her, who responds. Meanwhile, the Founder continues to call out the names of those present, and each of them responds. The young man turns to his grandfather last, assuring everyone that he is okay. In a more serious tone, to be more convincing, he asks them not to worry about him. The young man assures everyone that he will never faint again. At first, there is dead silence in the library. No one knows how to react to these words. But then positive emotions take over, and those present cannot hold back. Grandpa, shaking with silent sobs, says that he will finally be able to die in peace. The rest, except for the middle heir who supports him, show free rein to their tactility. The next day, Founder mentally notes that this is his first morning since Bright's memories returned. He feels so incredibly energetic, as if he had slept well for several days. The young man feels lightness throughout his body and notes a clear mind, which he has not had for a long time. The thought comes into his head that now he can do what he has wanted to do for a long time. Leaning out of the window, the young man turns to his overseer, who responds immediately. He says he wants to meditate and asks not to let anyone into the room until he leaves. This even applies to the head of the family, but the overseers agree, obeying the will of the young master. But based on the reaction, Founder comes to the conclusion that suspicions against him have not yet been completely removed. He understands that nothing can be done right away to reverse this, only gradually gaining trust. However, this is secondary. It is much more important now for the Founder to engage in energy circulation. After all, now that Bright's memories have been fully restored, his soul has completely merged with his body. While Founder was studying the young man's memories, he realized that he had absolutely nothing to do with the exchange of souls. And although his correspondence with Bianca seems problematic, there is nothing about it in the memoirs. The Founder suggests that it could have been someone else, which makes the investigation even more complicated. It is for this reason that he wants to focus on getting back to his previous level. After all, he had already done this before, and with the help of elixirs and mystical creatures, it could be done faster. The Great Celestial Library is famous for its impregnable fortress, Dram. When people talk about its grandeur, this building is compared to a mountain. There is no place safer than drama, because there are traps in every zone, even in the arches. And the family that runs the library is an ancient family with a long history. The founder doesn't want to be just the eldest son, he wants to benefit from everything he can get his hands on. After all, no matter what others say, his name is Founder Great, not Bright Holy. And yet he is unable to meditate peacefully, because right now, Founder feels observers clinging to them on the other side of the shutters. And the question involuntarily arises in the head, ahead of reason, what are all these people doing here? Spring wonders out loud why his grandson's face is so bright, and Alex agrees with his father on this issue. After all, Bright's skin used to be dull and rough, but now his tone is even better than many girls. Spring expresses his concerns, and Goody interrupts him, noting that Grandpa's voice is too loud. And then something happens that no one could have expected. The second heir sneezes. With a guilty groan, he apologizes to his elders and begins to giggle awkwardly. At this point, Founder's meditation is already coming to an end. He has achieved what he wanted. He approaches the window silently and calmly and suddenly throws open the shutters, after which the young man notes that his grandfather came to see him, and Uncle Alex is here too. Spring acknowledges the fact that his grandson skipped breakfast due to meditation. The founder understands that the old man still does not believe him, although he understands that this is not surprising. Then the young man again demonstrates to his grandfather the changes that have occurred in his body. The founder says that he has really changed and regained all his memories, but the grandfather reacts ambiguously. And only after a couple of moments does the meaning of what his grandson said finally dawn on him. And he assures the elder that since yesterday he has not changed his opinion and attitude. And he asks his grandfather to calm down, and Spring says that his grandson has outdone himself. When all the relatives and the maid rush to hug and rejoice, Founder tenses up. In his mind, he wonders if he should also cry with these people from happiness. But he still doesn't make up his mind, not even knowing what else he can do. The young man thinks about the changes that affected him after Bright's memories returned. Now he knows that there are more than 100 magical seals placed on the Great Celestial Library. And the young man knows who exactly put them there. But now he turns to his grandfather and he responds. The founder says they need to discuss something and invites the head of the family inside. According to Bright's recollections, there are 1 or 2 rotten places in the library. In order to return it to its previous state, it is necessary to pull out the already rotten roots. A piercing scream cuts through the area, asking in disbelief that he needs a healing elixir. The founder confirms these words, saying that he wants to speed up the process of restoring his body and soul. The loving grandfather promises to do everything to help his grandson, but for now he will give him what he has. He says he will do it himself, choosing the best ingredients, and Founder accepts this help. Noticing the brothers who haven't left yet, he asks them what they are doing here, and they start giggling. The founder decides to leave it out, but since they are here, he wants to talk to them too. He asks Guva to find out what state the library is in, to document it and report to him. And this concerns not only the internal state, but also external affairs, including those living nearby. Gov says that there is no need for this because the manager has all this information. But he himself left on business, so it will only be possible to find out about everything in 10 days. The founder recalls that Bright has memories of the manager of Worthy Fence. He is responsible. But he finds it strange that there is so much trust, and that the second heir is not aware of the family property. Meanwhile, Gov expresses a desire to compete with his brother since he has already honed his skills. The founder interrupts his younger brother, asking him to get on all fours. The heir asks who owns the library, him or the manager, and Good promises to take on the task. Turning to Goody, Founder recalls that he has had a talent for casting magical seals since childhood. This must mean that the youngest is aware of the number of seals placed on their family. Goody plays dumb, saying he doesn't really understand what his older brother means, but he stands firm, forcing Goody to name a number around 100. The founder asks his younger brother to get down on all fours, and he screams in fear. And then he asks the heir to forgive him and assures that he will try much harder in the future. The founder says he doesn't care about seniority because one can't treat a family so irresponsibly. He gives Goody 3 days to check who works for the library and all the seals and mechanisms. If anything needs to be fixed, the junior must fix it and immediately report everything to the founder. But Goody will also need to check not only their functionality, but also their condition. The younger one agrees. When the educational work is finished, the founder turns to his maid. She responds immediately, saying that she can be trusted with anything. She will try her best. Founder makes himself some tea and, telling Star to take a pen, orders her to write under his dictation. The young gentleman himself sits nearby, watching the girl with his sensitive gaze. She obediently takes her place, but wonders why this was necessary. The founder reminds the maid that she was going to do whatever was required, and she agrees. The young man begins composing the letter with a polite phrase addressed to Dear Bianco Sendo. Star suggests that his master write the letter himself, otherwise the addressee will not believe what is written. The founder doesn't respond to this, because his own handwriting is also not the same as the previous bright's. He had already tried to repeat the heir's handwriting several times, but it still differed in details. The young man knows for sure that Star will report everything to his grandfather, and he doesn't want to make his life even more difficult. The founder says that he wants to look at his maid's handwriting and invite Mr. Bianco to the library. Star suddenly lets out an uncontrollable cry, unable to rejoice enough at the thought of seeing him again. Based on the way this girl behaves and what she says, Founder comes to the conclusion that she likes Bianco. She asks the gentleman to dictate, promising to write very beautifully, and he understands that he should have started with this. At the same time, the young man thinks that, judging by the correspondence, this Bianco was not in his right mind. If Star knew about this, she would definitely change her mind, and Founder also thinks about the manager of their library. Someone is talking about changes that have affected the heir of the great celestial library. However, the man is confident that even if the whole world changes, Bright Holy will never change. He admits that he was waiting for this to support the heir, but he got tired of waiting for so long. The man begins to speak, expressing opposition to his own words, and the flower pot, deliberately released from his hands, breaks, delimiting the words. And the man expresses the need to help the heir of the great celestial library. The young gentleman has been trying to concentrate for a very long time, but he is hardly succeeding. He can barely restrain himself from shouting out loud that he can't do this anymore. Founder hadn't smelled such a terrible stench for a long time, and it couldn't even compare to the stench from the mouths of old people. He believes that even a corpse that has been rotting in a garbage dump for about a week doesn't stink like that. And the young man concludes that he can no longer sit and breathe in this miasma. He recalls rebuilding one of his self-defense tools. It is called whole blood and is one of the options for using your own blood. With its help, you can easily reflect enemy attacks on energy points and use it for counterattacks. And despite the fact that Founder didn't practice much, he is glad that he was able to achieve this state. The heir's thoughts are filled with this, and out loud he asks Star if she is somewhere nearby. When the girl goes inside and addresses her master, she almost feels sick. The girl asks if the heir called her, and he notices the changes that have affected the maid. But she brushes these thoughts aside, asking about the source of the stench. Star says that she herself doesn't know anything. She begins to express concerns that the stench will eat away at her skin, but Founder stops her. When they leave the estate, they notice that this situation is not unique to them. A familiar voice is heard nearby, praising another, encouraging him that there is still just a little bit left. Founder asks his brothers what's wrong, and Gov begins to answer him. He believes that Goody, who was repairing the eastern gate, is to blame for everything, but the younger one denies it. He explains by saying that the gate was rarely used and the protective seal on it was broken. So Goody decided to fix everything, but out of nowhere, this terrible, pungent stench appeared. The younger one says that he can prove it, since there were many people with him asking his brother to believe him. The Founder admits that this guy has his weaknesses, but he has never been caught lying. The heir begins to give orders to his brothers to effectively eliminate the source of the stench. He himself runs away, answering Guvu and Goody's question that he himself has other things to do. Finding himself on a busy street nearby, Founder thinks about how he didn't escape the stench. He simply decided to find out what happened to Murty's world after the death of his real body. The only problem is that there is no one here that Founder would know. He offers the maid a drink, and when she accepts, he mentally rejoices at her blind obedience. When they go inside, Star assumes that the smell is coming from some strange plant. The Founder says he doesn't know, suggesting that the people sitting next to them are beggars who used to be warriors. Calling them dirty, Star turns to the company, asking if they know her master. He pauses at first, and then begins to speak, continuing to tell what was in the book. They are reassured by the knowledge that the library's heir has read an unimaginable number of books. And while they are being brought drinks, something catches the Founder's attention. Or rather, not something, but someone, and even in the plural because the young man knows these two guys. The first of them is Dutiful Stretch, and the second is Flo Baker. but there are no memories of the girl's identity. The founder believes that they can find out about Murty's current condition, but he decides to wait a little. Meanwhile, someone demands that the boss be brought to him because there is a mosquito in his soup. The angry visitor says that it won't be possible to fool him, continuing to reproach the apologetic employee. The man screams, believing that they decided to hide the insect at the very bottom, since it was found at the end of the meal. The manager continues to apologize, saying that they will not charge the guest, offering a bottle of wine. But he says that he doesn't need all this, but he wouldn't refuse 10 silver coins. He says that then and only then will this matter be closed and they will part in peace. The manager tries to object, but the man pushes through, threatening to close the restaurant. The founder mentally notes that such bastards are everywhere, but out loud he addresses his maid. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the man asks if he can make the manager change his mind. And then Star intervenes in the conversation, drawing attention to her modest person. She notes that the mosquito soup has greatly upset this guest and presents him with a gift from her master. The founder makes a mental note of the fact that he hates it when people make noise during his lunch. Star suggests not to make a mess of this place, but to take this money and calm down. The man does indeed cool down a little, but his thoughts are directed in a different direction. He casts an appraising glance at Founder, drawing important conclusions for himself. The big guy also assumes that the queen's bodyguards are weak, otherwise he wouldn't have offered money. And the man becomes rude before our eyes, thoughtfully sipping, thinking that such a sum will no longer be enough. He continues, shamelessly declaring that 30 coins would have calmed him down quite a bit. The founder chuckles, saying that the man not only forgot his place, but also turned out to be incredibly greedy. The young master asks his maid what she thinks about this, and Star agrees with Founder, adding that she completely shares this opinion with him. The man doesn't understand what's going on and asks the rich parent's son to repeat his words. However, he is unable to pronounce the phrase completely, and its end is completed by a wheeze. Star doesn't stop there, twisting the insolent man's arm with all his might. The wheezing quickly becomes louder and turns into a cry of pain that is simply unbearable. When the girl comes to the conclusion that he has had enough, she throws the guy away. He gets up pretty quickly, resorting to insults and starting to threaten Star. He starts talking about how she's picked on the wrong guy, but again he can't finish. The unusual way this greyhound leaves the premises is seen far beyond the pub. Since the man is not trained in any special techniques, all he can do is scream, both in flight and when falling. The founder praises his maid, who asks the manager of the establishment to accept these coins as compensation. Noticing that her master is already descending the stairs, the girl asks him to wait for her. The heir and his group of bodyguards do stop, but Star realizes it's not because of her. Descending even lower, the girl understands what caused this pandemonium and screams in fear. The leader expresses disbelief that someone would dare to disgrace their brother from the Shane House sect. And without waiting for an answer from his potential interlocutors, he asks them who did it first. The founder, without hesitation, names the culprit, to which Star screams in shock, not expecting such a trick. Several opposing voices appear in the girl's head, in defense of or against the master. Then Star asks the gang of bandits to watch their words, asking if they know those in front of them. She becomes more and more courageous, saying that it was this man who started the fight in the first place. And then the one-eyed man, having first insulted the girl, orders his henchmen to seize her. But Star and the bodyguards are already prepared for this. They are used to facing this kind of thing. The gang that Founder had noticed earlier, hearing a loud noise, decides to check out what happened. Convinced that there is a fight on the street, the guys suddenly notice familiar faces, the most obvious representative of which is the heir to the Great Celestial Library. Star becomes more and more passionate, defending the honor of his young master. He is thinking about how good his maid is, but a familiar voice brings Founder out of his thoughts. These guys quickly descend, asking the heir of the library if he remembers them. The founder names the young men, noting how long it has been since they have seen each other. He suggests that they have a normal conversation at the table while his bodyguards sort everything out. The guys invite the girls to go with them too, and they, although feeling awkward, agree. When Chandra and Ruth exchange glances, a silent dialogue takes place between them. They are interested in the heir, which is why the girls want to go with their previous companions. Young people are wondering if they will really leave the founder's bodyguards just like that. But he assures his interlocutors that everything is under control. At this very moment, Star receives. One of the young men notices that there has been a lot of chaos lately because of the head of the alliance, Murti. Flo says he feels like Founder Great is about to appear out of nowhere. His friend admits that he also cannot believe that such a man died, because he had no equal. Dutiful says that the only downside men considered was their weight, but he was happy with it. Ruth enters the conversation, saying that she never thought that the heir to the library would be interested in such a thing. And he answers that there is no place in the world that is not part of Murti, and in the end, they are all part of Murti. Someone notices that it is already getting dark, and Founder expresses his pleasure at spending time with such company. Flo regrets it because he is leaving tomorrow, but his interlocutor reassures his friend with the possibility of a future meeting. They say goodbye again through the window, and the boys wish Bright a good journey. He reciprocates, mentally chuckling contentedly and encouraging the youth. Dutiful believes that once the library's heir returns, word will spread quickly. The others think the same, and they can't wait to see Bright's accomplishments in the great battle of the Sky Dragon. The Founder asks his maid what they decided to do about the stench in the library. The girl is silent, so the young man asks her about this too, and she replies that the stench hasn't gone away. Something else happened besides this, and Founder is interested in it, as well as what's wrong with Star's face. Seeing his older brother, Gov expresses joy about this and says that he doesn't smell so bad anymore. He asks Founder if he has heard about what else has come to light. And without waiting for an answer, the middle heir calls this creature a very smelly spirit. Founder knows him by another name, the hexagonal serpent, and his ardor makes Gov tense. The hexagonal snake is a snake-shaped creature, one of the 100 great spirits and the cause of stench. Thanks to its blood, one can significantly increase internal energy and gain immunity to poison. But the snake has a downside in the form of a terrible stench, which, they say, is completely unbearable. Obtaining the blood of this creature is problematic. For the correct effect, it must be drunk directly from it. And right now, those close to the Founder observing this process can hardly contain themselves. And he, although he is incredibly disgusted, does not want to back down under any circumstances. Spring asks his assistant where he is going, and he cites urgent matters. The rest also merge, citing the same reason, and the grandfather calls them worthless people. Having finished absorbing, Founder finally lets out a sigh of relief. Turning to her child, Spring, noting the terrible smell, asks if he is okay. The Founder agrees, saying that he has everything under control. Having learned this, the old man says that in that case he too will go on business. Founder mentally agrees that he hates this stench too, but he still holds back. Now he has more opportunities to regain his power, and the young man thinks about 3 sources of power. Besides the hexagonal serpent, they include medicinal herbs and poisonous insects. Founder himself was not familiar with the benefits of some plants, but he had heard that their effect was very strong. Now the young man shouts to his younger brother Gov, asking him to come out because he knows he is there. He immediately and prudently apologizes to his brother if he suddenly did something wrong. Founder leaves these words unanswered, silently handing Gov the snake, and he barely restrains the urge. He asks why he should be the one to throw it away, but that is not what the heir meant at all. The Founder gives instructions to dry the skin of this creature, along with advice on how best to do this. The elder immediately begins to enlighten the younger, but the latter interrupts him, agreeing to fulfill the request. The Founder asks him to get some more medicine for him, and Good wonders where to get it. He begins to talk about how, in order to increase the effectiveness of the snake's blood, it is necessary to reduce food consumption. This should last at least a few days, so he won't eat anything for 5 days. Realizing that it is extremely difficult for him to cope with the gag reflex, he agrees with his brother's words. The maid is asked if she heard this, and the girl, drawing out her words, confirms. Founder asks Star to convey to Spring his desire for medicinal plants and poisonous insects. He says that this will be enough for Grandpa to understand everything. And just as he begins to say that if she understood him, then she can go, the girl is no longer around. When the young man is left alone, he mentally addresses those who abandoned him, calling them incredibly heartless. After Founder absorbs the blood of the hexagonal serpent, 6 days pass. During this time, the young man not only fasts, but also continues to put his body and mind in order. All this is not easy for him in this body, but Founder is not going to back down. Breathing a sigh of relief, the young man mentally notes that he has reached 2 stars. Shifting his gaze to a distant object, Founder comes to a specific conclusion. Now his vision had become much better, approaching that of his real body. The same thing happened with his hearing. Now the young man clearly hears things that were previously inaccessible to him. The conversation that Founder hears is between his brothers, who are supporting him in his fast. The young man thinks that his new brothers are not so bad. They seem cute and funny to him. Looking at his soiled clothes, Founder suggests that this is how he is releasing the remaining toxic energy. Looking closely at Bright's face, he remembers that he couldn't get used to it for a very long time. But now it seems to him that it's not so difficult, and Founder is starting to get used to it. However, he doesn't like that he's still skinny, believing that it makes his hands look less attractive when he punches. The Founder is confident that since he has reached a new level, martial arts should also improve. But the thought comes to mind that these people will again create a stir on this basis. Founder expresses a desire to use Dogren's technique, starting with his right hand. With this technique, it seems possible to rebuild the bones in your body. Initially, it was used to penetrate where needed through small holes. Yet this technique is much more useful to use against your opponents. The Founder considers his current abilities to be quite good, but for now, the process is slow. It reminds him of one man, a monk, who knew and used bone magic. He approached the Founder, saying that he was developing new technology and offering to take a look at it. Of course, the man was interested in this, and he took advantage of the happy opportunity with great pleasure. Unlike Dogren, this technique was on a completely different level, close to divine. The Founder then asked the monk if it was necessary to be locked up to use this technique. And can't you just kill those who encroach on your personal freedom? In fact, Founder still can't understand why that monk invented this technique. Star's voice is heard from behind the door, saying that she has brought her master a change of clothes. She asks Founder if he has completed his training, and he gives her a positive answer. The girl turns to her master, but begins to hesitate, and he prompts her to continue with a leading question. Star says she needs to attend a staff meeting. Founder allows her not to even report it. But the girl considers this impolite, and the young man advises her to hurry up so as not to be late. In his room, all that can be heard is her farewell, after which it is replaced by the patter of little feet. There is talk of changes that have occurred in the heir to the Great Celestial Library in recent weeks. This man says that this young man's status also includes the duties of a representative of the library. It is natural that he will associate with highly respected people. This means that bodyguards must not only protect him from danger, but also from damage to his reputation. A man reports receiving information about the revenge of the Shanehouse sect, which wants to attack the library. Therefore, the safety of not only the heir, but also everyone in the Great Celestial Library is important. After all, this is the meaning of life for all the people gathered here. The man starts to say something else, but is interrupted by important news. Star's keen hearing picks up information that her master is looking for someone to lead the meeting for some reason. The girl begins to worry about her master, assuming that something serious might have happened. And while the man leaves, publicly announcing that his heir is calling him, Star does not stop worrying. Meanwhile, the Founder calmly studies the works he needs for restoration. But his impressive hearing detects someone approaching behind the door even before the voice. When the knock is heard, Founder is already listening to the fuss and breathing of the person standing on the other side. And he, turning to the young gentleman, introduces himself as the leader of the bodyguards. The Founder asks what happened and is told that they want to share something important with the heir. The young man allows the man to enter, while simultaneously noting in his thoughts that he hardly knows him. Founder notes out loud the fact of the servants' meeting, and they agree with him, but say that the news is serious. The young man doesn't show much emotion when he asks what important information they brought him. The leader of the bodyguards expresses a desire to help his young master more actively. The Founder is alarmed by this. He can't remember ever asking for this. When the man removes his hand, the young man discovers a dagger underneath it. And the leader of the bodyguards asks if the young master hasn't dreamed of dying for a long time. These words puzzle Founder even more. He tenses up seriously and begins to guess about everything. The man persistently repeats the words that they will help the heir. The chief bodyguard politely reminds him that the young master himself refused the poison. The man admits that he was confused at the time, but now he thinks it's even better this way. After all, if the heir decides to commit suicide at such a moment, the library will certainly come to an end. Noticing the confusion of his interlocutors, he asks them what is bothering them, and the leader of the bodyguards answers. He says that the heir has started studying martial arts, and the man finds this strange. But he also asks his interlocutors why this bothers them, and they begin to hesitate. The man asks them not to worry, because even if this happens, they will not be in any danger. And with all this, they must remember that the heir must commit suicide on his own. However, if he still resists too actively, then radical action will have to be taken. Then he will have to say that he did it himself, but this task should not be difficult. Now the man asks the heir if he is not happy to see the knife and does not want to use it. And then Founder understands the exact reason why this man decided to hold a meeting of the servants. At the same time, he is interested in why all this started and how deeply this man is involved in everything. And the Founder says that he doesn't want to die, but his interlocutor doesn't believe him. Then the young man tells the leader of the mercenaries that he is no longer who he was before. This look turns everything inside the man upside down, and he utters something inarticulate in response. And then he decides and asks, in this case, to simply not make any unnecessary movements. He hits Founder's sky support and strong river points, intending to paralyze his body. The young man begins to talk about Bright's desire, and the killer does not quite understand him. He recalls his words that now is the most opportune moment for the heir to die. For if he dies, just when everyone was happy that he would live, complete destruction will occur. All his relatives will die of grief. Among the first of them will be Bright's uncle and the elder. The second and third heirs will lose their minds, eventually becoming worthless people. They will be locked in their own chambers for eternity, and then it will all end. The man would be happy to continue, inserting a few more words, but Founder interrupts him. He says it's unlikely that the leader of the bodyguards came up with all this himself, so he asks about other troublemakers. He asks what is wrong with the heir, because nothing will change if he listens to this tirade. The Founder only laughs in response to this, and then says that he has changed his mind. As he rises from his seat, the man cries out in surprise, and he asks the young man in color how it happened that he can move. But he quickly comes to his senses, amazed that the heir has such tricks up his sleeve. However, at the same time, he believes that this does not change anything, continuing his attack. And Founder, nimbly picking up the table, throws it into the air, calculating the distance precisely. The man furiously cuts through the obstacle that has appeared in his path, letting out a beastly roar. But after this, he finds no one in front of him, only an empty piece of furniture. Finding himself behind the leader of the bodyguards, Founder asks him not to break things. The man is frightened by such a quick reaction speed and the enviable calm of the young gentleman. And he himself is clearly losing in all of this, but he does not intend to retreat. It is already too late. And with harsh curses, the man is about to use one of his strong techniques. But Founder doesn't know anyone like that, and he wonders in his mind what that could mean. A thought comes to mind that it could be a dragon or a tiger, but only very crooked. Rather, it looks more like some kind of cute and harmless kitten, which, however, is very easy to escape, at least for the Founder. The man chuckles briefly, thinking that the heir was simply lucky to dodge, and he expresses confidence that luck will no longer help him. The Founder demonstrates the opposite, giving the mercenary half an hour to show everything he is capable of. The leader of the bodyguards pauses to catch his breath and calls the heir incredibly greedy. Rushing towards him with renewed vigor, the man asks if these half an hour will really make a difference. The Founder doesn't respond to this, pulling off a deceptive maneuver. His opponent doesn't even notice this at first, reveling in the taste of his own victory. And then Founder finds himself dangerously close to him, and the man can't do anything about it. The mercenary leader understands that the young master is aiming to block the energy points, and he partly succeeds in this, but the man somehow miraculously manages to break contact. He is glad that he managed to prevent the inevitable, but the speed of the heir amazed him. The Founder asks his opponent if this is all he can do, and he says that he is now ready to kill the heir himself, because he sees that it will not be possible to force him. And the man moves on to more decisive actions, throwing his weapon at the young man. But he doesn't even make an effort when he dodges it. Then the leader of the bodyguards tries a different approach, but the library's heir also takes it calmly. His movements remain just as measured and calm, and dodging remains effortless. And the man mentally admits to himself that he cannot understand how the heir is evading his attack. After all this time he was within reach, but for some reason it was not possible to hit him. At some point, Founder informs the enemy that his time is up. He is simply beside himself with anger. He is filled with misunderstanding and resentment. The Founder wearily informs his opponent that he has had enough of such antics. Realizing that things are bad, he tries to do at least something, but this attempt is in vain. After all, Founder is already behind again, going through several acupuncture points. And while the man is trying to do something, he does the same thing on the other side. Ultimately, the leader of the bodyguards inevitably turns to the heir with a question. He asks what he wants from him, since he didn't hit the points that could kill him immediately. The founder calls him a comedian, asking in return why he needs someone like him. Then the man does not understand at all what is happening here, nor what awaits him. The founder asks him to stop talking nonsense and kneel before him. Suddenly, the picture becomes upside down and the man cannot understand why. For some time after that, he still doesn't have time to comprehend what's happening to him. He's only surprised. And the heir's voice sounds in the ears, vibrating like a terrifying alarm that it was not worth being so arrogant. He tries to scream, but his voice won't obey him, and founder says he should have thought about it earlier. He needed to understand who he was going to challenge so as not to beg for forgiveness like a dog. Eventually, founder speaks up again, asking his previous question. He asks the leader of the bodyguards who else is involved in the assassination attempt on the heir to the Great Celestial Library. The shapeless mass continues to moan, and founder asks it to be silent, having heard something interesting for himself. He definitely hears someone's footsteps, but he just can't figure out how many there are, assuming that there are perhaps 2. Finally, the riddle is solved and founder leaves his chambers. Calling out his brothers by name, the young man asks them to come to him for a moment. They are amazed that the heir learned of their appearance, but they joyfully greet the elder. Gov is impressed that founder not only opened the door for them, but also invited them to his place. And then, frightened by this eerie carcass, he hesitantly guesses who it might be. Founder himself admits that this is the leader of his bodyguards, Kind Holy Heart. Goody thinks it's the plague and is going to call a doctor, but her brother says it's not that. And now he turns to the man-like mess, ordering him to speak about how they decided to do this, and also about who started it all and who was involved in it, with names and everything that goes with it. Good tries to find out the details with a trembling voice, and the mush of a man asks for mercy. Kind literally begs, squeezing out the words that he made a big mistake. He promises to tell everything he knows, if only he would be granted a pardon. Besides Kind calling them the manager's leader, Worthy names those involved. There are 8 bodyguards in total, including him and his deputies, and a person from the scientific staff. And 5 people from the accounting department form a company. This information makes Guva curse. He doesn't understand how a person can be so evil, but founder delicately parries these words. He admits that he went crazy back then, but he doesn't understand how others could have let something like that happen. Goody answers for both of them, admitting that they were all a bit nuts back then. The founder agrees with his brother mentally, coming to the conclusion that this body is to blame for everything. He asks Goody to activate the outer seals and raise the barrier around the library so that no one leaves it. The founder begins to give orders to the middle brother, but he takes the initiative into his own hands. He plans to use the Black Thunderstorm Darkness technique to catch those involved in this crime. This technique prevents people from finding each other even in a crowd, causing impenetrable darkness and lightning. But the founder believes that everything is not so serious. He believes that the main thing is to find the manager, the main organizer of the Sabbath. The young man asks Guva if he knows the weaknesses of those whom Kain named, and he thinks about it. The guy says he heard something about one of these people and he loves his family very much. Hearing that this man is ready to betray her in order to protect her, founder suggests starting the operation. Meanwhile, the servants' meeting is still ongoing, and the deputy leader of the bodyguards continues to stall for time. And while he says something obvious out loud, he wonders in his mind if Kind has everything under control. Something falling suddenly from somewhere above makes everyone flinch, and some even scream. Negotiations begin between the bodyguards. They try to understand what it is. One of them is the first to realize that it is a ball of flesh and tells everyone else about it. Meanwhile, the lump makes a voice, albeit a weak one, and Star is among the first to understand who it belongs to. The girl mentally tries to understand what happened, because their leader went to meet with the young master. Horrible thoughts creep into Star's head, and she involuntarily imagines the worst possible outcome. After all, if something happened to her master, it means that she is a terrible bodyguard. But then Guva's voice is heard, shouting that this man was overcome by a curse because of the attempt on the heir's life. Turning sharply and seeing founder safe and sound, Star expresses boundless joy. Approaching her, the young man mockingly expresses the assumption that her leader is lying there. He asks the girl why this man has a face as if he has never seen anything like it. Star looks over the other bodyguards, noticing 6 who stand out just as much. And then a thought comes to her bright head, and the girl can barely contain the anger that is bursting out. This situation is resolved shortly after this scene. The bodyguards who took part in the conspiracy did not even deny their guilt. Founder suggests that it's all because of his appearance, since everyone thought he died at the hands of kind. The young man thinks about the manager who stole half of the great celestial library. The founder is now trying to figure out how to return all those books that were sold. There is a knock on the door. It is Gov, and he announces that he has brought Absolute Holy. The young man allows them to enter. When they do this, Founder deliberately maintains the intrigue, remaining silent for a long time. And then he asks the Absolute if it is true that he has a beautiful wife and a cute daughter. The man immediately begins to beg the young gentleman for forgiveness, calling himself a worthless person. He says that even though he was threatened, he still committed an unforgivable crime. But his wife and daughter are not guilty of anything, and the Absolute asks for mercy for them. And while Founder remains silent, the man wonders how it can be the same weak guy. Absolute is frightened by this relaxed look. He considers it even worse than the stern one. And then he asks to order his master to do whatever he wants, promising not to disappoint him. The Founder, as if in passing, asks if he can bring the manager to him before nightfall. Absolute says that it is as easy as pie for him, and his interlocutor replies that he will wait. Just in case, the Founder scares the man, saying that something can always go wrong. And if the Absolute can change his shoes again, then nothing will stop him from doing the same. The young man says that he doesn't want to do anything bad, but if something goes wrong, he won't be responsible for himself. Absolute again repeats the words that he will do everything to bring the manager to the young master. The Founder nods approvingly, saying that this person must be alive. Later, the man answers the manager's question about whether the heir has died in the affirmative. Worthy asks if he did it himself or if the leader of the bodyguards helped him. The Absolute replies that the young master's death was nothing other than suicide. Worthy turns to the invisible heir, asking him why he did this. He asks what those who loved him should do, how to live with this heart-wrenching sadness. And then, changing abruptly, he asks his observers how convincingly he managed to portray grief. Absolute replies that it was so good that his heart even skipped a beat. Worthy revels in it. But then he suddenly becomes interested in why this particular man is the one reporting the death of the heir to him. He reminds him that he is on his side, so there is nothing strange here. Worthy points out the oddity to him, because until the very end he doubted the Absolute's involvement because of his family. He says that this was indeed the case, but now everything has changed, and today is a special day. Worthy laughs, switching gears, and suggests that they'll have more work to do now. And at the end of his fiery speech, he proposes to drown the library in his own tears. Sometime later, the manager, together with the Absolute, returns to his post. As the heavy door slowly opens, he squeezes out tears again, and he is about to start showering words of condolence. All that remains is to understand who is in front of him. But imagine his astonishment when, in the dim light of the lamps, the features of the heir appear. Even the Absolute feels embarrassed for the manager, and a stupid question bursts out of him. Meanwhile, two more silhouettes appear in the background, and the man becomes even more uneasy. The tears dry instantly and are replaced by sweat that starts to pour out like a stream. One of the heirs gives the order to seize the manager, and sometime later he pays for his sins. Spring tries to soften his child's heart by reminding him that they are not in a forest sect. But he reminds his grandfather that this man tried to kill him, and he is already too soft with him. Worthy cherishes the hope that the head librarian will be able to persuade his grandson not to kill him. When the old man leaves, Star asks his master for permission to beat the traitor. He reminds the girl of his words about how he ordered her to leave the room, but the maid is adamant. Exhaling heavily, the young man turns his gaze to the manager and addresses him. He starts to talk about being the head of the alliance, but stops short, catching surprised looks on him. Having heard the first part, those present become interested in the continuation, but the heir quickly corrects himself. He says that he is now the boss in this room and tells the manager to tell him the truth. The man actually begins to speak, but it is clear that he is choosing his words carefully. Starting with the fact that Founder is very wise, Worthy says that the Black Company is to blame for everything. The young man says he has never heard of such a thing, and Star is surprised by the young gentleman's manner of speaking. Worthy, meanwhile, continues, saying that the Black Company was created by the Bakers and the Master of January. Founder recalls that the Bakers are one of the most powerful families, and the January sect is respectful. And although those two didn't seem suspicious to him, he wouldn't be surprised if everything was as Worthy said. After all, The library has become a tasty morsel, and the head of the bakers, Seth, doesn't really look like a good person. But Founder has never met Master January before, and he presses Worthy aloud harder. He says that if he wanted to lie, he would not have named these particular names. The man says they resorted to Plan B because they failed to eliminate Bright and Spring. The bakers and Master January were planning to blame the Black Company for everything once they had completed the task. It was for this purpose that the protective seal was broken and the internal traps were destroyed. But since Worthy wanted to minimize the library's losses, he opposed this plan. Star asks her master if this is true, because she herself cannot believe it. She suggests that all of this could have been faked, although she believes that everyone will deny everything in any case. The founder wants to confirm everything, so he asks the maid to go to the manager's house to find the sign. He himself takes upon himself the responsibility of making bait for these idiots. The girl doesn't understand what is being discussed, so she asks the obvious again. Later, Founder calls a meeting of the bodyguards and walks to the pulpit at a deliberately leisurely pace. While occupying her, he deliberately settles in slowly, maintaining the intrigue and tension. But the bodyguards, as if on command, blurt out in one voice the words that they are awaiting the heir's orders. The young man wonders in his mind whether they have become so determined after what happened to the manager. And yet he believes that they can be trusted, because they have not turned away from the library despite everything. The young man speaks of dying in battle, saying that this is what makes everyone a true warrior. They answer him with unanimous consent, but Founder says that they will not die today. He suggests that everyone take a rest today, spend the whole day outside the walls of the library, and return tomorrow. The Founder asks to spread rumors that the Bakers and the January sect have created the Black Squad. He asks that the entire province be made aware of these people's attempt to seize the Great Celestial Library. And all these boys respond to their young master with unquestioning consent. He believes that if the Black Company exists, these rumors will force them to suspend their activities. Confident that if the manager was lying, everything would be easy to settle, the young man is distracted by a maid. The Founder asks if they really found the sign that quickly, and the couple starts to fidget. This man, apologizing to his master, reports that the manager's house is empty. More precisely, it had been dug up before them, so they were unable to find anything worthwhile. Star confirms this, saying that she saw it herself, but Founder says that it doesn't matter. After all, if something like this happened, it confirms the manager's words, and the young man is satisfied with the result, wishing that now the rumors would spread. His plan turns out to be successful, and soon the entire province is talking about the Black Company. And while some consider these to be mere rumors, others say that there is no smoke without fire. The residents are discussing the connection between the Bakers and the January sect, and their conspiracy is almost out in the open. Many people find it difficult to comprehend the rumors that also spoke of the Great Celestial Library. People can't understand why the Bakers and the Master of January can't just talk to the head of Holy. Although there is another option, which is the capture of the Black Squad and punishment of its leader. Halfway there, the boy turns to his brothers, intriguingly reporting his observation. One of them encourages his youngest to continue, asking him to tell the story. He says that he saw with his own eyes those who were spreading all these rumors all night. These people went to the mountain where the Great Celestial Library stands. The boy's listeners express their surprise simultaneously, and they are in complete solidarity. And there is only one thing that the older one doesn't like, the younger one using foul language in his presence. He begins to say what it all means, and the boy picks up, realizing that the rumors are true. The man says that the Bakers and the January brothers are doing complete nonsense, and if the Great Celestial Library suspects something, then they will soon get what they deserve. The man believes that while these two are laughing, the library is about to catch a big fish. The little one asks if he means the Bakers, and his brother responds with a gruff agreement. The boy reminds that there is no evidence, but his interlocutor believes that everyone in the library is a genius. Be that as it may, he is on this side, and his brothers reciprocate. A heavy sigh and a disappointed voice come from the walls of the Great Celestial Library. Goody is sad that they couldn't get everything back and only found 3 books about magic seals. Gov assumes that the rest of the items are either with the Bakers or the January sect. They, along with Goody, express a desire to take advantage of this opportunity and take revenge on the traitors. The Founder offers his brothers to tell him how they should take revenge on these people. They immediately get confused because, in fact, neither one of them has any good ideas. The Founder mentally calls these children stupid, but they say such dark words. After all, not counting just the heads, there are quite a lot of warriors in this family and sect. Guva's face changes before our eyes, and Goody asks him if he really came up with something. He replies that this is not true. His knee just itched, and Founder disapproves of this. And then, to everyone's amazement, Goody says that he has come up with something. He is going to report everything to Murti, because that is the essence of his existence. Gov reminds him that the head of the Alliance committed suicide, and Goody agrees, showing concern. They discuss it a little more, and then the younger one asks Founder about his own opinion. He mumbles something under his breath, and Goody hurries him, carefully asking what it is. The Founder reproaches the brothers, saying that instead of solving everything themselves, they blame everything on others. He says that he will come forward himself and say what he knows about the Bakers and the Januaries, but he is interrupted by a strange noise. Bursting into the room, the maid respectfully addresses the masters, and they ask her what happened. The girl starts talking about the January sect but stops, but quickly picks up again. Star reports that the Master of January has come to the library with his daughter. Meanwhile, the girl cautiously asks her father if maybe they came to the wrong place. There is nothing in this place, but the man is firmly convinced that this is the entrance to the great celestial library. It's just that this forest is a protective illusion against uninvited guests. Walking up this slope and slowly examining the area, the man says that this is it too, just like all those seemingly realistic clouds in the sky that he's now pointing to. House Ruth chuckles as she repeats her own words about it all being an illusion. Finding a lonely stone, the man approaches it and kicks it into the abyss. It falls and hits the ledges it comes across with a very realistic sound. The girl cannot believe that an illusion can be like this, but her father insists on his own. From somewhere they hear a welcoming voice, inviting the father and daughter to the great celestial library. Meanwhile, space begins to distort, showing the girl that her father was right. When the illusion is completely dispelled, the man hurries his daughter, asking her to follow him. Sometime later, the leader of the January sect was already laughing cheerfully. He expresses his joy at being received so warmly by the chief librarian and the heir. The man admits that he has always been curious about what this place is really like, and he continues to chat, at some point asking why his interlocutors are so quiet. The founder cannot understand why this man is laughing so strangely, but he continues to do so. The young man believes that no one in their right mind would laugh like that, suspecting that they want to distract him. He eventually asks about this behavior directly, expressing his complete lack of understanding. His interlocutor doesn't understand what the problem is, saying that he has been laughing like that since childhood. And then Founder decides to start fighting this man in his own way, also starting to laugh stupidly. At first, the man is taken aback, but bursts out laughing again, noting the strange sounds coming from the air. The Founder comes to the conclusion that his idea was a failure, but still maintains the image a little. The man says it's the first time he's seen anyone laugh like that, but his interlocutor repeats the sound. Sometime later, Founder realizes that, although they have been talking for a long time, nothing has changed. Addressing the elders, he announces his intention to leave them, but House asks to sit with them a little longer. But Founder politely declines, adding his own strange laugh at the end. Spring doesn't want to be alone with House, who expresses his hope that no one else laughs like that. And this guy, when Founder is already hiding, again bursts into a portion of his ridiculous laughter. The young man thinks that the daughter of this laugher should now be with his brothers in the yard. Still hearing that crazy laughter in his ears, Founder comes to the conclusion that the January brothers were not involved in the incident. After all, a man with such an absurd habit, who came to the library with his beloved daughter, is hardly capable of this. The young man comes to the conclusion that it will only be possible to get to the truth by torturing the manager. Coming closer, Founder asks the guys what they are talking about so nicely. Goody answers him first. The heir politely inquires about the young lady's comfort, and she says that she is having a good time. Then he asks about the rumors that discredit the January sect, and the girl agrees that they surprised her. Ruth says that taking advantage of these rumors, she just wanted to visit the library and began to beg her father. The Founder expresses satisfaction that they met, and mentally sighs with relief. Gov calls the girl educated because she told them about interesting paralyzing techniques. The Founder says that he would like to hear about this too, which makes Ruth embarrassed. And she thinks that at their last meeting she didn't know how to treat the heir of the library, but now everything is different. And in general, at first glance, she considers all the brothers to be good, but she does not understand what rumors they were talking about. A louder voice makes the girl abruptly leave her thoughts and flinch in surprise. Gov suggests that he asked her too impolite a question, to which Ruth tries to wriggle out of it. The founder jokingly scolds his younger brother, and the girl tries to understand what is being discussed. And he turns on, saying that his father once told him about the method of energy point rotation. Gov playfully points out to his older brother that he was right and the lady did indeed say that. Ruth reiterates that this is just a legend, and it is impossible to say for sure that this method exists. It turns out that these two decided to play a joke on the air, and he drives them away. Founder clears his throat, still feeling awkward, and Ruth lets out a low laugh. And then she suddenly asks if the heir would like to know anything personally from her. He is mentally amazed at the girl's foresight, because he really didn't drive his brothers away for no reason. He agrees with Ruth, asking the girl to tell about the bakers because he wants to put an end to the scandal. Later, House's laughter reaches the sky, and the man promises to invite the heir to his place someday. Ruth thanks Holly for accepting her and her father even though it was a surprise visit. While his daughter says goodbye, House restrains the urge to question her because something is bothering him. The man asks if his daughter thought this heir was strange, but Ruth doesn't understand what he means. House says that although the young man looks normal, his laugh is truly strange. Assuming that no one in this place notices this, the man bursts into his own personal laugh. Later, Founder takes a walk alone with his own thoughts and theories. He thinks of the Bakers, one of the most respected families with strong warriors. And although the founder hopes that the library will not give in to them in this, hope alone is not enough. It is precisely for such a case that the young man has prepared a plan, one of the links of which is the manager. In the process of its implementation, the founder wants to take advantage of the Baker family's vanity, and his combat skills and knowledge of the great celestial library will help him in this, among which one of the leading ones is the talents and knowledge of Bright Holy, and the experience of the former head of the Alliance, Murty, accumulated over many years of life. Founder plans to use all of this as a weapon against the Baker family. Although to do this, you will have to improve all your skills at least a little more. But if you bring in someone else to help, things start to look pretty good. Good suggests that their older brother is up to something, and Goody agrees with him. Star doesn't understand. The second heir believes that it's all about Lady Room, because after her visit, Founder has been on his own. Noticing the maid's face that had changed dramatically, Gov asks her what's wrong with her face. Next comes the assumption that two girls fell in love with him at once, and Goody sighs languidly. Star says she thought Founder was developing a plan to counter the Bakers, but it seems she was wrong. The young man, hearing this, mentally expresses relief that his shadow understands him. Meanwhile, the girl begins to voice her new version. When the maid says it's never too late to have a late dinner, Founder loses hope. The heir comes out from around the corner, agreeing with Star and suggesting that everyone eat their fill tonight. Founder stops Good, asking him to come to him, and then lowers his voice to a whisper. The heir gives his middle brother 2 days to extend the library's protective barrier beyond the abyss. The guy starts asking Founder why he needs this, but he asks him to be quieter. And he replies that he just wants to strengthen the defense just in case. Good accepts this answer. Later, Star catches up with her master almost silently, but he still hears her. Feeling the drowsiness emanating from her, Founder sends the girl to bed, but she tries to object. When the young man enters the place where the manager is being held, he asks for his release. His wish is immediately fulfilled without complaint, and Founder moves deeper towards his goal. The young man asks about the plan's participants, and Worthy says that he only discussed it with the Baker heir. The founder clarifies whether the captive is sure that it was indeed the family heir, and the answer is positive. The man says that if it weren't for this person, he wouldn't have dared to go so far. Expressing his understanding with this, Founder says that he asked this only out of curiosity. As he leaves, the young man reassures his interlocutor that he is not up to anything. The next day, Founder's brothers ask him why he called them. He praises the younger ones for coming and tells them that he wants to write a letter. Hearing that their brother dreamed of God, the boys are eager to find out what he advised him to write. And already beginning to answer, Founder maintains the intrigue. And then suddenly he shouts out the only word that makes him run. He says that after shouting this, the God he dreamed of disappeared. Gov will not understand what he needs to run from. The founder assumes that God meant the Baker family and begins to discuss this topic, and also list what they have managed to do in this matter, how far they have progressed. The young man agrees that inaction will lead to bloodshed, so he wants to send the Bakers a letter of reconciliation. But the brothers fundamentally disagree with him, because this family tried to destroy their own. In response to Guva and Goody's heated provocations, Founder asks what's wrong with living longer. At first they ask what he means, but soon the boys get it. They apologize to the heir, and he says that none of them will die. And suddenly he shouts out the name of his maid, calling her, and she appears just as immediately. Noticing the stick in the girl's hands, Founder says that he doesn't need it, but it wouldn't hurt to clean the room. He suggests that the brothers return to writing the letter since they now understand his point of view. The young man begins his message with who it is intended for and from whom, smoothly moving on to the essence. The founder admits his guilt because he could not control the tongues of his subordinates, wanting to suck up. He mentally admits to himself that he was wrong because figuring everything out turned out to be difficult, and this despite the fact that he spread rumors about the captured manager. The young man believes that if he grovels before the bakers in this letter, they will agree to end everything quietly. He suggests that after receiving this letter, the head of the family can send them an invitation immediately. And then the bodyguard appeared before his eyes and reported that a serious problem had arisen. The manager had a seizure, although no one touched him. No one knows what the matter is. Gov is the most surprised of all, asking how something like this could even happen. And Founder, while no one is looking, smirks secretly, remembering last night. He decided to do it all then to increase his chances of success and secrecy. The already strengthened youthful body began to rapidly shrink, reaching the desired size in a matter of seconds. The founder made a mental note that he could replenish his energy faster by saving time on sleep. He thought about the acupuncture points, remembering that the technique had worked then, and all that was left was a small matter. Only one thing puzzled the young man, that Gov asked Ruth about this. Founder found it strange. He heard that some masters use this secret technique, but few understand it. Perhaps the reason is that the person who came under its influence did not know when it happened. A cunning plan to take revenge on the bakers using this technique appeared in Founder's head. But everything needs to be done carefully, and for this it would be best to personally verify everything. And it was at that moment that Founder paid a visit to the manager in his prison cell. And while the young man gives the order to find out everything, he mentally convinces himself that his plan worked. He is delighted that due to the difference in the time of the attack and the start of the technique, no one will know anything. In his mind, the young man addresses the Baker family, promising to make them pay for their dirty tricks. A little later, in Northern Peaceful Beauty, the gentleman is asked about what the letter says. White Brain, the Baker's strategist, is informed that the great celestial library appears to be frightened. It's the head of the family, Seth, and he's relaying that the Hollies want to meet with them and apologize for the terrible rumors. The man who appeared at the door greeted his brother, who asked him to look at the letter in his hands. The leader asks his heir, Silver, to meet with Holy and subject them to a rigorous interrogation. But he asks not to meet them on the street, but to invite them inside immediately so that the librarians can quickly get into conversation. Silver suggests throwing a dinner party, inviting the children of noble families, and the chief approves. Later, Spring wonders how such a respectable family could behave in such an unworthy manner. Although these people's speeches are polite, the elder is able to read the subtext perfectly, in which Holy is being belittled. Goody asks if they really want to show that they have more power. Good does not consider the Bakers to be people. The whole trio is beside themselves with rage because the answer was not even written by the head of the family himself, but by some heir. And while the members of this family groan and seethe with anger, Founder is mentally reasoning. He believes the Bakers decided to humiliate Holly by forcing her to apologize in front of many people. Spring asks his child if he didn't feel anything when he saw such an answer. Founder has no patience for the sight of such calf-like tenderness of these dandelions. And the family huddles together again, starting to whine and sniffle, and the young man decides it's time to act. Jumping up from his seat, he growls, saying that he is simply incredibly angry about this letter. However, he cannot sit still, as he will break the entire room, so he asks not to follow him. He achieves approximately the same result as he wants. Everyone begins to feel sorry for the eldest heir. Meanwhile, he wonders where he should go. And Star, who had arrived just in time, asks if maybe it would be better for him not to go to the baker's appointment. The young man asks if she's really worried about him, and hears the same guess that he himself was thinking about. And then he laughs, asking the girl not to worry about him and admitting that he thought about it himself. Meanwhile, the merchants remain true to their traditions, inviting people into their shops and offering to sample delicious dishes. They offer pork and fried food, and Founder asks the maid what she would like to eat. The girl immediately has a request, and she immediately voices it to her master. And he agrees, but only adds that they will not eat shrimp but pork. When they enter the establishment and place an order, it is brought, and the girl cannot contain her admiration. And then, hastily but politely wishing his master a bon appetit, he begins to eat greedily. Once again, miasmas, the source of which is unknown, are beginning to spread through the streets, as they once did. These guys also can't understand what's going on, because there is no sewage anywhere nearby. They argue that while they are using invisibility technology, this rich man is eating delicious meat. The middle one throws out a clever remark, and the eldest one perceives it as an insult at his own expense. They start bickering again, noting that this has become part of their family tradition. The average one suggests that the library is up to something, but his interlocutor brushes it off. And he calls the average person stupid, but he doesn't hear him, suggesting that he see better what he sees. He suggests that the man was using a debunking technique or something like that. And the elder asks if this person is really looking at them and smiling right now. The maid, noticing her master's grin, asks what he is laughing at. She becomes interested, and the girl, noticing the trajectory of Founder's gaze, looks in the same direction. And the young master asks the maid to buy a bottle of the most expensive alcoholic drink when they leave. And later Star doesn't understand why he needed this wine, although there is much better one in the library. Soon, a loud and unfamiliar male voice is heard from behind, asking them to stop. The eldest of the brothers offers to talk, and Star, seeing them, is surprised. The man, meanwhile, continues, turning to the founder, asking why he behaves like this. Star starts talking about how her master is meeting them for the first time, but the elder tells her to shut her up. The man in color says he wants Mr. Holy to answer, and he asks Founder why he looked at them and laughed. The young man apologizes if his look offended them. It's just that he's never seen anyone from the Discovery Squad. The eldest one understands that this boy really noticed them, and the middle one gets goosebumps. The man speaks again, suggesting that the founder might know them, even though they don't know the librarians personally. And yet it seems to him that there is something familiar about this man. And walking around Founder from all sides, the elder asks if they had met by chance before. The young man answers mentally that it really happened. They really did meet several times in their past life. This man's name is Silverison Height, and he is a follower of the Discovery Force. The memory of how his favorite student was introduced to him involuntarily bursts into his head. The founder then turned to Silverison familiarly with a question. He asked the man if he wanted to tell him anything, and Silverison suggested to the head of the Alliance that they race to see who was faster. It is difficult for a founder to forget someone who left such a first impression even so many years ago. Although Silverison looks like a bandit at first glance, he is actually a talented student of the Discovery Squad. That's why Founder now laughs, saying that, in any case, it's never difficult to arrange an introduction. And he continues, adding that he had saved a bottle of this alcohol just for such an occasion. Silverison is transformed before our eyes, saying that he loves such acquaintances. The man introduces himself. The middle one follows his example, and it turns out that his name is Stilrison. The founder says that in the future, if they visit the library, they will be served much better alcohol. The boys immediately take him into their arms, but the young man insists on meeting later. Rijik can't contain his disappointment, and his brother asks about the reason for the turn away. Laughing, Founder says that won't work now because he has to get ready for dinner with the bakers. The man tells us to load everything efficiently, but carefully, without dropping anything. Star is asked to take good care of their brother and to always be by his side, anticipating danger. The girl asks the gentleman not to worry, promising that she will not let even a hair fall from the founder's head. Saying that nothing like that will happen, the young man says goodbye to his brothers. They ask the heir to return at all costs. Goody can barely hold back her tears. When the kibitka leaves, they continue to watch it for a long time until it disappears from sight. Goody asks her older brother if everything will be all right with the heir. He remains silent because he doesn't know. And then, encouraging the little one, he says that their brother will cope with whatever happens to him. Then he takes out a letter from Bianco Sendo, and Goody concludes that he will come to them soon. This is certainly good news for him, because this little one considers the man a brother. Bianco is the second son of the richest man in the north and Founder's only best friend. They continued to correspond even when the heir was in an unimaginably difficult situation. Goody is confident that Bianco and his older brother have a very strong, unbreakable friendship. The younger one asks if they are still keeping the man's arrival a secret, and the answer is yes. Goody is confident that once they deal with the bakers, a wonderful life will begin. Along with the music, a male voice can be heard humming along to the beat in the baker house. This is Silver, and his interlocutor assumes that the heir is in a good mood. He laughs, saying that it's all thanks to Flourish's acting, because it creates beautiful scenes in his head. Silver's half-brother, calling him brother, says that he is exaggerating, but he is interested. The heir agrees to share what he imagines to this music, and he says that there he killed people who begged him for mercy. There he took possession of all the riches and relics of all the families, reveling in his superiority and power. And the beautiful estate of these people was burning very beautifully, devoured by tongues of flame. Silver thoughtfully draws that this picture was incredible and inimitable. Flourish expresses hope that someday he will be able to see this himself, but only in reality. And his half-brother mentally adds that in this picture his family was destroyed. Silver also mentally calls Flourish an idiot who doesn't even know who his true enemy is. The man is sure that this is exactly what happens when a person does not have strength. And in the same way, they had no choice but to come and apologize, because they don't have it either. The maid who appeared informs Silver that their guests are already starting to arrive, and he is satisfied. The heir orders Flourish to play at a dinner for his guests, and he obsequiously agrees. Silver is mentally glad that this puppy understands that he is below him, and now he believes that it is the turn of the great celestial library. As Founder looks around, familiar voices call out to him. They ask each other how he is doing and remark that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The Founder is genuinely happy to see these people, greeting each one very respectfully. But a new face appears, expressing joy at meeting the heir of the great celestial library. Ruth takes the initiative to introduce herself, guessing that they have not met before. The fat man introduces himself as Dawnbright King, the second as Leader Royal, and only the third remains silent. And only when his companions finish their introduction, after a pause, he's called Sky Honor. Hearing that Lighter is from the Observant Squad, Founder remembers something about this organization. Last year, he received a letter from the leader who wanted to give the head of the Alliance a sword. The man then refused because he already had swords, which he valued highly, an interesting coincidence. Dawnbright says the library's heir looks different than he imagined. Founder elaborates. The fat man says he expected to see a gloomy man with sad eyes, but he looks quite happy. The Founder suggested that this man was someone to be wary of because of his potential marriage to the Bakers. But now he understands that this is not so, and Sky, meanwhile, declares that the library has neither shame nor conscience. He asks if Bright shouldn't be depressed, and he dares to smile and spread rumors about the Bakers. Ruth is outraged that Sky would say such terrible words in such a good place. He retorts. The Founder asks the lady not to think about it, but she still tries to defend his honor. The young man reminds her of her own words, agreeing that this place is not suitable for such conversations. The Founder recalls that the society Sky is a part of is the Baker's mongrels and elegantly points this out. The heirs immediately understand the hint and begin to laugh, although they desperately try to restrain themselves. Someone quietly approaches them and asks the company to go inside. This man turns out to be Silver himself, who allows himself a few polite pleasantries. Dawnbright openly and unrestrainedly welcomes the Baker heir. Sky acts as his opponent. Silver exchanges the usual polite greetings with each newcomer. And now it's the Founder's turn, who is in no hurry to enter. Silver hurries him, asking if this is really their first meeting, and the young man mentally curses him. The Baker heir greets the library heir respectfully, inviting him to the estate. The Founder thanks his interlocutor for the invitation, citing his full title. Inside, it turns out to be even more pompous than the young man could have imagined, which strengthens his thoughts. The Baker heir appears to be a gracious host at first glance, but Founder sees right through him. He knows for sure that this kid is up to something, and he is thinking about it, not taking his eyes off him. Founder is surprised that he hasn't been embarrassed yet, and Dutiful announces his intention to perform a trick. First of all, the young man asks those present to pay attention to his own glass. After this, Dutiful asks to turn his gaze to the glass of this lovely lady. Having gained the full attention of the audience, the young man begins to intricately swirl the liquid in his glass. And then, clearly using some technique, he makes the wine describe a simply unimaginable arc. Those present shout almost unanimously, beginning to praise the magic of the House of Fiery Loyalty. Even Founder finds this young man's skills truly quite unusual. However, he knows that this trick is based on placing his own energy into the glass. After that, everyone decided to show off their skills, and Shendra was the first to sing a song. The heiress of the House of Rum turned the contents of her own glass into a veritable firework, and Silver started dancing with a sword and a drop of wine, spinning around in the most unimaginable positions. And while Founder admires along with everyone else, he jokingly thinks that Silver has decided to stab him to death. While Sky strains with effort, the young man realizes that he is simply warming up the wine. Leader and Dawnbright decide to put on a show with their personal invisible weapon. He himself expresses a desire to demonstrate the skills he learned in the library as a child. The founder says this technique is called heavenly humility because it is connected to the divine touch. Downbright starts groaning, saying in between that it really is like him. And a little later, shining like the sun, the young man says that he feels as if he has been reborn. Dutiful is the most unrestrained of all when it comes to the light emanating from the king's heir. And then everyone, as one, rushes to the founder with a request to do the same with them. He agrees, but only once, and offers to be the first to host the dinner. Silver laughs softly, thanking the library's heir and asking him to begin. The founder mentally agrees, thinking that this person is behaving naturally. However, this is not the case, and since our hero has achieved his goal, he is confident that he will emerge victorious from the situation. Touching Silver, Founder thinks that all he has to do now is use the secret technique. The face of the impressive heir, who was not expecting anything, suddenly changes sharply and he tenses up. And then a groan escapes his lips, and Silver, taking breaks for breath, asks Founder to wait. People around him cannot believe that a person who is always so reserved shows emotions so openly. But then someone intervenes, asking the library's heir to stop immediately. Founder asks Dawnbright what's wrong, fearing that he has noticed his use of a secret technique. But the thing is different. The dumpling is unhappy that Silver is being given special attention. The founder justifies himself by saying that it was the baker heir who organized this dinner party. And then Dawnbright says that next time he will organize a similar event. The girls laugh knowingly, now understanding what the king's heir was trying to achieve when he suddenly screamed. Sky is irritated by this behavior because he considers Founder's technique to be an ordinary massage. But many don't think so. Dutiful is the second to book a dinner party, asking then not to miss his invitation. Saying goodbye to his heirs, Founder chuckles to himself, calling them the most ordinary children. But he is seriously puzzled by the fact that nothing happened at dinner, because he was sure that Silver had a plan. But one way or another, he fulfilled his mission. So now the rest does not matter. And as soon as Founder turns to Star, Silver calls out to him, offering to talk before leaving. The baker heir asks how he enjoyed his dinner tonight, to which his interlocutor replies that he had fun. Saying that he wanted to tell him something, Silver adds that he didn't want to spoil his appetite with these words. The founder intervenes, informing his interlocutor that he too has something to tell him. He gets straight to the point, saying he'll send Silver his former manager. The young man explains this intention by saying that the man has caused irreparable damage to the reputation of the Baker family. Silver now understands what his interlocutor meant and relaxes, agreeing with his words. The founder continues, saying that despite all the efforts, this man's tongue could not be loosened. Silver thinks that the manager could not help but tell the library everything, and he is her only proof. The young man can hardly contain his laughter, assuming that this man is so afraid of them. By exchanging pleasantries with Founder, he believes that he is trying to beg for mercy. The library's heir says he will give orders for the manager's transfer immediately upon his return. Silver invites Founder to begin a truly close brotherly relationship. He is amazed at the audacity of this man because he literally wanted to destroy the great celestial library. Founder starts laughing, politely declining and saying that someone like him is no match for someone like Silver. The latter emphasizes the interlocutor's reluctance to accept the proposal and asks to discuss it later. He is in a hurry now, but he assures Founder that he is already like a brother to him. Starting to laugh, he mentally wonders if he should kill this hypocrite right now. And later, in the kibitka, the young man once again sighs heavily, attracting the attention of his maid. Star offers his master something tasty to eat when they return, as it has been a difficult day. The founder agrees with her, and the little one who suddenly appears says that he also wants something tasty. Screaming, Star asks the boy who he is and learns that his name is Keisha Free. The boy asks Founder if he is really Bright Holy and says that his brothers told him to follow him. When asked where his brothers are and what they are doing, Kesha replies that they are sleeping on the street. The boy says that his turn to sleep outside has already passed, and now his older brothers do it. The founder asks Kesha to tell his brothers that today he will sleep on the street next to the Baker house. After all, today a very entertaining performance will unfold there, which will interest the little one. Later, while taking a bath, Silver begins to mentally list those who have visited him. In conclusion, he states the fact that they all gave him the same wine. It looks like it came from a regular market, but the young man thinks it's better than silk. One of the gifts is different from all the others, and it was given by the observance squad. Looking at these 12 needles, Silver comes to the conclusion that his mother will like them. The aroma that comes from the next box is pleasant to him. The man assumes that it is cedar, and the great celestial library gave it to him, which gives rise to certain thoughts. Silver doesn't understand this, because after the offer to become a brother, the heir had a strange expression on his face. The man is already dreaming about how Bright Holy will give massages to each of his family members. In the box, he notices the gift itself and involuntarily remembers how, through Worthy, he stole 3 books from the library. When the man looks at them carefully and reads the names, he suddenly feels uneasy. After all, these books look and are named exactly like those he stole from the library. On a sudden impulse, Silver quickly opens the books one by one. And he doesn't understand what kind of tricks these library bastards are doing, because the inside of the pages are blank. The heir decides to immediately inform his father about this, because he is overcome by a bad feeling. However, he suddenly realizes that he doesn't want to upset his parent since the dinner went well. He thinks that if the library asks for the books to be returned to them, he will gladly agree. It will not look like a complaint. He will accept disobedience with an open heart, but then he will take revenge. At first, Silver doesn't even notice the changes that have occurred in his body, but then it becomes too late. He is thrown back so abruptly that the man does not have time to really be surprised and digest it all. Luckily, there is a bathtub behind him, and the heir's body falls straight into it, softening the blow a little. For some time, the water surface remains motionless, only spreading residual circles across its surface. But then the seething that began beneath its thickness immediately became too active, and the heir emerges from the bath with a piercing yet inarticulate cry. He desperately tries to at least crawl closer to the exit, but nothing works. Silver desperately tries to attract the attention of the servants on the other side, but in vain. It twists him so much that it seems to the man as if his insides have long since turned to mush, and then his body simply falls, exhausted, into the water, and the baker heir's strength leaves him. Even though it is so, and he cannot say anything, Silver's thoughts are incredibly loud and desperate right now. Throwing himself between pleas and curses, he sees the image of this man most clearly before him. Well, the trio from the Discovery Squad listens to every rustle, trying to become among the very first witnesses. The inconsolable man remains silent, and his interlocutor assumes that the young gentleman had no enemies. He is told that this did not happen due to an oversaturation of internal energy, which means that there was clearly someone involved in this matter, a master who knew which energy points to press. The head of the Baker family is asked who he thinks could have done something like this to the heir of his family. He can't stand it anymore and shouts at Seth to not remain silent, because he needs to do something about all of this and start acting. The man thinks that in reality there may be many enemies, or there may not be any at all. The doctor asks the gentleman to think about it and promises to do everything in his power to help. He thanks him, and the man leaves, saying that he needs to make some important preparations for this. He himself thinks that the one who did this to the heir is not an easy person. After all, even with his knowledge, he cannot guess who could have pressed on Silver's 7 energy points. Moreover, the heir did not commit any dangerous actions today. He only held a dinner party. Moreover, everyone who was present there says that everything went very well. The man is inclined to believe that it was a secret technique, but this does not narrow the search for the culprit. This suggests that a person with such technology must have a simply incredible level of skill. The younger ones note that a lot of time has passed since their brother left. Kesha adds that the bakers are still uneasy. The elder suggests that Silverison could have been caught. But then he appears, asking Stilverson to repeat what he just said. The man curses in frustration. Silverison shares what he has learned with his brothers, saying that the library's heir was right. Kesha admires him and asks how Founder could know this, but his interlocutor suggests that he find out for himself. Little One is happy that they are going to the library, and his older brother tells the boy to shut up, and only Silverison remains silent, immersed in thoughts about what happened. Later, their delighted cry fills the entire area, notifying everyone that they are very tasty. One of the 3 admits that this is the first time he has eaten something like this, and the other asks the heir to bring them some wine. Still Risen asks the dissatisfied people why they are staring at them with such strange looks. Goody tells the homeless people to mind their manners and not treat the library's heir so rudely. A small squabble ensues between them, in which neither feels guilty and is willing to back down. Goody says that now he will teach these homeless people a lesson, and Founder egged him on. The middle one says that he can ask the third brother to forgive him for this offense if he brings them a drink. But Goody refuses, saying that it would be better for him to teach his dear guests etiquette. Silverison informs the heir of his intention to take a walk, arguing that it is good for the stomach. Later, he asks Founder how he knew in advance that such a disaster would happen to the baker heir. The young man replies that the stars told him about this, to which his interlocutor bursts into loud laughter. And then he asks him to tell him just this once who was the one who did this to the baker heir. The Founder speaks in a veiled manner, suggesting that this man has the power to destroy all the bakers. And after he asks why he would reveal his identity, Silverison makes a guess. He asks if, in that case, maybe Silver was killed by Founder himself. He stops and slowly turns only his head towards his interlocutor. And then he asks him to clarify. That is, he wants to say that he is capable of doing this. Silverison is at a loss, thinking that, in fact, he thought that the heir of the library was innocent. The man is about to continue his thought, but suddenly begins to feel something strange. The Founder slowly asks him what happened, whether the gentleman is really unwell. Silverison asks in turn whether the heir received a reward for this or kills indiscriminately. Founder pauses for quite a long time before answering, and then he asks the man to follow him, saying that he wants to show him something. He tells Silverison that this man, in collusion with the bakers, was destroying the library from the inside. The man expresses joy at being strengthened in his convictions, but for the Founder this is unexpected. Silverison says that he too tried to get to the bottom of this, but was unable to, and asks the library's heir about his next steps. The young man replies that he is going to invite the head of the Baker family to his place. But until then, he needs to meet other people. Silverison clarifies their identities. The Founder answers evasively, but says that his interlocutor knows them well. The White Brain informs its master that it has managed to collect all the pages of the torn books. They were a gift from the Great Celestial Library, yet each sheet was blank. Seth begins to get angry, assuming that the library is playing a joke on their family. The Brain agrees and says that a large chest and a letter were recently received from this family. The man mentally goes over all this in his head and orders the chest to be opened immediately. They do this very carefully, using people they don't feel sorry for in order to avoid unnecessary problems. When the lid of the chest flies off, those standing nearby recoil from the unimaginable stench. The same thought comes to everyone's mind, and only one dares to start speaking. The head of the family needs all his self-control not to burst into anger. He immediately asks for the letter and, starting to read, sees lines about his own crimes. As a result, the heavens sent a curse on the heir of Seth, but the library, by the will of the heavens, also changed its mind. She won't let the manager go, but since there was an agreement, she sent the baker's leader of the bodyguards to check everything. As he reads the final lines, Seth loses the last of his composure and screams at the top of his lungs. He openly, leaving behind all evasions and hypocrisy, pronounces the name of the Black Squad, and the head of the Baker family publicly announces that today, the library will disappear from the face of the earth. A little later, having made the necessary preparations, he sets off with his subordinates to the enemy camp. Seth is in charge of everything personally, wanting to punish negligent librarians with his own hands. Stopping at the limit of the illusion, the man mentally calls upon himself to calm down a little, and then he expresses hope that the library is ready to answer for everything to his family. Instead of an intelligible answer, a mad laughter echoes throughout the area. But then, when it stops, Seth and his henchmen hear words about gifts sent to the head of the bakers. The Founder asks if they are still threatening his family after this. Seth tells them to put the chatter aside, asking if he is to blame for what happened to his son. The Founder asks in turn whether this man wants to believe that he is the culprit. After all, others are not to blame for this. The bakers themselves are to blame, and they are not thirsting for revenge, but to take out their grievances on him. The Founder asks inquiringly about Seth's plans to destroy the library tonight. Or the Black Company will do it, and the head of the bakers will come running after him and play pranks on his grieving friends. Seth compliments Founder on his intelligence, but says it won't be enough to survive. A strange laughter is heard nearby, and Seth is approached, questioned about the sincerity of what he said. After all, if this is really true, the head of the Rum family promises to use his blade against the bakers. The The black squad begins to shrink, not understanding where House is coming from, but he says that he is not alone. And indeed, soon the heads of other noble houses, Smart Stretch and Grace Sidling, make their presence known. The leaders of the Continental family and the Observant Squad are also shocked by the intentions of the head of the Baker family. But that's not all. Another one of those present is highly respected, but for some reason remains silent to this day. Seth, when he sees him, gets the shivers. Seeing him here is the most unpleasant thing. This is Elder Baker, who is supposed to be in exile outside the country. Seth remembers being exiled from his family when they seized power and wonders how they were able to find him. Silverson acknowledges the genius of Founder's plan, and Founder thanks him for his assistance. The man turns to the head of the Bakers, asking what he will do now. After all, now it doesn't look like there's any way to get out of this situation, and he is asked to get down on his knees and ask for forgiveness before it is too late. Seth bursts out laughing, calling it arrogance, and says he's not even surprised by that. And he asks if they really think he came to fight the library empty-handed. And the man, in a loud voice, gives the order to his subordinates to prepare the shells. While those present are amazed at this, Seth begins his tirade about his superiority and the weakness of others. He says that the library cannot withstand the fate he has in store for it. And seeing that those present do not react, he asks them if they are really scared. In the silence that follows, measured claps are heard and Founder speaks up. He mocks his opponent, saying that he was already disappointed but does not express surprise. And he suggests continuing this conversation, but later, after Seth Baker's fall, the man begins to boil, trying to ask what these stupid words mean. He is unable to finish his thought, because the ground begins to slip out from under his feet. Akaya, the warriors of the Black Company begin to shout in unison about the earthquake that happened. But that is not all, for the stronghold beneath their feet opens up, forcing them to fall into the very abyss. And only Seth remains the calmest, mentally assuming that what is happening is an illusion. And yet he thrusts his sword into the nearby stone wall, wanting to slow his fall. The man shouts to the others that what is happening is unreal, and that it is just an illusion, and orders them to gather. But the members of the Black Squad do not listen to the voice of reason, squealing in fear and asking the master to save them. The man understands that if this warrior falls on him, then that will definitely be the end for him. And wanting to save his life, Seth throws the unfortunate man aside, but misses one detail. The man's limb catches on a sword sticking out of the stone wall and it falls out under the force. Seth falls with him, doing several spins in the air as he flies. Falling into the dark depths, the man reassures himself that the ground is still far away, which means everything is fine. Besides, the mountain on which the library stands is not actually that high, it is just an illusion. And the man again shouts to his comrades not to allow themselves to be deceived and fall for the illusion. And the gathering of library assistants, observing this entire process, make a guess. They are interested in making sure that this is what it looks like from the outside to be in an illusion. And while they praise the library, Founder mentally expresses joy at the expansion of the protective seal's range. And someone caught in the trap warns the others that the earth is approaching. They burst into cries of pain and fear in a variety of voices, moaning from hopelessness. And the very next moment, those who were just alive and well commit suicide. Wing and Royal can't believe that these people behave like this in a normal illusion. Grace understands what is going on and explains it to others, saying that the soul and body are one. Someone asks if all these people really believed that they were falling inside the mountain, and he receives in response the words that this is quite possible if you sincerely believe. In this case, the so-called illusion may also be the cause of death. The Founder turns to his bodyguards, asking them to take away all these bodies, and they accept the order. Smart notes that the library's heir didn't even hesitate, and the others pick up on his alarming thoughts. They suggest that they were called not to protect themselves from the Bakers, but to show the true face of the family. The elder, having looked at all these senseless sacrifices, shook his head in resignation. And then he approaches the heir of the library and addresses him directly. The old man tells the boy that among the Black Squad there are still living people, albeit seriously wounded. He asks for relief from their suffering, and Founder responds with understanding consent. And when the library's heir gives the signal to his warriors, Elder Baker thanks him. Later, the head of the family in exile publicly admits that he considers what is happening to be a colossal disgrace. He couldn't even imagine that Seth not only wanted to strengthen the Baker's power, but was also so unscrupulous. Grace and Smart reassure their grandfather, saying that even they could have fallen victim to this insidious man. Silverison calls on everyone to put an end to this oohing and aahing and end the meeting, as it is already late. Many people support him, and the council is slowly starting to close down its operations. And yet the question arises of compiling a list of the best warriors to once and for all reign in the Bakers. Founder's mind can't help but be reminded of the times when he was the head of the Murti Alliance. And although those meetings were boring, he still misses some people from his past life. Founder thinks about visiting the Alliance but stops himself because he has only learned 2 skills. Of his 3 secret weapons, only blood integrity is one he hasn't mastered, but the others require further development. He is distracted from his thoughts by being asked what he thinks about this, and this completely confuses Founder. And he decides to answer abstractly, allowing the council members to do as they wish, as they have already decided. Silverison is not against this in principle, but he is uneasy about the enviable calm of the library's heir. The man wonders if this guy is a genius, and his interlocutor fills the awkwardness with laughter. And just as they are about to truly finish everything, a heartbreaking roar is heard somewhere nearby. Kesha, who had run inside, addressed his brother and the elders, barely restraining the urge to babble. And so that it is clear to everyone, it is reported that the head of the Baker family is currently in a rage. His eyes glow red, and it seems like he rose up only to take revenge. Those around cannot verify this, and the bodyguards are given an order to check everything, and they accept it. Gov, approaching his older brother, asks the heir of the library what is going on. The founder is puzzled, as this could mean that Seth awakened a hidden power before his death. Founder asks Gov to make sure the library is well protected and to stay with their grandfather. The heir asks the others how the situation is, and one of the bodyguards undertakes to find out everything. It is later revealed that Seth's body shook during transport, and the same thing happened to his subordinates. Although the library's warriors were more numerous, the situation was not turning in their favor. The continuation of this seemingly unrealistic massacre can be observed even now. It continues. It seems that Seth does not see and does not notice at all the bodyguards flying at him from above. However, at the last moment, he manages to parry each of their blows with enviable ease. Seth lets out a growl like a wild animal as he releases a burst of increased energy. Just at this moment, our company arrives, eagerly peering at the fighters. Seeing this picture, Founder mentally notes that this man has quite a lot of energy. Kesha hopes that the library's heir will summon all his warriors here. Goody answers for him, believing that although it seems more logical, in fact, it is irrational. Kesha then suggests that the heir fight, because he heard from the elders that he is very strong. The founder mentally notes that this will be extremely difficult, and thinks about the duration of the awakening of the hidden power. It is usually active for half an hour, after which its host dies. Meanwhile, the heads of the other members of the union are filled with completely different thoughts. Since the possessed person does not use weapons, he is left to expose himself to the enemy. Royal is delighted with this outcome, because it means that victory is practically in his pocket. But no, at some point, along with his distorted face, a cry of disbelief bursts out of him. Everyone present understands that if more of the fallen rise, the situation will become worse. The leader of the observance squad closes his eyes because he doesn't want to die yet. He still had plans for this life. And although he clearly hears the sound of the blow, he does not feel pain, so he scouts out the situation. It's all about the savior, whom the old man did not expect, and now he owes his life to him. And while he is amazed at the miraculous rescue, Founder asks Royal if he is okay. Meanwhile, the heir asks the man for permission to borrow his sword since the guy does not have it with him. And without waiting for an answer, Founder rushes towards the rebellious Seth, thinking about his tactics. He remembers that in order to quickly sort everything out, he needs to hit exactly this spot. After all, this is the source from which all the hidden power accumulated in the revived corpse emanates. On the way to the source of all the problems, the guy manages to deal with the first zombie. The first is followed by the second. The founder specifically chooses his trajectory. This is how he manages to minimize casualties on the part of his allies and bodyguards. He continues to move around the field until he reaches his final goal. When Founder is just meters away, Seth turns around, sensing his presence. The man says he doesn't believe the library's heir decided to fight him personally. But he doesn't mind at all because he offers to look at Founder's intestines. The latter did not slow down for a second, and when they collided, an explosion occurred. All those who witnessed this involuntarily shuddered and cried out, worrying about the heir of the library. But when the smoke clears, he turns out to be alive and well, but still has no intention of retreating. As if accelerating even further, Founder fills his body with energy and surrounds it with a protective barrier. It helps him literally float without touching the ground as he moves. The young man makes a beautiful movement now, in contrast, as if slowing down and turning around a wide axis. Seth, who sees all this, is mentally indignant because he cannot believe that Founder was not affected. Meanwhile, the young man gets too close and cuts the enemy's body with a wide swing of his blade. Along with the gushing blood from the open wound, red liquid also bursts out of the mouth along with a cough. They rush to the aid of the library's heir, shouting appeals to him, but they slow down, puzzled. Smart promises that he will no longer believe rumors about him. House openly admires this young man. The Founder, however, gently counters, saying that the head of the Baker family fell because he had used up his power. And while talking, the young man doesn't notice that they are watching him, analyzing his movements in battle and techniques. And someone, intoxicated with victory, suggests getting together and finally destroying the Baker family. Later, under cover of night, the brother asks his brother if he hears those loud sounds. He explains to him that the reason for this was the families from the northern lands who disturbed their peace. While the heir tries to call Flourish by name and ask about his father, he explains the situation to him. Hearing about his father's supposed loss, what was once silver begins to rush about in despair. Somehow the former heir of the Bakers squeezes out a request to kill him. And then he tries to give arguments for this, but Flourish reproaches his brother for giving up on life. And expressing joy at what is happening, he suggests that Silver is not at all knowledgeable about people. Then Flourish asks his stepbrother what it's like to feel worthless. Continuing to mock Silver's indignation, he says that for his own pleasure, he will take care of him for the rest of his life. And laughing ominously, he adds that they still have to live together for a very, very long time. Time passes, and it is midday the next day after the attack on the Baker family. News comes that during this action, the Baker army was completely defeated. After the great Celestial Library learned of this, they began to rejoice and celebrate. Looking at his fools, Founder only chuckles to himself without condemning them. A few days later, role model Baker arrives at the library with the stolen treasures and gold. According to the investigation, the Bakers destroyed at least 5 families. The elder apologized to them all, promising to provide personal assistance in the restoration. The Founder is amazed at how strong this man's sense of responsibility is. The next to arrive was the head of the Continental Military Administration, bearing a gift and apologies. He heard that the library's heir was looking for healing plants, so he gives him the Soul Power Flower. Noticing how quickly and dramatically Founder's face changes, the man expresses concern about this. The thing is that after taking the snake's blood, the young man cannot find the remaining ingredients for a long time. I didn't even know if I could get them, but then suddenly I got such a suitable gift. King misunderstands the young man, becoming upset and promising to prepare something more worthwhile next time. However, Founder abruptly interrupts him, declaring that this gift is the best one for him. After this, the guests are visited in the library by the heads of the White House and the House of Fiery Loyalty. The latter shares that the head of the January sect does not have a gift ready, so he could not come. House invites his daughter to the library, as the other families have already made their visits. And the girl asks him if it's okay that they come empty-handed. But the gift is ready. Asking what kind of gift this is, Ruth learns that her father wants to marry her off to the heir of the library. The man continues to talk about how it would be good for them to get to know each other better, but stops short. And then he belatedly realizes that he shouldn't have dumped everything on the girl so suddenly. At night, beggars came to the library, but only empty-handed, loudly announcing their appearance. When they had eaten their fill of the meat provided, they rested a little and left. The captain of the observance squad decided to visit the Great Celestial Library with his son. While Founder recalls their first and last meeting, the young man communicates with him as with a close friend. As a gift, the leader of observance gives the heir of the library one of the swords of his choice, and he remembers the very letter that this man wrote to him in his past life. Taking the first sword in his hands, Founder begins to describe it, simultaneously expressing his admiration for this work. The head of the royals thanks the young man for his kind words, but also asks to look at other weapons. The second sword is a surprisingly harmonious combination of lightness and hardness. But that's not all. In the flow of energy, it becomes very flexible, which is convenient when using a wide variety of techniques. Mr. Royal, laughing, agrees with these words, but this is not the whole weapon. Removing the lid from the third box, Founder is even at a loss at what he sees in front of him. The scabbard and hilt of this sword turn out to be very old, The young man did not think that it would turn out to be like this. Then Founder decides to take a closer look at the weapon provided to him, using a special technique. By repeatedly increasing the focus as he gets closer, the young man notices something curious. Meanwhile, the leader of observance politely urges the library's heir, asking his opinion about this blade. Founder speaks briefly, but his opinion is that this sword is good and he liked it very much. His interlocutor suddenly becomes flustered, involuntarily asking a clarifying question, the answer to which is again positive. But he quickly pulls himself together, asking which sword the library's heir ended up liking more than all the others. The founder replies that each one is very good in their own way, but he still wants to take the first one. Royal asks if his interlocutor could explain why he made this particular choice. The founder says that the first one suits him better than the second one, and the man asks him about the third one. Then the library's heir asks in return whether Royal hadn't been working on it his entire life. The young man says that he simply cannot take such a great treasure from the creator. He simply would not dare. Royal says he knew the library's heir would understand, but he wonders how it happened. The founder says that next to this sword, any other sword will lose its value, but the creator must possess it. In his hands, the blade will become so sharp that it can cut through anything, and the energy will multiply. And the runes on the sword are arranged in such a way that they bring any energy into harmony, making it more mobile. The founder says that he cannot even express in words his admiration for this work, and therefore cannot accept it. After a rather long pause, Royal says that this sword was made for the best man in the entire world. The blacksmith forged it so that it would be no less powerful than what the head of the alliance, Murti, already possessed. But he died, and the man asks if this means that someone else should wield this weapon. And he very politely asks the heir of the great celestial library to accept him. He can't wait to see how this sword can unfold in the hands of a young man, because with it he can reach the top. The founder hardly believes that such coincidences can happen in this world. He finds this kind of connection incredible and therefore even more surprising. And the young man respectfully thanks the head of the observance squad, accepting such a valuable gift. The younger brothers discuss how worthless the gifts all these people brought were. And while Founder mentally disagrees with them, Spring decides the fate of the remaining participants in the conspiracy. Goody expresses joy that this has happened, admitting that he thought Murti's alliance was blind. Alex agrees with this, and Founder, realizing that he has not yet been forgotten, shifts the focus a little. He believes that the Baker's allies will not take drastic action to avoid putting themselves at risk. And yet, by creating their own union, they will be able, if necessary, to resist them. Moreover, the library has always supported him, so it is possible to take control of the surrounding areas. Hearing that the territory can also be protected with runes, Spring says that he likes the idea and will bring it to the Union. The estate is filled with Guva's laughter and words about how their family will soon become the best in the world. Rumors are circulating around town that it was the library's heir who made the greatest contribution to the victory over the Bakers. But many do not believe this, because librarians are not warriors, but scientists who only read books. They counter this by saying that there is no smoke without fire, and that they played a major role in that battle. And yet, many do not understand how the heir managed to transform himself so radically. The gentleman is asked to stop discussing this because now everything has changed. He is skeptical about the recommendation. The man suggests checking everything and killing this person because later he will regret it. In response, he hears words that this will not happen, and he begins to lament, blaming himself. A man is shown letters from a friend, and he asks inquiringly whether they are farewell letters. Bianco advises his interlocutor to look again at the first 6 letters and read the resulting word. At first, the man is skeptical about this, but then everything dawns on him. Bianco continues, saying that these letters are encrypted correspondence with Bright Holy. Reading what was written, the man is outraged that this puppy did not communicate his change of mind. Hearing the words that the Ta organization will not stop until the task is completed, Bianco says that he is looking forward to it. The man asks if he will die too then, and hears in response that this is his karma for the death of his friend. His interlocutor says outright that he considers these two to be abnormal, and Bianco starts talking nonsense. By saying that the sun is bright today, he says that he and the library's heir will die before it sets. They tell the brother that they will soon come to that very restaurant and ask if he is looking forward to it. The founder agrees, recalling how long it has been since they all went out together. Gov says that today he will try a dish whose taste he will never forget. The founder recalls how a few days ago this guy begged him to go with him to this place. He wonders if the new dish Gov wants to try is really that delicious. Meanwhile, Goody asks her brother to look towards the counter with wooden toys. He asks Guva if he remembers how they played war with these as children, and he agrees. The founder asks the younger ones to continue on their way, but they don't even hear him. The young man suggests that the maid go ahead and find and occupy a suitable table, but she expresses uncertainty. She offers to go and get her master's brothers, but he doesn't understand what this all means. The girl runs away, calling out to her younger heirs as she goes, and Founder can only sigh heavily. When she joins Goody and Guvu, the young man is completely at a loss, not knowing how to react to all this. He wonders what he should do with them and whether he should do anything at all in this case. The sequence of these thoughts is suddenly interrupted by a very familiar feeling, and Founder listens to the sensations. It turns out to be nothing more than a desire to kill, and the young man begins searching for the source of the potential threat. It is accepted not only by sensations, but also by other senses to explore the territory. The next discovery comes as a surprise to the young man, as his intuition leads him to the old woman. The founder takes a closer look at her and dismisses his theory. No, this is not just an old woman. The one who has put on this harmless, at first glance mask is only pretending to be one. Her steps are uneven, but it all happens quite naturally. And although the vertebrae are visible due to the stoop, the muscles do not look weakened by old age at all. The teeth that are visible from under pursed lips are not at all like those of older people, and the founder confidently concludes that this is not an old woman at all, but a middle-aged woman. The young man also notes the fact that she walked in the other direction even after they met eyes. He assumes that when she passes by, the illusion might fall away, and he thinks about the owners of the sent one. For some reason, it seems to him that it can't be the bakers, so there's only one option left. But Founder doesn't understand why he decided to do this, because Bright invited him to the library. The young man thinks that first of all, he needs to eliminate the threat hanging over him. But it begins to seem to him that it is not only the old woman who wants to kill him, but also this lame guy. A thin, middle-aged man passing nearby also emanates a threat. And so there are only 4 of them, including the man picking his nose behind Founder. This surprises him, because it seemed to him that he had eliminated all the warriors capable of killing the heir. Goody accidentally notices movement with her peripheral vision and turns her questioning gaze there. At this moment, the founder thinks about his observations, wanting to test the abilities of the mercenaries. Beginning to understand the gravity of the situation, Goody apologizes to his older brother for his weakness. But the whole trinity remembers the heir only when he presses the grandmother to the ground by the throat. Star asks his master why he hit the poor woman so hard. His brothers are calling him. The maid asks the old lady if she is okay, and Gov says that she has already passed away. The young man notices something and asks Star not to rush to conclusions, and it dawns on her too. Meanwhile, Founder is approaching his second target, raising his hand to strike. The man who correctly interpreted his intentions recalls that this man was described to them differently. They were told that the heir to the great celestial library dreams of dying, and this behavior is unnatural. The mercenary doesn't understand why Bright Holy is attacking them and where he got such fighting skill. However, it is not possible to think about this for long, since the founder is serious. Noticing danger moving towards his older brother, Goody loudly warns about it. 2 assassins decide to attack in sync, increasing their chances of winning. But Founder notices them himself, though he escapes the attack at the very last moment. Abruptly changing its trajectory, it approaches the first one, the one that is closer. Sharply grabbing the would-be killer by the arm, Founder twists it, depriving him of the opportunity to resist. And grabbing the sword in his own hands, he pierces his opponent right in the chest. One of the remaining survivors no longer feels as confident as before, but somehow he still tries to resist, because an order is an order, and it's too late to retreat. The founder, spinning like a top, evades the attack, which should have at least caught him. This lowers his self-confidence even more, but the mercenary still holds on. He decides to resort to his best techniques to increase his chances of success. But Founder can handle everything, and he moves through the enemy's equipment very skillfully, preparing his own. He begins to strike the mercenary's entire body, but they are not chaotic, but rather have a specific goal. The man begins to speak, trying to ask how a weak man could pull off something like this. However, he gets confused and says that he himself attacked the necessary blood points. Breathing heavily and overcoming the pain, the man still manages to laugh brokenly. And then he says that the task is completed and falls to the ground unconscious. Founder knows it's poison, and it's a good thing it doesn't affect him after he's consumed the hexagonal serpent's blood. And yet, It is unpleasant for him to realize that someone managed to get him, even though the task was not completed. Founder is asked who it was and what they wanted from him. Star asks about potential injuries. The young man asks if it was the Holy Trinity who arranged all this. After all, it was they who had been persuading him for several days in a row to go to the city together. Goody starts to hesitate, but says that everything is not like that at all. Gov laughs nervously, and Star says that she is not involved. The founder asks why they didn't tell him anything about Bianco being somewhere nearby. Gov takes the liberty of showing his brother his reply, saying that he wanted to give his friend a surprise. At the same moment, Founder senses another familiar sensation and activates the technique. And then he directs his gaze where it is needed, quickly finding the source of energy. Bianco slowly steps out onto the balcony at the same moment, looking around the square below with pleasure. However, his facial expression changes abruptly, and the young man even loses the power of speech. Seeing what happened, Bianco thinks it all out himself and begins to laugh quietly. He cannot believe that a man who lived because he could not die is fighting for his life. Bianco approaches Hope, asking if he can believe it, that his friend killed to survive. The man offers to throw a party if the gentleman is concerned, but now there is another problem. For the heir of the library wants to kill Bianco, and he expresses joy at meeting him. The young man asks his dear friend to hurry to him even faster. He asks him to fly, and he fulfills Bianco's request almost literally, pushing off from the obstacles at hand. Despite the expression on Founder's face, the heir's friend sees no reason to worry. Well, he punches Bianco in the face, and even then he doesn't feel any negative emotions towards the attacker. Falling from the force of the blow, the young man mentally expresses his joy at the fact that Bright is so energetic again. As he continues his flight, as if in slow motion, Bianco thinks that he is impressed. And while Bright's precious friend finishes his fall, Founder says that there must be a limit to any stupidity. He asks Bianco if he couldn't make sure he was doing the right thing himself. Hope laughs conciliatorily, turning to Founder and suggesting that his master has been out of order for some time now. The young man remembers this man, and he says in advance that he is not to blame for what happened. The Founder remembers this man as someone who can figure out anything for a tidy sum. He himself hired him in a past life to obtain the necessary information. Everything falls into place, and Hope says that all he did was fulfill his contractual obligations. The Founder thinks that the previous Bright Holy is to blame for everything that happened to him and his body. And later, the angry grandfather asks Bianco if he has really gone completely crazy. Spring is shocked that all the correspondence between his grandson and this bastard is planning the death of the heir. He doesn't understand why he now needs to keep everything to himself. It simply doesn't fit in his head. The old man is angry that this time everything almost ended badly. After all, he almost lost not only his own grandson, but also the one he loved in a similar way. Spring assures Bianco that everything will be fine for them now, that there will only be good days. The young man cannot remain indifferent, so he reciprocates his mentor's feelings. The Founder, watching this, breathes a sigh of relief, happy that everything has worked out. Later, Bianco announced his intention to terminate the contract, but he was even glad, because the problems had been resolved. Hope assumes that his interlocutor did not understand what he had just tried to explain to him. The man repeats the words again, this time in color, about the problem not being solved. Bianco clarifies. Hope reminds her interlocutor that the case was entrusted to the limitless killers. Their name speaks for itself. Such people always go to the very end until they achieve their goal. Besides being excellent martial artists, these guys don't know what defeat is. Bianco starts to speak, expressing his assumption about his close friend, but stops short. And then he asks Hope to terminate the contract with these people, and he says that he won't be able to. There is an awkward silence between them for a moment, but it is broken by Bianco's giggles. The young man suggests simply paying the limitless killers double the price and, of course, thanking them. Hope repeats the words that nothing will work out and says that money is not everything. Bianco asks if his interlocutor has no ideas on how to sort this out, and he confirms this. More precisely, there are ideas, even two, but either Bright Holy or the members of the limitless killers must die. Bianco says he doesn't see a problem with that, and his interlocutor asks what he's up to. The young man says that if the deaths of people in this organization decide everything, then that is what they will do. And he, causing complete stupor in his interlocutor, suggests hiring another group of killers for this matter. Bianco asks Hope to find the best martial artists and pay them double the amount. He proposes to assemble the so-called Death Squad, and the Heavenly Squad will look after Bright Holy. Hope can't help but laugh nervously, and then says that his interlocutor is talking nonsense. Although he adds that he is ready to do anything for money, Bianco asks for one more favor. He asks Hope to keep this conversation a secret from Bright, and the man expresses his understanding. Bianco swears playfully, actually pleased, and mentally assures Bright that he will take care of everything. The young man remembers what his dear friend was like for a very long time, and also the recent scene, how the heir of the great celestial library became, having changed beyond recognition. And Hope expresses her opinion out loud that now this plan needs to be put into action. And he asks the young man to be ready to begin implementing their plan from tomorrow. In the morning, Founder asks his sworn friend if he is really leaving, since he doesn't mind Bianco staying. The young man laughs sheepishly, wondering if his interlocutor really wants him to stay. He says that he has business now, but now they can meet whenever they want. Founder asks Bianco to stop. Our active, youthful guys wish Bianco and Hope a safe journey. The Founder, however, notes with relief the fact that they have left and now the time has come. As he leaves, the heir asks Guva and Goody to go to his chambers, as he must talk to them. The guys get tense and ask the maid if she knows what could have happened. She says yes. The girl says they're going to get their asses kicked because her master almost died this time. Goody reminds the girl that she also helped them, and Gov suggests that his brother not make his situation worse. Sitting over his precious gift, Founder wonders if he should use it now. After all, the young man wants to increase and restore his strength as quickly as possible. The Founder believes it is necessary to achieve the state of blood integrity as soon as possible in order to return to the previous level. He remembers how he gained immunity to poisons by drinking the blood of that stinking snake. And if the killers hadn't relied on poison during that attack, he would have been in big trouble. And while he is thinking about how Spring promised to help him with the poisonous insects, the brothers arrive. The Founder starts to speak, inviting the guys to settle in, but stops short. Their appearance puzzles him. The young man cannot understand what is wrong with them. And yet, Founder tells his brothers that soon it will be difficult for him to leave his chambers. Because of the flowers' reception, he asks Guva to take care of everything for him, and he is very confused. The Founder confirms his words, reminding that the grandfather is old, and Alex is not very active. He reassures his brother, expressing confidence that he can handle it, because he trusts him completely. This also comes as a surprise to Guva, but in a pleasant way, since he imagined everything differently. And then the guy promises his brother to do everything possible not to let his family down. Regarding magical seals, Founder advises contacting Goody, and if something serious happens, then contact him. And then he says that it's time to get down to business and calls Star to him. The maid immediately appears. The brothers ask the heir for forgiveness, promising that they will never hide anything from him again. And during his process, Founder notes that the younger ones already knew what to prepare for since they dressed like that. After this, the young man asks his maid and bodyguards to listen to him carefully, and they agree. The Founder says that the conditions for absorbing the flower are similar to those for absorbing the snake. So he'll have to lock himself in his chambers just like before, and he asks the boys if they're going to do it with him. After receiving a negative answer from the bodyguards, the maid also makes excuses, exaggerating her own words. The Founder jokingly says that people have stopped being loyal to him, but in the past it would have been difficult to even imagine such a thing. After all, previously, leaving the heir of the library alone was tantamount to killing him with your own hands. The Founder can't help but think that before, Bright's bodyguards protected him not from murderers, but from suicide. And out loud, the young man says goodbye to his subordinates, inviting them to see him in a month. 20 days have passed since the day Founder accepted the flower of soul power. From then on, his internal life energy began to increase much faster. Now the young man can fully control the work of muscles, internal organs, and blood vessels, and even every nerve ending that filled his young but already well-hardened body. The Founder thinks that it was all worth the restrictions he had to endure. His abilities quickly reached the 3-star level, and his spirit power became much stronger. And Founder began to notice that the more he improved, the more he felt like his old self. He expresses joy at finally being able to perfect 2 means of self-defense. Blood integrity allows for control of blood vessels and now lasts much longer. The illusion cloud technique has become much more precise, and Founder can now control the force of the blow. Thanks to the piercing strike, his power now travels beyond the opponent's body, like in the example with the planks. Thanks to this technique, all the power is transferred to something else, which can be the earth, objects, or other people. Since impact on energy points is not always effective, sometimes it is necessary to use fists. And although these are only two of the founder's signature products, they are more than enough for him right now. Now he can't wait to get his hands on a poisonous insect, but now it's time to get down to business. Slowly unsheathing the blade, the young man mentally notes how excellent it is. The founder fantasizes about how truly good this weapon would be to complement his collection of 3 swords. He assumes that this sword was destined to be his. He likes these seals. But for the sword to become truly effective, it itself needs to restore its former skills. The founder expresses joy that this sword appeared in his possession right now in this life. After all, he won't be able to return the previous swords, but the opportunity to use this one will certainly present itself. But in order for the weapon to become even more effective, it should be given a suitable name. And founder decides to call this sword Soul, putting the corresponding meaning into this name. Thinking that if it weren't for reincarnation, they wouldn't have met, the young man invites Soul to follow him. There is not a single sound behind that could indicate the slightest movement. The founder turns half a turn to wait a few more short moments, and then he again, more authoritatively, gives Soul the order to follow him. But he still remains motionless, and just a few moments later, founder breaks down. He warns Soul that if he doesn't listen to him from the start, it will be the end for him. The young man assumes that the sword is shy, so he softens, but he is not going to back down from his position. However, despite his persistence, Soul refused to respond even after 10 days. Founder is running out of patience. He doesn't understand why his sword still hasn't come to him. The sword remains silent, and the young man, expressing understanding, harshly curses it. But even this does not produce the desired effect, and the founder simply gives up, abandoning the illusion. Star expresses joy that her master has returned and says that everyone missed him very much. And he adds that he came just in time, as the head of the Murti province, Peaceful Beauty, had come to visit them. The girl says that this man's name is Gates Eternal Gates, and founder remembers someone like that. Noting this in his mind, Star realizes that Bright has developed this strange habit of pretending to know everything. Out loud, she reports that about half a month ago, a message arrived from the main fortress of the healers. The main fortress of healers is the place where all the medicines in the world are collected, and everyone there is obsessed with them. So founder believes that if the message came from there, they probably have a poisonous insect. Noticing the master's joy, Star offers to prepare a bath for him so he can take a bath before meeting Gates. Later, founder knocks on Spring's office door, introducing himself, and Spring allows him to enter. The young man immediately gets down to business, talking about a message from the main fortress of the healers addressed to him. Spring confirms this and says that the answer came from them first, faster than from the others. However, they did not send the insect, asking that the heir of the library go to them for it himself. The founder can hardly contain his delight when he asks if there was anything else in the envelope along with this message. Grandpa answers negatively and asks his grandson not to worry about it. He is ready to fork out. But founder doesn't see any need for this, since it doesn't seem like the healers have any hidden agendas. Now he asks his grandfather not to worry, expressing his readiness to go to the main fortress of the healers. Spring doesn't want to let her grandson go, worrying that something might happen to him, but he has a different opinion. Reminding his grandfather that he still needs to meet with a guest, founder says goodbye to the head of Holy and leaves. Approaching his future interlocutor, the young man assumes that he has been waiting for him for a long time. He introduces himself politely, and Gates, laughing, says that he has heard a lot about the lively character of the library's heir. The man also states his name, and founder makes sure that he knows it. They had seen each other before at annual meetings when he was still the head of the Murti Alliance. This man was always smiling and relaxed, for which he received the nickname Sword He. Gates says he can't believe he's meeting such a celebrity face-to-face, and founder is surprised by this. And his interlocutor continues, reporting that everyone is talking only about his exploits. Hearing the words about how he turned everything upside down, founder assumes that Murti has come to his senses. The man agrees, saying that's why he came, to apologize. While Gates was busy with business, unrest began in the south of the province, and strange people began to commit robberies. One of them has great power, because of which all the factions began to make a big noise. All this happens at night. Founder assumes that these are his 1,000 guardians, but then does not understand why they are attacking. He says it out loud, so Gates says that they have nothing to do with the heir to the library. The young man says that his interlocutor heard him wrongly and asks why he came anyway. The man replies that Bright is invited to become Murti's warrior for his demonstrated talents in battle. While Gates is trying to recruit the new guy is thinking about how low and outrageous it is. The man promises to give the strategist his personal recommendations so that the library's heir becomes a warrior of Murti. It doesn't immediately dawn on Founder who exactly is the strategist behind Murti's alliance. However, when this does happen, he shouts out the girl's name, surprising his interlocutor. Founder says he heard that the warriors under this strategist have exceptional abilities. Gates says the library's heir has a strange habit of talking as if he knows everyone. But the man is sure that even if Founder becomes Weiss's warrior, he will hardly be able to see her. The young man is surprised by this and asks his interlocutor about the reason, since he does not remember anything like this. And in response, he hears the words that Weiss Ocean left the Alliance some time ago. The Founder remembers how this little girl walked straight towards him, calling him her uncle. The man laughs, amazed that Weiss has already learned to stand on her feet and walk well. But just after these words, the girl falls, and Founder anxiously shouts out her name. The man asks Weiss if she hurt herself badly, and she says it's too difficult to walk. The Founder asks him not to hug, but he is not at all against receiving a kiss from the little girl. She agrees, and the man melts from this action, starting to make a sound of affection. But it quickly turns into groans of pain and words about how Founder asked him to kiss him, not bite off a piece of flesh. However, now this memory does not evoke a single negative feeling, on the contrary. And the words that this girl left the Alliance some time ago still ring in my ears. Founder expresses understanding in a sad voice, and his interlocutor continues speaking. The shocking death of the leader was enough to make this girl stop eating and drinking. But this was expected, because Founder was her godfather, almost a relative. The young man assumes that Weiss wanted to see everything for herself, because she couldn't believe what had happened. Because it is one thing to simply die, and quite another for such a person to commit suicide. The Founder regrets that he didn't have time to check on his goddaughter, although he simply had to do this, to find out how she copes with everything, what is on her mind. Gates says that Weiss's place was taken by Tainan, who is also a very outstanding person. When asked why they need him, Founder hears that they want to assign him to the Dark Department. He is involved in cryptography and deciphers various secret messages. The Founder recalls that all employees of the Dark Department have excellent mental abilities. Gates is already looking forward to how this genius will help the world, but his interlocutor refuses, stunning him. The man asks the reason, and Founder says it's because Weiss Ocean isn't in the Alliance. Gates thinks the library's heir has a crush on this girl and says there are still plenty of beautiful girls out there. The man flatters the Founder's vanity by saying that he has great potential. The young man very subtly hints that he would not refuse to become not a warrior, but the head of an alliance. Gates is taken aback by this, and his interlocutor confirms these words, saying that he heard correctly. The man continues his attempts to recruit the young man, even offering him an expensive elixir as a gift. And he reminds his interlocutor that he is the heir to the great celestial library. And he understands his mistake, but Founder asks him not to be upset, saying that the offer was tempting. The young man says that he can still change his mind, and the man actually calms down a little. As the Founder bids him farewell, Gates asks the library's heir to think things over again. And he, agreeing to the dump, thinks that before his journey he still needs to do something. The next day, Light, a determined, loyal man with leadership qualities, is appointed as the leader of the bodyguards. His deputy is replaced by the straightforward yet obedient and kind Alex Abel. And the bodyguards fully approve of the choice of the library's heir, considering him the best. The first hand is raised into the air, its owner praising the great celestial library. The others repeat this call after her, saying that they will give their lives for her. The screams don't stop for a long time, which is why Founder feels uncomfortable. And over the next few days, exercises will be conducted to respond to actions by potential enemies. Now Founder recalls that at that time even his brothers were learning self-defense. After the heirs learned the steps, they moved on to practicing Guva's attacks. And after him, they began practicing the youngest's nunchaku striking technique. The Founder informs his brothers that he has prepared an elixir to speed up their learning. Amid their delighted cries, he calls his maid for help, asking her to bring a special elixir. Unpleasant suspicions are planted in the minds of the younger ones. The first thing they think of is the hexagonal snake. And when the Founder confirms these words, they express their protests as best they can. The boys bombard their brother with questions, expressing their concerns and asking him to find an alternative, but he only laughs. Founder tells Guvu and Goody to train until he returns from the healer's main fortress. Afterwards, as he drives away, Star can be heard singing joyfully from the carriage as they leave the library. She and Fair are accompanying the young master. The girl does not stop her joy. To the restless singing of his maid, Founder raises his eyes to the sky, noting the changes in the weather. The sky darkened very quickly, which could indicate that rain is coming soon. The bird, flying in the same direction as the cart, overtakes it and abruptly changes its trajectory. She falls like a stone, but Founder doesn't even notice her. There the bird finds its addressee, and he, reading the message, begins to retell it out loud. It says that Founder is heading to the great fortress of healers. The man informs everyone else that in about 2 hours the carriage will be in this forest. He thinks that the heir was lucky last time, but now everything will be different, because the contract is eternal. And while Founder is somewhere on his way to this place, the mercenary mentally threatens him. However, nearby, the first and not the only cry of pain is heard from one of the comrades. With each passing second, the sounds of the struggle become more sophisticated and impulsive, putting the man into a stupor. And then one of them is heard very close, forcing the bald man to look down. From there, a body flies straight towards him, still screaming and thrashing in agony. The man manages to dodge, but this doesn't stop the disturbing thoughts in his head. He manages to notice a flash of blinding light only a moment before it becomes irreparable. And he begins to admit the thought that this is a mistake, but everything happens too suddenly. It only takes a moment before several pairs of legs land on the clearing, and then one of their owners bursts into a heart-rending, barking laugh. And after this, he says that the heir to the great celestial library belongs to them. Sometime later, the young gentleman is informed that they will soon enter a forest area. Fair warns Founder that the cart will shake due to the uneven road, and he accepts. Star asks his master why he is so gloomy, to which he receives a vague answer. Suddenly, a creepy laugh is heard somewhere outside, and the girl tenses up. She stutters and asks who it is, as the first laugh is joined by several others. The voice that answers her sounds loud, but for now, it only repeats the question asked. And Star is already feeling bad. It seems to her as if this voice is sounding right in her head. The girl becomes even more terrified because her whole body begins to shake involuntarily. She urges herself with all her might to immediately pull herself together and gather herself, as she feels warmth. The girl becomes so lost that she switches from harmful thoughts to her master. He calms her down with the same gentle voice, assuring her that everything is fine. But the touch is interrupted, and the girl fearfully reminds Founder that it is dangerous outside. He fearlessly continues on his way, asking the maid to stay inside. He also advises Fair to get into the carriage, and he, breathing a sigh of relief, agrees. The Founder asks the unknown people to stop pretending to be incomprehensible and to show themselves to him. And they answer him that if he wants to know who they are, then their group is called the Squad of Heaven. A suspiciously familiar voice says that they are the heavens of the great celestial library. And he himself is the Lord of all lords, and they again pronounce their name. The strange guys appear with lightning speed and begin to line up in an equally ridiculous pose. They assure the Founder that they will look after him. After all, they are his personal squad, and the girl standing on the edge says that this is the end. For miles around, there is a perfect silence that seems to last an unimaginably long time. Even Star appears from the carriage upon hearing this nonsense and is speechless. And while Founder is trying not to scream, he wonders about his two acquaintances. And Kesha himself attracts attention to himself, declaring that he came to help together with his brother. Finally, Founder gains the ability to speak adequately and asks to tell them more about their mission. He asks the squad representative to do this, and this old man, clearing his throat, volunteers to take on this role. The pair advise Master Futu Metal to step aside, taking on the role of representatives. But there are others who want to. The trio says that they should explain, because it will work out better. The little girl also intervenes in the conversation, reminding that it was she who said the word end. This leads to a very heated argument, and the Founder already regrets asking this question. Finally, the bickering is interrupted by Silverson's middle brother, who asks how long this will go on. The Founder mentally shakes his hand as the man begins to say that it would be better to stop this nonsense. And instead, he suggests drawing lots, which the young man is not at all surprised by. The Founder addresses the younger one in a way that only he can hear, asking him to explain everything to him. The boy is not known for his modesty, but that is the beauty of childish spontaneity. And yet, He gets to the point quite quickly and begins his story, after which everything becomes clear. The founder now understands that Bianco had a good reason for hiring all these people. He just doesn't understand the point of hiring people who can't even work together without arguing. Kesha turns to the Heavenly Squad, asking them to stop everything, because he has already told everything to the heir of the library. The elder brother reminds the younger one of his vow not to act alone, and he apologizes and says that he forgot. The founder decides to take matters into his own hands, and since this is their first meeting, to begin with, get to know each other. As Foot introduces himself, the boy analyzes him, wondering why he is acting like a madman. The trio call themselves the Three Gorge Warriors, and founder suggests that they are like beggars. The couple introduce themselves as the twins from Defit, and these faces inspire a sense of trust in the young man. The girl says her name is Shiny Sideling, and she's a fan of the library's heir. This surname seems familiar to founder, and he asks who the redhead's father is. She replies that she is from the White House, and everything falls into place, but the young man does not notice any external resemblance. It is unclear why this couple also introduce themselves, saying that they are warriors of freedom. Founder doesn't say anything out loud, but his brothers understand him even by his glance, and then he gives his coachman the order to set off, and he accepts it. However, they are asked to stop, and founder wearily asks what else is going on. Kesha asks Futa if he really wants to play his pipe, but the old man wants to check something. Taking enough steps to get to the front, he asks the squad to take their places. Foot reminds everyone that this is their first meeting with the young master since the squad's founding, and the old man offers to test his master's skill in order to better understand how to win. Oddly enough, everyone agrees with him, although Shiny adds a caveat, and only the beggar brothers remind the children of what they saw with their own eyes. The founder is amazed by this group in a good sense of the word. He likes the fact that they are cheerful, and they are putting pressure on Stillison. Although they say that it's not that they don't believe him, they just want to check everything themselves. The man clarifies whether they really want to test the heir, believing that it will be fun. The founder is no longer happy that he allowed the thought of fun to occur, because it didn't take long to come. However, he quickly switches gears and, with a new perspective, agrees to fight. The Sky Squad kids start to rejoice, but founder adds a caveat. He suggests doing it later because it will start raining soon. They do not understand the heir of the library because, in their opinion, nothing foreshadows trouble. Looking up at the light clouds, the children express confidence that founder is mistaken. But at that very moment, it doesn't just start raining. It starts to rumble loudly with peals of thunder. The company wonders how the library's heir managed to predict this, and one of the brothers, taking advantage of the opportunity, asks if this is not what they were talking about with his brother. Still Ryzen suggests that founder really can control the weather, and the younger one agrees with him. And the old man suddenly takes out his flute and begins to play a mournful melody on it. They offer him to play something more cheerful, otherwise he's somehow completely gloomy. The Heavenly Squad is already getting cold. Its members wish to be attacked so they can warm up in battle. And the trio starts yelling about who is riding in this carriage and where, and founder restrains himself from killing them. Shiny comments on how delicious the library food is, and Star tells her it's for her master. The founder, letting out a heavy sigh, mentally wonders what he should do with all of them. The delegation arrives at its destination when the rain stops. Reaching a safe place, founder and his companions quickly set up a dining area. Right in front of them appears one large table, and around it, chairs, and of course, food. The young man wishes everyone a bon appetit, and sincerely touched voices echo him. To everyone's surprise, the loud voice of Foot cuts through the area, asking everyone to stop. Kesha assumes that he wants to pray before eating, but the old man replies that that is not the point. Foot reminds everyone that killers can resort to any method, including poisoning food. One of the twins agrees with him, saying that he didn't even think about it. Shiny giggles. The girl asks not to worry about the old man's words, saying that she is a master in this matter. Shiny confidently claims that these silver sticks will show whether the food is poisoned or not. When the girl takes one of the pieces, everyone watches her, mesmerized, holding their breath. However, when she calmly puts the food into her mouth, everything becomes clear to founder. It is not the chopsticks themselves that indicate the presence of poison in the dish, but the girl who eats it. When the kids realize that nothing is happening to Shiny, they wait a few more moments. Once they attack the food, Star is the only one to express concern about the poison, and the young gentleman is offered to eat and not worry about anything since there is no poison. Founder recalls that the poison has no effect on him in principle, since he drank the blood of the hexagonal snake. However, now he is starting to worry because in all this commotion they forgot to check their surroundings. And while Founder continues to develop this thought, Shiny thinks that he is still worried about spoiled food. The young man says it's not about poison, and at that very moment someone approaches their table. The man assumes that such noise is caused by nothing other than very tasty food. The Founder mentally assumes that these are not murderers, but just ordinary guests. But they continue to get heated up. Grandpa Piper speaks up, asking how dare this brat speak to them so disrespectfully at their first meeting. He asks his still silent interlocutors if they know how old he is. The Founder switches his attention from potential killers to food because he also wants to eat. And while they try to calm the angry old man down, the other guests reproach their friend for disrespecting the old man. The twins suggest talking to these people in the language of fists. They are confident of their victory. Well, the grandfather continues to yell, saying that he is 60 years old, although in fact, he is 2 years older. The person standing in front asks if they really need to ask this now. It's the first time they've heard this. Foot, meanwhile, asks his opponents about their own ages, and the fat man says that he is older. Suddenly, one thing dawns on him when the man hears the name of Master Metal. His henchmen also remember this man because he was always very polite. And then, noticing the golden flute in the old man's hands, they point to it too. The man tenses, finally making sure who is in front of them. In that case, they definitely won't win, because this man's strength is comparable to the elder of the demonic faction. This is noticeable even by the amount of effort these three are putting in trying to hold the old man back. And these two are certainly not so simple. A man cannot even imagine what they are capable of. Beggars also do not inspire confidence, because they are still too young to be part of such company. And of course, this young gentleman who seems to be part of this whole group. And while the man comes to the conclusion that it is better not to mess with them, the young gentleman speaks up. He tells his whole pack to leave, saying that he has had enough. The Founder turns around only to ask if they all had to arrange all this. And while potential opponents are surprised, Foot continues to rage, disagreeing with the young man. One of their new acquaintances asks if they really decided to just run away. He calls on them to answer for the mess, but the fat man stops him, asking him to wait. The Founder looks only at him with this personal gaze, understanding who is the boss among the gang. And the man continues to pause, playing out in his head the outcomes that would be favorable for himself and the gang. There are two people fighting inside him, and just when one is about to win, something happens. Founder's gaze turns out to be so sharp and straightforward that it seems to cut the man's body into pieces. It's almost physically felt, and the henchmen ask the leader what happened to him. He doesn't answer, and Founder, extremely pleased with himself, again calls on his guys to leave. Food is already switching completely to him. Asking where the young master is going, they join him. And so, each on their own wavelength, the motley company slowly but surely follows the Founder. The small company is left with nothing, disgraced, and their leader slowly goes away. And his guys start discussing the look with which Founder looked at them, as if he wanted to kill them. Baldy catches up with his brother and asks if they will go after those people. However, his interlocutor cannot think of anything except the eyes of that young man. After all, when he looked into them, it seemed to him that he was being cut into pieces from the inside. The man is afraid to imagine what would happen if this boy took his sword out of its sheath, and he wonders if he could have survived even if he had entered into a fight with him. Kesha asks the Piper why those people didn't attack them, and the old man suggests that it's because of Founder. The boy expresses confidence that they would defeat them all in no time, and Star asks the glorious warriors to come to him, and receives a dissatisfied answer from Still Risen. Kesha also wants to go with her brother, incorrectly retelling what the elder said earlier. And a little later, Still Risen, without mincing words, asks why it was necessary to call them. The man complains that his arms and legs are already giving out, and Kesha cheerfully greets Founder. The latter greets his dear guests in return and asks them to make themselves comfortable. At the sight of all these delicacies, Still Reason completely forgets about his discontent, exclaiming excitedly. He immediately changes his demeanor to respectful, asking if the young master had invited them to his place. The Founder begins the conversation by saying that Gates recently visited the library and said something very strange. He recounts to his brothers the man's words about the atrocities of the 1,000 guards and the lack of control over them. The Founder says he's interested in whether this is true, but in his mind he admits he's interested in the answer from these two. Now Still Risen understands the reason for the visit and says that he is no longer surprised that the alliance is failing. The man begins to talk about the Thousand Guardians, finding it strange that they cannot be stopped. The brothers are generally skeptical about Murdy because they are the cause of a lot of confusion. The founder recalls how 15 years ago he took these kids into his care, and they were wonderful. He thinks that he could never have imagined that he would ever hear something like this about them. A person who follows a company waits for exactly what he wants and listens attentively. And then, having seen and heard what was required, it dissolves into the darkness of the night. He goes to his elder and, first of all, greets him respectfully. He asks his subordinate about sleeping pills, and he says that he has prepared everything. After this, he reports on the warriors of the Heavenly Squad, expressing his own thoughts about them. The elder raises his voice, saying that this is precisely the reason why the mission cannot be allowed to fail. And everything needs to be dealt with within a week, eliminating everyone from the library, including the heir. The elder reminds his subordinates that all their lives now depend on them. The next day, Founder and his crew continue their journey. At first, the young man simply watched the landscape with boredom, but then everything changed. He noticed that this bird continued to fly after them for quite a long time. And if at first the young man wrote it all off as a coincidence, now he considers the feathered creature to be a messenger of spies. And although the bird doesn't particularly get on his nerves, Founder wants to test the skills of the Sky Squad. If they were going to protect him, the young man should know what they were capable of. Thinking that the spy falcon is a perfect opportunity for this, he orders the carriage to be stopped. A few minutes later, one of the squad members thoughtfully repeats the words about hunting falcons. Foot asks if he was lied to about the heir to the great celestial library being a genius. The old man says that the falcon will not stop the killers, and they are already tired from traveling for several days in a row. The founder believes that the hunt will relieve the squad from boredom, and the disappearance of the falcon will force the killers to show themselves. The young man decides to resort to provocation, asking if the Sky Boys simply don't have the appropriate skills. For a few moments, there is perfect silence all around, after which the squad explodes with screams. It's not that they are all sharply negative, but at least the founder now understands what language to speak with the heavenly ones. Shiny suggests that the one who catches the falcon should become the squad's representative, since they don't have one yet. She also adds to this the bonus of being a great leader. Contestant number 1 is Kesha, and the old man standing behind him is begging him to fail. Before starting to do the task, the boy warms up a little. And then, pushing off the ground with his feet so hard that a dent remains, he jumps. Noticing the anomaly, the bird turns towards the sound and gets lost for a few moments. And the boy is already very close, reaching out his hand to quickly grab her. However, a sudden thought occurs to him, and Kesha gasps in confusion. Realizing that he had not taken into account an important fact, the boy, denying what was happening, asks the bird to come to him. One of the twins praises the child as he almost touched the bird, and the Gorge warrior is impressed by the spectacular landing. Still Risen asks if the kid really thought he could fly, and he snaps back. The man grins confidently, saying that what distinguishes humans from animals is their ability to use tools. The boy is offended, asking if his brother really wants to say that he is an animal, but he can no longer hear. Throwing the projectile with all his might, Still Risen asks everyone to watch carefully as he uses his brain. The stone accelerates to incredible speed, but if you look closely, you can see a cut. At first, only one small crack appears on it, but the airflow provokes its rapid growth. The warrior of the gorges praises this young talent, calling him magnificent, but openly mocks the little one. Next in line are the Gemini from Defight, who first of all analyze the distance. After 2 assassination attempts, the bird flew away to protect itself, but did not disappear from sight. The men wait for her to make her sound, and that becomes the starting point. 2 projectiles fly straight towards her, their sharp blades playing dangerously in the light. However, the falcon manages to evade both without any problems. The audience again exclaims with admiration, and Foot says he didn't even know what a person could do. And the 4th to come out are the warriors of the gorges, who begin to prepare themselves for victory with a sound mantra. And then one of them gives a command, calling everyone else to attention. And the second asks to prepare for action and maintain a serious attitude. Well, the last one gives the order to strike, and all together they carry out the attack in sync. Seeing that the trio had missed, laughter and a reference to this was heard nearby. The 5th participant turns out to be Shiny, who says that now she will show how to catch birds. Introducing herself as the eldest daughter of the head of the White House, The girl orders the bird to submit to her authority, but for some reason this order remains hanging in the air without an answer, causing no reaction from the bird. One of the gorge warriors says he can't believe they are together. The twin is puzzled by this. Foot laughs at the White House's eldest daughter's failure to catch the bird and is about to give a master class. Many express confidence that the grandfather will now win, while others encourage the old man. And he takes a more comfortable position and begins to play his flute, spreading special vibrations around. Someone notices that the bird has lost control, Kesha praises the grandpa. But he doesn't even intend to stop there, continuing his magical game. The bird not only loses control of its body, it seems to completely lose consciousness or die. And as she flies down like a stone, and the grandfather laughs, enjoying his victory, something happens. Regaining control, the bird spreads its wings and takes off amidst cries of discontent. The conflict between the members of the Heavenly Squad flares up again, becoming even more intense. But Founder notices that the bird hasn't flown away. It's just hiding in the clouds, waiting out the danger. And then he suggests that they hurry up and continue on their way, and Kesha expresses her absolute agreement with him. Remembering something very important, Founder turns to his potential interlocutor and speaks again. He expresses a desire to discuss something with the Ravine warriors while they are on the road. The delegation arrives at its next destination closer to night. Star takes care of not only the young master, but also the heiress to the White House. The Founder, however, remains lost in his thoughts, thinking that he has managed to assess the skills of his squad. All of its members except one, and that is Shiny, whose skills still remain a mystery to him. Because of his good relationship with the White House, the Founder asked the warriors to keep an eye on her, but they misunderstood him. They felt that the library's heir had appointed them as leaders, which caused resentment among the others. This continues even now, and the young man tries to justify it by saying that this is not true. Foot doesn't even want to listen to all this, declaring that he is the best among this whole gang. The Founder asks the maid to bring the old man some water, suggesting that he is overexcited. The girl agrees to do this, but she is unable to get far from her master. As soon as she falls, they run to her rescue. Kesha calls out to Star with concern, but he also fails to finish his sentence, and the others also understand that something is wrong. Shiny says she's sleepy, but Foot can't figure out why, since he didn't smell anything strange in the air. A guess comes to his mind, but the man, starting to voice it, never finishes. Thus, everyone in this room falls into an involuntary but deep sleep. Literally a moment later, several dark silhouettes descend onto the windowsill. They carefully inspect the premises for any extraneous movements in order to eliminate any threat if necessary. But she's not there, and then one of the mercenaries reminds everyone else that the poison only works for an hour. Approaching his main goal, he is told that there is nothing easier than killing the victim in his sleep. Its blade glistens menacingly in the light, shortening the swing's range to the unconscious one. But when only millimeters remain to Founder's flesh, a weak voice asks the killer to wait. The man asks the mercenaries not to touch the heir of the Great Celestial Library. Nearby, another weak voice suggests that it would be better to kill them instead of the young master. Calling them useless, the mercenary says that their turn will also come soon. But after Founder, one of the twins joins the pair of beggars and asks them to spare them. The mercenaries are amazed by such a request, asking what kind of people they are then. Founder is still conscious, but he is not sure that he can hold out even thanks to the blood of the hexagonal serpent. However, while he is still here, he mentally admits that he is warm to these guys. While the mercenary offers to watch how he is deprived of life, Founder thinks about how to save his squad. And he reminds us that the heir to the Great Celestial Library still wanted to commit suicide. The Founder agrees to himself that this is indeed strange. He wonders why he was given this life. And then, addressing his potential killers in the same mental way, he says that now they will find out everything. The mercenary starts the blade again, but this time his friend asks him to stop. They ask him what difference it makes, in return for a reminder of who is in charge among them. The mercenary expresses indignation, but he is unable to finish his words. Straightening up to his full height, Founder pauses, allowing those present to come to their senses. And then it quickly turns around and rushes at lightning speed towards the nearest enemy. Founder swings his blade, cutting off part of his opponent's limb, and then performs a pirouette. The next movement sends the arm flying to the side, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Still not having come to her senses, Shiny calls the hand that fell towards her a warm pillow. And the wounded man screams, starting to squeal like a frightened piglet. His friend catches the library's heir's stern gaze and shudders, and he rushes towards him, twisting the sharp blade in his hand and pointing it at the enemy. He follows his example, not intending to give in to this battle, otherwise his honor does not allow him to do so. At some point, their blades collide, and from their zeal, sparks fly in all directions. Founder's sword lands on top, and the young man begins to apply even more pressure. He manages to drive his blade into the enemy's weapon as if it were butter, without much effort. And the next moment, strengthened by runes, he finally breaks the mercenary's sword. Due to inertia, the sword continues its movement and cuts the man's body, causing his confusion. And while the mercenaries are distracted by their friend, Founder continues his trajectory. One of them comes to his senses before the others, ordering them to take the girl hostage. He himself takes the initiative to deal with the heir of the great celestial library. But he is not afraid of such blows. He easily repels them. Founder is more outraged by the idea with the hostage. And driven by righteous feelings, he disables his next opponent, leaving him wheezing. Following him, the punishment catches up with his friend, and the mercenary screams in surprise, choking on a cough. Meanwhile, Founder, not allowing anything to happen to his servant, reaches the one holding her. The mercenary mentally wonders how he managed to pull off all this. He gives the order to retreat. After all, if later the library guards are set on them, they will definitely not live then. But before leaving, the mercenary decides to try one more attempt to eliminate the target. Although Founder is not caught, the hard surface under his feet begins to crumble. The mercenary's attacks prove so effective that soon there is almost no support left around the young man. The attackers, taking advantage of this momentary confusion, hurry to escape under the noise in order to survive. Trying to somehow resist their condition, the members of the heavenly squad groan from the effort. One of the twins manages to tell his master that these bastards are about to escape. Only Founder himself knows this, and so the very next moment he rushes away in pursuit. One of the mercenaries is breathing heavily, any movement causing incredible pain due to a serious wound. They offer him help, but the man refuses, even though it's difficult for him to even speak. He suggests abandoning himself and saving himself, and Founder, who appears nearby, approves of this decision. The mercenary doesn't have time to answer, but the last thought in his head is still completed. The mutilated body falls right in front of Founder, causing him to stop. However, his gaze remains invariably ready to break away at any moment and rush at the enemy. But suddenly, something happens that makes the young man seriously puzzled. For some reason, this guy decided not to run away, but to stay and fight the Founder. The latter is amused by this and says that he has a wonderful sword in stock just for such an occasion. The brief silence is broken by the battle cry of a mercenary, but it is abruptly interrupted and quickly dies down. As the library's heir slowly makes his exit, the would-be assassin is left with a ton of questions. He doesn't understand why they even agreed to all this, because Bright Holy had already come to his senses a long time ago. This question penetrates deep into the subcortex, and the inflamed brain begins to chant it incessantly. Well, in the meantime, Founder is already returning to the shelter where he and the heavenly squad were staying. Looking around the room with an attentive gaze, he notes the fact that everyone has already come to their senses. The first thing the young man does is ask his maid to pay for the repairs and find them another place to spend the night. The Founder is about to say something else, but he is gently interrupted by a polite address. Foot thanks the young man for allowing him to live out his life without becoming a victim of murder. He says that he cannot express in words the full depth of his feelings and asks to accept at least this. The warriors of the gorges join the old man's words, saying that they too will never forget this mercy. The twins are in solidarity with all their predecessors and also thank the young master. The beggars join in too, and Shiny stands out from the crowd by making an offer. She puts forward Mr. Holy as the leader of the heavenly squad, and everyone agrees with the girl. Each of them, in their own way, asks the heir of the library to grant them this honor. At first, he is at a loss, but his opinion quickly changes, because Founder understands that the guy's intentions are sincere. And the next moment he says that if they want it so badly, then he will become their leader. And everyone, without exception, shouts joyfully, starting to chant the Founder's name, calling him their boss. And then, taking advantage of the privilege, the heir announces his first decree, maintaining the intrigue. To the general trepidation of anticipation, Founder announces that he is disbanding the heavenly squad. Everyone is so stunned that they can't even utter a single sound. Fire asks the gentleman if he invited him, to which he is told that formalities can be dispensed with. This man's name is Firecloud. He is the head of the healer's main fortress and is now reading a letter from Founder. Fireski is responsible for the fortress's external relations, and he believes that proper preparations must be made for the arrival of the library's heir. The head healer says he believes they can handle everything without alerting the Eyeflower Academy master. And yet, he does not intend to allow the heir of the library to visit the main house, considering it unnecessary. The man remembers what they wrote to Founder in that letter and continues talking. Firecloud is indeed willing to give the heir what he wants, but in exchange, he must decipher the message. Since the fortress is one of 3 that specializes in ciphers, the master of the Eyeflower Academy was invited. But since there was no response from him for a long time, an invitation was sent to the heir of the library. 10 days ago, the master of the academy arrived at the fortress since his answer was positive, but the mail was delayed. If he finds out that he is not the only one who has been approached, misunderstandings may arise, and there is a huge risk that this could interfere with the solving of the hidden code. Firecloud asks Farsky to work hard on this, and he promises to do his best. However, the man asks not to let the library's heir in yet, and he doesn't understand why. Although Firecloud expresses hope that everything will be all right, he fears that they may not be able to predict the master's reaction. Firesky believes that keeping the library's heir will be difficult, but the leader has a solution. He tells the younger one that he has a letter from the heir to the Great Celestial Library for this purpose. It turns out that the young man's manners leave much to be desired, so this can be taken advantage of. The man inquires about the boys' affairs and receives the answer that they refrain from walking outside, staying inside. He notes that they cannot be banned from going out forever, although this may cause some difficulties. Firesky asks the leader not to worry about this, promising to check on the guys again before leaving. Later, Founder is informed that they will soon be at the main fortress of the healers. The young man thinks about the condition that requires him to personally come and get the poisonous insect. But then he switches over, glad that he can enjoy the silence without this ridiculous squad. But suddenly this silence and calm is broken by an authoritative voice that orders the cart to stop. Later, Founder expresses surprise that representatives of the fortress are already meeting him. And Firesky, laughing nervously, says that he came because the heir of the library invited him. The Founder says that in fact, he didn't want anything like that, to which the man expresses indignation. The young man assumes that Star wrote something incorrectly, seriously wondering what it was. Firesky has little faith in him, wondering who would ever trust servants with letters like that. The man believes that the library's heir cowered in fear at the sight of Sibir and Kansu. And Firesky admits the thought that this boy imagines himself to be above the main fortress of healers. The man repeats his words about coming here because of the letter, and clarifies whether it was an accident. Firesky warns that they need to clear up a few issues, so Founder will stay here for now. The young man sees right through the man, realizing that although he apologizes, he does not actually feel remorse. Recalling Fortress's letter, Founder comes to the conclusion that the problem of healers cannot be solved without his intervention. And now it looks like these people have already found someone who will take on this task. The trick is that the poisonous insect will go to whoever fulfills the condition, so Founder is not going to hesitate. He decides to also use force if this man is going to keep him in this place as well. Loud voices are heard outside, and Founder mentally notes that these guys have returned at the wrong time. The twins argue about the color of one of their embroidery, having opposite opinions on the matter. Firesky, noting the loudness of these people's communication, suggests dealing with them. Kesha giggles, noting that the conversation between the two is like that of 2 scary women. Still Risen boasts of their golden embroidery, believing that now they will become rich themselves. Shiny retorts. Firesky wonders what this rather decent-looking girl is doing in the company of these beggars. One of the twins won't stop screaming that he wanted his embroidery to be the color of fresh blood. While the second one answers him that this is exactly who she is, the healer's big guys recognize them. The 3 warriors from the gorges, unable to contain their laughter, advise the twins to stop acting like fools. Sibir and Kansu recognize them too, remembering that they are talented killers who have evaded arrest to this day. They haven't yet had time to fully come to their senses when they notice another familiar figure behind the warriors. They also know this man and are perplexed as to why he is with this terrible group. Firesky knows for sure that Foot's skill level is one of the highest. The man thinks that the fortress needs to be friends with people like that, and is about to greet everyone. Meanwhile, the young master, the heir to the Great Celestial Library, asks them to remain silent. Firesky wonders in his mind if this kid knows who is in front of him now. Although it was clear that he had no manners of decency just from his letter, And then Firesky personally, in an ominous tone, asks the heir of the library to watch his words. The young man says that he didn't say anything bad, he's just concerned about the well-being of others. And whether these people are outstanding or not doesn't matter to him, because he is still better than them. Firesky disagrees. And then the founder expresses understanding, saying that the interlocutor does not fully understand who he is. He begins to speak deliberately slowly, allowing Firesky to become even more nervous. The man mentally tries to understand where he made a mistake, and whether this man is not the heir of the library. But when Founder says that he is the leader of the Sky Squad, Firesky relaxes because he has never heard of such a thing. And then a memory suddenly hits him, and the man finds its source with his gaze. Firesky is the first to find Stillison's golden patch, reading the first syllable on it. Then the gold changes to the scarlet color of blood, allowing the man to finish the second and final syllable of the word. And lastly, Firesky reads the second word, making sure that all these people are members of the Heavenly Squad. And the founder recalls out loud how the guys themselves persuaded him to take this title and not give it up. Firesky tries to understand what is going on here, and the young man returns to his own words about spending time together. And the founder, taking advantage of the moment, officially introduces the Heavenly Squad to his interlocutor. And then he expresses his willingness to continue the conversation that began a little earlier. Firesky says he's happy to show them the place, and Stillrisen assures him they won't leave. The founder thinks how good it is that the person responsible for external relations turned out to be an insightful person. And everything would be fine, but the young man cannot understand what kind of aroma is in the air. The man is instructed to lead the guests to the distant courtyards of the fortress, and he agrees. Firecloud says the investigation could take up to 5 days, during which time the situation must be kept under wraps. The man recalls that their guests did not like the smell of smoking and asked about the cause. Firesky offers to let them arrange a meeting, since the students already know everything. His interlocutor allows it, but warns that everything needs to be organized well. The man agrees. The smoke in this room is so strong that ordinary people have difficulty breathing. And the leader of the boys, having heard the words about the news, asks what it is. They're thinking about the wrong person, and Firesky corrects them by telling them exactly who has arrived. The man reminds us of the need to be respectful to members of the great Celestial Library family. The young man asks if they have forgotten who they themselves are, and he adds that others should be careful with them, and not the other way around. The young man calls on everyone to go, saying that they will even increase the number of warriors on guard. However, the man asks them not to behave so hostilely and offers to talk to the guests from the library. Later, Founder asks his interlocutor why he came, and he begins to hesitate. Firesky asks if there is anything that makes their guests uncomfortable, and the answer is yes. The founder says that the place where they were forced to wait is surrounded by mountains, as if they were in exile. His interlocutor denies this and retorts, saying that, on the contrary, aristocrats live in such places. Founder asks about the problems that brought them here, but Firesky continues to evade. And then, as if out of nowhere, Foot appears, addressing the person responsible for external relations. The others join the old man, making veiled threats and trying to force the whole truth out of him. Stillrisen asks them why they are acting like this and asks everyone to calm down. After all, this guy treated them politely the whole time, so there must be a good reason why they are being kept here. The man says that he really likes it here. Keisha agrees and offers to grill some meat later. Shiny advises the boy to stop talking about meat, otherwise he will get fat. A squabble begins again among the members of the squad, which is starting to irritate even Fire. And as soon as he admits the thought that it is time for the heir to do something about this, he responds. And then, in a loud voice, he calls everyone in the room to silence. A little later, he asks Firesky for permission to tell him something, since he's having difficulty explaining himself. The founder asks directly whether the main fortress of healers has really found a replacement for him. Firesky goes completely cold, laughing nervously and asking uncertainly where he got that idea from. And the founder does not back down, continuing to calmly voice his guesses to his interlocutor. The young man also points out that he was asked to wait for now, but it is not clear for what. It is not clear where. Left without explanation, he is left to think that he is just a backup option. Firesky believes that if he continues to make excuses and prevaricate, it will only raise more suspicions. Besides, judging by this guy's behavior, he definitely won't leave anything unattended. And if the master from the Eyeflower Academy fails, and the heir leaves, the situation will become even worse. If after this the healers turn to the library again, they will make themselves look like big fools. And then they certainly won't be able to get away with just one poisonous insect. The situation becomes dire. While wondering what to do, a solution appears in the man's mind. Later, Still Risen and Foot say they don't see a problem with the fortress giving them a double assignment. The warrior defends his master, saying that he would have understood everything, and Shiny sides with Fire. The latter breathes a sigh of relief, and Founder apologizes for his rudeness and promises to improve. But the young man considers the solution to the problem of the main fortress of healers to be more important. He suggests that they called 2 people to double-check, and Firesky agrees with his interlocutor. The founder suggests that to avoid wasting time, he be told about the problem right now. In exchange, neither he nor his people will tell the Eyeflower Academy that they are also working on the same task. Unable to believe her luck, Firesky thanks her interlocutor for his understanding. But at the same time, the man admits that he wanted to tell him something when he asked about the 1,000 Guardians. The founder is not sure how to answer correctly, but still says that he has heard of them. His interlocutor informs him that these people are now right behind this door. The founder asks to tell him more about what they are doing here and what it all means. There is a strange sound on the other side, and Kesha asks who is doing it. The founder fearlessly approaches the door and opens it, mentally preparing for the worst. However, instead of the emotion that the young man expects from himself, he experiences something completely different. And Kesha, noticing the 1,000 Guard Squad, blurts out its name with uncontrollable admiration. The rest of the Heavenly Ones immediately pick up on the boy's emotions, bombarding the kids with questions. And the founder recalls other people's words about these kids terrorizing people. Foot, noting that the Guardians are holding a memorial ceremony, speaks positively of them. Still Risen explains to Founder who they are honoring, as the library's heir only recently woke up. He also decides to pay tribute to the head of the Alliance because it's all too touching. The man speaks well of the deceased, and Foot joins in his words. But he remembers how he received advice to quit when he was at his limit. But this only gave him strength. One of the Gorge warriors suggests that he may not have given good advice, but he was an excellent warrior. Hearing these words, the guy from the 1,000 Guardians tells the second one that these people are more well-mannered than he thought. Feeling a new energy behind them, both turn around and meet Founder's gaze. One of the Guardians asks the heir of the library if he has anything to say about their master. He expresses the assumption that he can only say what has already been said. Everyone is stunned by this answer, and one after another they turn to the Founder, pulling him up short. Fire is also impressed, and not at all in a kind way by such words, and he also calls the young master. The eldest of the Guardians asks the heir to repeat what he just said, and he asks himself, repeating what the Founder said earlier, whether he heard everything correctly. He says it's the first time he's heard of anyone from the Great Celestial Library being speechless. And the Founder says that the reason for this is that he gets tired of talking to idiots. Several Guardians jerk towards him, but the eldest of them interrupts them, expressing understanding. The Founder advises his interlocutor to remember his boss, saying that he would have said the same thing. These words turn out to be a stronger trigger, and the leader asks the Guardians again. The Celestials ask their leader not to anger the boys, and he agrees to reveal the true reason. He says that even the most devoted children will not force someone to mourn their parents. And whoever does this is a fool, because these actions look funny and insincere. And so, if someone doesn't please the Guardians, now their cold corpse is found in a ditch. A warrior named Isti rushes from his place because, having noticed him, they immediately call out to him. Still Risen tells the brat to stop, showing the seriousness of his intentions. But only an insulted child does not want to obey, and therefore a clash occurs. Still Reason tries not to cause much harm to the teenager, and he himself is holding up well. Surrounding their leader, one of the members of the Sky Squad begins to speak. He warns the youths that if they point a sword at Founder again, they will die on the spot. One of the twins suggests that the warriors abandon their warnings and immediately carry out their threat. The guard speaks to the elder, expressing the assumption that they will not be able to just talk like that. He remains sullenly silent, looking into the eyes of the man who dared to insult their adopted father. The Founder stoically endures this offended look, trying to put all his feelings into it. And then, to everyone's surprise, the senior guardian gives the order for everyone to return. The Founder's heart breaks when he sees his children hurt and deprived. Later, a conversation arises between the members of the Heavenly Squad about how these guys were worrying the library's heir. The warrior said this before, but now he denies his words, saying that he does not know more than the others. Still Risen emphasizes that he himself said this, but now he turns everything around. Shiny can't let go of this thought. She wonders why their leader would be worried about these guys. Some people remember that Founder was calm even when he was on the verge of death, but not with the Guardians. And Saini counters by saying that this doesn't prove anything at all, but there is a counterargument to this too. Still, Ryzen says that Founder was afraid that these guys would die because the Celestials could easily kill them. Oddly enough, Shiny is not indignant, and Kesha asks her if she has really forgotten where they are. The boy says that they are in Murti as if it were something obvious to everyone. Foot confirms his words, adding that in this place stupid quarrels often lead to deaths. Even the twins understand this, because on top of everything else, Founder expressed his condolences. The warriors have different attitudes towards the boy's behavior. Some are amused, while others are worried. The Heavenly Squad will have to come to terms with the fact that their leader took a risk and decided to help the Thousand Guardians. Shiny suddenly realizes that Founder really did treat them more gently than she expected. She stares for a while at the dense wall behind which the leader is hiding, but then returns to her food. When the document is presented to Founder, Firesky says that this is it. But the young man sees that the ink is quite fresh. This does not bother his interlocutor. He admits that it is a copy. However, he asks the Founder not to worry about this, because this copy is no different from the original. The young man is not sure about this, but keeps these thoughts to himself, agreeing to look at the encrypted text. The Founder assumes that with his knowledge, it will not be difficult to decipher what is written on the parchment. However, an hour passes during this process, then another, and the sun is already approaching sunset. The Founder's bowl remains untouched, unlike the one next to it, the fire bowl. The last of his strength restrains his excitement in order to remain silent, and he fails, and Founder, in response to this, politely reminds the man to remain silent. Firesky finds this focus astonishing, and hope begins to rise within her. Founder's trembling is caused not so much by exhaustion, but by something more unpleasant. He doesn't understand a single letter, already imagining how his poisonous insect waves its paw goodbye to him. The young man puts forward a variety of hypotheses about why everything is happening this way. The Founder urges himself to pull himself together, otherwise he will lose his insect once and for all. He orders himself to try to decipher at least one word, and something comes through. The young man wonders if he imagined that the word moved. Looking at it, Founder tries to force the unfortunate word to do it again. It only works when you look away. The rest of the time, when you look, the movement stops. This means that in order to read this message, you need to defocus your gaze. The Founder starts implementing the plan immediately, but at first, nothing happens. However, just a couple of moments later, the letters begin to come to life, forming whole words. Others of them are completely erased as if they had never been on this parchment before. Several edges of new words form a sentence and begin a synchronous movement somewhere. Later, Founder finds out where they were all heading, as this is the picture that appears before him. And then some kind of silhouette begins to appear in front of him, forcing him to look closely at its outlines. The next moment, some strange portal appears in front of him, because the young man had never seen anything like it before. A golden glow begins to emanate from him, enveloping Founder with its pleasant, warm rays. From somewhere in the darkness, a familiar voice begins to come out, causing the young man to open his eyes. This is Firesky. He is worried about the young master because he has been sitting motionless for half an hour. The man asks about the cipher and receives the answer that the key to it has been found, but deciphering it takes time. Saying that it will take about a month, Founder asks who wrote this document. The man doesn't know, but the young man says that if they knew this, they would make things much easier for themselves and him. The Founder expresses a desire to greet the chief healer and asks about his availability. Firesky replies that he is in seclusion, and even they do not know when he will emerge from it. As he leaves, he politely asks Founder to do everything possible to decipher the message. In the last minutes, the young man almost physically feels someone else's intense gaze on his back, and then his inimitable squad rushes to the parchment, wanting to uncover its secrets themselves. Everyone believes that their own desire is hidden inside. They think about what they want more, and Founder mentally thinks about the chief healer, thinking about the fact that he is in solitude. And the young man comes to the conclusion that this very person is the author of this document. He thinks about it for a long time, even after some time, and this is not just an assumption. After all, then the darkness of the strange portal spoke in the voice of this old man, asking him to listen. He said that everyone mistakenly believed that the main invention of his life was the golden core. The main masterpiece of his entire life is something that cannot be compared with anything else. The elder asks to look at what he is talking about, because one glance is enough to replenish energy. He shares that the happiest moment in his life was when this treasure smiled at him. He wants it returned to him, and then he will rejoice again, where the moonlight points in the medicine room. There is one person there, as well as all 375. The founder begins to reflect on this topic, becoming convinced that this is not just a golden core. He agrees that the chief healer could indeed have invented something like this. Strong daring, the chief healer asks his interlocutor to repeat what he just said. The founder asks the man what he is thinking about since he can't hear, and he replies that he is thinking about medications. The man is worried that with such a passion he could make a mistake and get poisoned. But the healer assures his interlocutor that he is fine, and without tasting it himself, it is dangerous to give it to others. The founder reminds him that his notes are encrypted and asks how they will be passed on to future generations. Now the young man wonders what state this man is in at the moment. After all, that boy was shaking like an aspen leaf when founder asked for an audience with the chief healer. And since this worries him, the young man asks the maid to prepare writing materials for him. Kesha is overjoyed, because he believes that founder is already ready to write down the answer. The warrior agrees that once the text is written down, it will not be so difficult to decipher. The second one supports his colleague, saying that with their combined efforts, they will be able to decipher everything by the morning. Well, Shiny, seeing what founder is doing, asks if he has really already deciphered everything. She asks why then he pretended not to know anything, although he understood everything. The warrior finds it incredible that the fortress is asking to decipher the text written by its master. His friend believes that everything happened because of the desire to take possession of the treasure, and offers to take possession of it. The founder says he is exaggerating and that there is actually nothing special about him. He himself believes that something happened to the healer, but it is unlikely that it is due to the feud between his sons. But the warrior says that everything is exactly like that, because this is Murti, he is cruel. Here everyone goes to the end. He says he heard about a squad that was supposed to exterminate the mercenaries, but he didn't hear anything special about it. The founder agrees that they cannot be sure of their theories, so they need to find out more details. He turns to Foot and the beggars, saying that he needs something from them, asking for help, and he lets them in on a plan according to which the flutist will force the fortress guards to succumb to emotions. At this time, the brothers will penetrate inside and find out everything they can about the chief healer. Some of the squad begin to express doubts, but the trio says they are ready to carry out the order. The old man expresses his readiness to start right now, and they try to politely stop him. But the process has already begun, and the first sounds of a magical melody penetrate the minds of the beggar brothers. Kesha starts saying that he misses his mother, but still Risen won't understand why he's crying. The founder is convinced of the effectiveness of Foot's flute and asks the children to take a look at it. They obediently fulfill their leader's request and realize that their tears stop. Stilrison suggests that the library's heir use this special technique on the bakers. The smartest of the warriors has an idea about their leader because he knows something. The founder warns that this effect lasts for a couple of hours and then everything will be like with Shiny. He asks not to do anything stupid, but to focus on the goal and find out as much as possible about everything. The elder brother assures his leader that they are the best in their field and asks him to rely on them. Once Kesha agrees with Stilrisen, the trio sets off, rushing to carry out the founder's orders. Addressing the latter, the warrior says that there is something that interests him, and he clarifies what exactly it is. And the man, laughing openly, asks if the young gentleman was someone else in another life. Hearing the suggestion that he was the head of the Murti Alliance, founder is at a loss. And the warrior continues, citing the example that before he was only a scientist, but now he is an excellent warrior. He also cites the example of Foot's lack of reaction to the flute, and founder remaining silent, trying to escape. The warrior asks him about this and clarifies that perhaps it is true after all. Thinking about what would be the best answer to them, the young man stops and slowly begins to turn around. And then, with a provocative grin, he says that he is still that person. The extreme warriors are bursting with laughter, taking everything as a joke, but the middle one is thinking seriously. Some time passes, and the mournful sounds of a flute penetrate the nighttime tranquility of the fortress. The male voice suggests that the treasure is located somewhere in the interior. Kesha stops for a moment and compares the shadow of the spire, which looks like an arrow in the moonlight. He notes that this archive is the only one in this place. Stilrison suggests that the treasure is a book. Returning, the brothers express their opinion to the leader that the chief healer may be in the silver pharmacy. The twin doesn't understand what this means. Founder thinks about it, and Shiny rushes the beggars with an answer. Still Risen believes that something is wrong with the head healer, which upsets another member of the Celestials. The founder turns to his intelligence officer again, clarifying what exactly he means. Still Risen hesitates for a moment before answering, then suggests that Strong has lost his mind. Under the founder's surprised look, he continues, saying that this happens when consciousness becomes confused. Shinny doesn't understand how this is possible and is told that it could be a side effect of the medication. While the group argues and complains that this is just ridiculous, Founder feels ill. At this moment, they ask him what he thinks, and not receiving an answer, they turn to the young man. Laughing pitifully, he admits that he seems to understand how hard it is for the people in the healer's fortress. But he still asks his guys to try to behave naturally and not stand out. Foot agrees. The young man waits for the moment when he will be alone, because only then can he breathe a sigh of relief. And then he wonders what happened to the healer who tested all the medicines on himself for so long. Founder believes he could help Strong if the problem could be solved by fighting. But now he doesn't know and wonders how he can help his old friend. Meanwhile, the sounds of the flute continue to echo throughout the main healer's fortress. They disturb Isti, causing her to toss and turn in her restless sleep. The teenager doesn't cry because he no longer has tears, but inside there is something much deeper. The next day, the smell of fried food spreads near the house that was allocated to the heir of the library. Kesha says with a smart look that at first this cow ate a lot, but now they are eating her. The warrior suggests eating a wild boar for dinner, the twin agrees, offering to catch it later. And Kesha, noticing the approaching teenager, joyfully informs those present about it. To everyone's surprise, he does not enter the fight, but stops abruptly and begins to gesticulate. But instead of words, he quickly and frequently pronounces the sounds of his name, and the warrior invites him to eat together. Kesha asks if anyone knows sign language, because he himself does not understand the little guardian. Then he resorts to the generally accepted method, starting to write letters on the ground. After reading the question, Stilrazon himself asks why Isti needed their leader. The warrior says that Founder is busy now and again, invites the child to sit with them and eat. But Isti is persistent. He tells those present that yesterday's flute playing made him remember what happened yesterday. The twin says he is scared and asks if the boy has decided to kill their leader. The boy continues to insist, but they don't take him seriously and again offer him meat to eat. Isti restrains herself as best she can, but still, with shaking hands, writes the next phrase on the ground. He asks the guys if they all really want to die by his hand, and this even confuses the squad a little. But not everyone, because the warrior and the twin tell Isti to stop messing around with this nonsense and get away from them. However, the boy does not feel the slightest bit of fear, causing surprise among those present. The twin asks him if he really does run into them. And even now, when the big guy is already emitting an aura of death, there is no fear in the little guy's eyes. To everyone's surprise, Founder appears nearby and orders everyone to freeze. The twin reacts to his leader accordingly, but the little one is a little confused. When he feels unwell, the man tries to understand what kind of attack this is. And he is also surprised that this sucker, unlike himself, did not notice anything. The Founder again tells them to calm down and reproaches the twin for his intentions, who justifies himself. Foot takes the big guy's side, explaining that all the blame in this case lies with Isti. The Founder mentally responds to this by saying that he himself knows this, as well as about the abilities of this boy. And then the young man asks to be called Isti Great, since that is his real name, and Foot is puzzled. The old man asks how Founder knows this, and he says that he learned it from the owner of the guest house. When they don't believe him, the young man says that it was the mind whisper technique, and it is already working. Then Founder suggests cleaning up, but the Celestials doubt that this is an appropriate occupation for a leader. Still, the young man manages to defend his position, and the couple leaves, talking about food. They look into each other's eyes for quite a long time, and Founder is lost in memories. He remembers the day when, while still the head of the Alliance, he saw this boy for the first time. Great stares at the stranger with the same gaze, ready to attack at any moment. The Founder doesn't pay attention to this, remembering that the boy was about 3 years old when they last met. His older brother, Grand, dragged the younger one around with him everywhere, even though he was about 10 himself. At that time, he expressed his reluctance to part, but Founder promised that they would meet again. And then the head of the Alliance gave Grand a promise to teach him to fight and give him a special gift. But that was not all. The old man told the boy one more thing beforehand. Now Founder is apologizing to Great for yesterday, admitting he was a little rude. Realizing that the young man is using sign language, the teenager is impressed. And this was precisely the third condition. For this little man, Founder learned sign language. Now the young man tells Great about why he mastered sign language and talks about the promise he made. The boy likes this and shares that Founder also made him a similar promise in the past. But then the man said that there would be one condition, and Grand asked him about it again. The Founder asked the boy to take care of himself and his brothers, and also to study well with Dream. The head of the alliance invited the guys to come back to him as soon as they learned everything from this man. Now Founder recalls with special trepidation and tenderness how reluctantly Grand agreed and was sad. He says that since the Guardians do not forget him, he continues to live, and Great understands these words. The boy says he heard something, and Founder asks him what it was. In the memory, the head of the alliance asked to remember one very important thing. According to her, no matter what happens to the guys, even if they are injured, they should not lose each other. Great says that this is why they decided to leave the master, because that is what their adopted father told them to do. He says that he still cannot believe in the death of the Founder, but the latter allows him not to believe it. The boy asks his interlocutor where he is from and then admits that he likes him. The Founder says that he, in turn, likes that they no longer want to kill him. Greta calls out to a familiar voice, asking what he is doing in this place. The young people tell the younger one to come to them immediately and say that his older brother is calling him. He also meditates, thinking that the heir to the great celestial library is smug and cunning. Grand is sure that this rich man deliberately decided to insult them all in public with his words. And all this just to avoid doing what you don't want to do. Not everyone can afford that. And all because he can't even imagine what kind of connection there was between them and the Founder. This is precisely why his words are unforgivable, because he should have first sincerely honored the memory of the deceased. The Guardian leader calls out to Galore, who responds, informing him that he has brought everyone else to him. However, he makes a slip of the tongue when he starts talking about Great, and Grand urges his interlocutor to continue. Later, the older brother asks the younger one why he did this, and he apologizes. Great tries to explain himself, saying that Founder speaks sign language well and apologized. Grand asks if his brother likes anyone who knows this language, but he denies it. And then the little one breaks down and tells the older one that Founder praised him and is glad that everything is going well for them. Hearing this continue, Grand venomously asks why this man needs such a thing. The younger one admits that the words of his interlocutor made him feel warm, as if the Founder himself was speaking to him. The boy continues speaking but stutters, giving himself time to find the right words. He says that this person's look is friendly and attentive. He feels that he likes him. However, seeing that his brother remains gloomier than a cloud, the boy apologizes to him. The young man is deep in his thoughts, trying to find the hidden meaning in the Founder's words. Galore interjects into the conversation, saying that the bastard is speaking the language of snakes and they need to act. But Grand leaves both of them, warning that he needs time to think things over. Leaning against the door on the other side, the young man thinks hard about what happened. Images from the previous day flash before his eyes, and he mentally calls Founder a bastard. However, remembering his look and words, the young man admits to himself that he reminds him of his father. As night falls, Founder silently expresses hope that the Guardians will develop self-respect. Taking the necessary tool in his hands, the young man thinks that this is all he has left to do. This seal can contain a spirit that has lost its mind and awaken a scattered mind. It all comes at a price, but Founder can't help but help his old friend. He plunges deeper and deeper into these thoughts, but a familiar voice does not allow him to do so. Kesha asks what Founder is working so hard on that he didn't even hear him the first time. He says that he drew the seal to help the head of the healers, and the boy becomes interested in this. And then Founder realizes that the owner of this body is not at all familiar with the head of the healers. The boy bombards him with questions like why and how he is going to do it. And then Founder says that this seal will capture the chief healer. This causes even more delight. While Kesha continues to be delighted, the young man wonders whether the master from the Eyeflower Academy has solved the cipher. The warrior asks how the leader is doing and says that in the morning they want to catch a boar. The Founder announces his intention to tell his subordinates what else needs to be done. Still, Ryzen has no idea at all, so he asks directly what their leader is talking about. According to the Founder's plan, he must first get rid of his rival and then obtain the healer's treasures. The squad likes the idea, and the young man can't believe they fell for it. When night falls on the healer's main fortress, nothing foreshadows trouble. But suddenly, where there should be no one else, something flashes, barely perceptible to the eye. The man hears a special signal, which they agreed on only with trusted people. And going to the window, he opens it, which is also a sign to act. Noticing the scroll on the table, the owner of the room starts to move. He reads a letter about the fact that the heir to the library arrived at the fortress 4 days ago and about the rest. He is informed that the letter was sent anonymously, but the young gentleman knows who the sender is. He is firmly convinced that this man wants to start a serious conflict in the main fortress of the healers. The subordinate gets scared and starts thinking about it hard, but he is alarmed by the master's behavior. And then he carefully asks if he has finished deciphering the secret text. No answer is required, and the man expresses a desire to rest because he has an important meeting tomorrow. However, when the servant leaves, he continues to stare greedily at the letter, namely, in words about who exactly is the one who deciphers the message together with him. The man recalls the opinion that this library is the best among the main three, and also that her heir has no equal, but this turned out to be a lie once you dig deeper. The man thought his chance was missed, but the latest news surprised him, and he turns to the heir of the library with the words that he will prove to him who is better here. The next morning, Fireski, finding no one in her path, asks where everyone is. The founder says that they have gone hunting and announces his intention to talk about something. He says he needs books to energize his brain, but asks to see the library for himself. Fireski agrees to take his interlocutor there, but says that the passage is only open to the first floor. The founder says he understands this because he is the heir to one of the 3 great libraries. But he is not upset because he only needs the first floor. Founder notices Fireski's confusion and asks what else he wants to tell him. The man begins to speak, literally squeezing out the words about the guest from Eyeflower Academy. He says he doesn't know how the man found out about everything, but asks the heir of the Great Celestial Library for a meeting. The founder is amazed at how quickly his idea worked, but he is happy about it. When they meet, the young man introduces himself as View Wise and states his affiliation. The founder reciprocates the feelings and says that he never even hoped to meet such talent in this place. View says that the library's heir is much more talented. He has heard about this since childhood. He adds that he has always dreamed of competing with Bright Holy, and the founder is jubilant because everything is going according to his plan. And they start choosing aspects of the competition, figuring out who arrived here and when. So far, their discussion is proceeding quite politely, but founder understands what is going on here. The fact that this man is incredibly confident in himself is clear even to the naked eye. And founder understands that he has already deciphered the text, but asks how many days it will take him to do this. And that's when the master of the Eyeflower Academy breaks through. He snorts, mocking the formulation of the heir of the library. But he still restrains himself from open laughter and invites founder to guess it himself. The young man feigns surprise, asking if he really deciphered the message in 14 days. He laughs and adds that he also didn't think he would meet anyone smarter than his brothers. This catches Vyu's attention, and he asks for clarification as to what his interlocutor means by these words. The founder explains this by saying that the master of the Eyeflower Academy exceeded his expectations. He deliberately mentions that the message was written by the head healer, and View seizes on this. The young man tries to figure out in his head when exactly the library's heir arrived in this place. He is angry because he cannot believe that this message was deciphered in just 4 days. But hope dies last, so View asks if founder has already started deciphering the text. He asks whether it matters whether he started or finished, since the code is the same. View can't stand it anymore and asks directly if founder really managed to cope with everything in 4 days. The young man, correctly noticing the mood of his interlocutor, categorically denies it. He breathes a sigh of relief, calming down, but founder speaks up again. In an angelic tone, he says that it only took him half an hour. View blankly drops out of life for several long moments, trying to digest what he heard. And then he mentally curses everyone and everything, refusing to believe the words of his interlocutor. He believes that the library's heir is simply throwing words around as anyone can do. And yet, in the back of my mind, the thought scratches enviously that he is telling the truth. And then View suggests to founder not to waste time, but to compare his transcripts. The young man expresses the assumption that they do not believe him and calls the maid to him. As soon as she appears, founder asks the girl to bring him his decoded message. Star asks his master to wait, explaining that the code was hidden in other documents. The founder apologizes in advance for everything looking so sloppy, and View is amazed. And he literally grabs the parchment to find out whether his competitor was bluffing or not. He reads the text thoroughly, checking every word, every syllable. And then he appears from behind the sheet and suddenly begins to laugh nervously and painfully. The founder assumes that he made some mistake and asks about it, but his interlocutor denies it. He reluctantly admits that there is not a single hint of this in the transcript. The founder asks for clarification and says that he was just lucky. View understands perfectly well that it's not a matter of luck, but he's trying to find at least some kind of catch. The man is amazed that this person trusts his subordinates, because he left the explanations just like that. And as painful as it is to admit, View mentally acknowledges that the difference between them is colossal. But oddly enough, he even feels calm in his soul after realizing this difference. But suddenly understanding flashes in the young man's eyes and something dawns on him. Now it becomes clear to him who the person was who wrote this mysterious message. The founder apologizes for being rude, but View only expresses her understanding, without offense, without envy. On the contrary, he says that he appreciates his honesty and assumes that the other person wants him to leave. The founder laughs sheepishly, expressing restrained joy that View came to this conclusion on his own. He agrees to do this since he lost, but he wonders if founder is going to resolve the healer's conflict. He says that there is no conflict, but that the noise is coming from his people who returned from hunting wild boars. The guys, intoxicated by their success, notice the Eyeflower Master and express themselves not very politely. The blue-haired man, noticing the arrivals, calls them mentors, and View is surprised by this. It turns out that the Gorge warriors were Flourish's mentors, and a friendly dialogue develops between them. Hearing the words that they are guarding the heir of the library, the young man tenses up. The founder asks people not to pay attention to his people, but this is difficult because they are not such simple individuals. Later, they tell him that they will not detain him anymore and wish him luck in his future endeavors. The founder hospitably invites them to stop by the library if it's on their way, then they can continue what they started. View is surprised by this, but he is more interested in whether his interlocutor will participate in the Heavenly Dragon competition. The founder clarifies what it is and then fishes out memories of this event from his head. View is amazed that the heir of the Great Celestial Library did not receive an invitation to this competition. The founder suggests that he probably didn't have time, and his interlocutor expresses his understanding. The young man thinks that now all that remains is to wait for further action from the main fortress of healers. The founder is happy that at the same time there is one less problem on his way to achieving his goal. Firecloud's angry voice echoes through the fortress, demanding to know what this means. The man orders them to send for the master to bring him back, since he has not yet reported to them. Fireski says that this is impossible, because he was escorted by people from the retinue of the library's heir. Firecloud considers this a tragedy, as the message speaks of the treasures of a healer who has lost his mind. He remembers his father screaming madly that he had to find this treasure. The man speaks of a meeting between two cryptographers, and then of one of them leaving. And Firecloud expresses confidence that behind all this is none other than the heir to the library. Later, Founder's voice is heard near the library, noticing a potential interlocutor. He thanks the healers for allowing him to use their library. Fireski is now also sure that the heir organized everything, but he does not understand why he needs it. The founder asks his guys not to make too much noise and stay calm. They ask him not to worry about it. The flutist speaks to Firesky via telepathy, asking him to listen carefully. Foot says he has something he needs to tell the doctor, so he asks him to come back as soon as possible. He also asks to keep everything a secret from his brother and try not to be noticed. Fireski cannot understand why the old man suddenly became so hostile towards the heir of the library. But it seemed to the man that he had a very strong, trusting relationship with the detachment. As they approach the library building, Fireski informs her charge of this. He asks Founder how long he plans to spend here, and the young man says that he must finish by midnight. The man is completely at a loss, trying to understand how this guy can remain calm in such a situation. Founder notes his stiffness and asks if everything is okay. Fireski laughs it off. Hearing the words that the person responsible for external relations had a lot to do today, the young man expresses understanding. But he notices that it looks very much like his interlocutor is hiding something from him. The founder quickly switches gears, suggesting that they finally go inside since that's not the issue. The man mentally assumes that the young man suspects him of something, and this makes him uneasy. And after the instructions for the heir, he immediately hurries to the meeting place with the old master. Someone asks why they have all been called here, and Foot asks them to listen to him carefully. He states that the heir to the great celestial library is a very dangerous person. The twin says that Founder has already deciphered the text, but is hiding it. However, they cannot be deceived. The efforts are in vain. Fireski is at a loss to understand the reason for this, and he asks the question that has been stuck in his throat openly. Meanwhile, the old man asks his interlocutor why he suddenly needed to go to the library. Fireski tells them the words that Founder told him, but now he himself doesn't see the meaning in them. They answer him, saying that it is all because the treasure of the chief healer is located in this very place. And then, in Fire's head, the certainty that the document had been deciphered by the heir became stronger. And this can only mean that he is going to get all these treasures himself. Fafersky doesn't understand one thing, why Master A. Flourish left. But there is an answer to that too. He was kicked out. Meanwhile, Foot says that they will attack the library's heir as soon as he leaves the building. He orders the entire fortress to prepare for this battle, because this boy has definitely gone looking for treasure. Firegirl rushes at full speed to her brother, already shouting as she goes that trouble has happened. But he still has enough self-control to voice the essence of the whole problem only within the office. Fireski, drooling, shouts that Founder has already deciphered the message left by their father. Firecloud asks where the younger one got such information and asks him not to rush. There is still time. The man lays everything out to his brother in all honesty, sharing the Heavenly Squad's brilliant plan. And he agrees that Founder's abilities are excellent, but he considers him insidious and dangerous. Firecloud mentally calls Founder an incredible genius whose intentions were undetectable. But there is something about this whole situation that puzzles him, and the man turns to his younger brother. Turning to him, which causes surprise, Firecloud notes that finally everything will soon be over. And then there will be no code, no treasure. For this reason, the man asks to call all the elders and healers and tell them the whole story so that everyone can gather just in time for the library's heir to leave the library. Meanwhile, the Founder continues to go about his business without rushing anywhere. He turns the pages measuredly, maintaining an impassive expression on his face. But suddenly the young man sighs heavily and mentally wonders why he even took on all this. Although he said that he was going to harm the fortress, in reality he has no intention of doing anything of the sort. His comrades then became inspired, proposing to shake up the atmosphere in the main fortress of the healers. The Founder also recalls that he even behaved accordingly for this, and now everyone is definitely excited. And the Heavenly Squad is laughing at the fact that their plan to deceive the main fortress of the healers was a great success. The Founder notes the spaciousness of the interior and expresses his intention to see what treasures are in this place. He remembers the words from the clue about the place where the shadow points in the moonlight. This is the first book I need, and now I just need to find the 375th. Counting down to keep track, sometime later, Founder finally finds her. The young man reads the title of the book out loud, recognizing that it is called Lunar Rolls. This puzzles Founder because he thought these should be moon rabbits, not rolls. Thinking that he seemed to have made no mistake with the number, the young man assumes that this is what he needs. Remembering the chief healer, the idea arises in Founder's head that this could be a code. Without any further delay, the young man opens the book of fairy tales to quickly take a look at its contents. It irritates him, and Founder admits that he may indeed have thought too highly of his old friend. The tale tells how, long ago on the moon, two rabbit brothers lived happily ever after. The Founder can't forgive himself for being deeply mistaken, but he continues to read. The Rabbit brothers had work every day after the sun went home, after saying goodbye to him. They pounded in a mortar all night until the morning, until the sun woke up again. This happened day after day, and all this was necessary so that the moon would shine every night. First, the older brother Rabbit pushed, then the younger one. They couldn't stop. One day, the youngest rabbit became curious about why the moon had to shine every day. And then his older brother suggested to his younger brother to look at people who make wishes. One boy, turning to Lady Luna, asked her so that he could please a certain girl. The woman expressed hope that the moon would continue to shine brightly and that she would be able to recover. People even simply enjoyed watching the beautiful moon because they considered it very beautiful. The younger rabbit then realized that all these people were making a wish, and the older one confirmed this. And they decided that this was why the moon should shine, forgetting how hard their work was. And the next morning, people rejoiced that their wishes had come true, and their smiles gave the rabbits strength. And the Rabbit brothers continued to pound, and they pound to this day. That is why the moon shines so brightly today. And all for the sole reason that these little rabbits work hard on the moon every day. As soon as he finishes reading the last word, he slams the book shut without hesitation. The founder is impressed by the story, trying to understand where he went wrong. The young man does not believe that he misdeciphered the message and made a mistake in completing the task. Thinking that he might have missed something, founder plans to reread everything from the beginning. And he again turns to the message that the chief healer of the fortress left for his inquisitive mind. Recalling the lines about Strong's greatest masterpiece being unmatched by anything else, founder understands something. The man suggested looking at the sky, saying that one glance would be enough to replenish energy. The happiest moment for him was the day when he saw the treasure that smiled at him. The founder reads the title of the book, which is called My Treasure, Fire Cloud, and Fire Sky. And now the young man understands what the treasure of the fortress's chief healer is. Later, a large crowd gathers in front of the entrance to the healer's library, chattering incessantly. There are also warriors here, ready at any moment to defend noble lords or to resist the enemy. One of the warriors thinks that this is too much, but his brother-in-arms does not share his concerns. Kesha is also worried about Founder, but Foot reassures him, saying that their leader has been warned about the potential outcome. The boy is still scared. He notes the serious attitude that he senses from the healers. Foot also stands his ground, asking his young interlocutor not to worry, and then acknowledges the presence of the leader. The flutist starts screaming, addressing Founder, and then Kesha becomes truly scared. As soon as the warriors hear the old man's voice, they become ready for battle and begin to move. As they draw their weapons and take up fighting positions, Foot himself begins to get nervous. He recalls his words that there is no need to worry so much, because everything is more than under control. The old man turns to the leader, starting to tell them what he really wanted to tell them. And Fireski addresses all the people of the main fortress of healers, giving a predetermined signal. As dozens of hands fly into the air, a multitude of voices of gratitude to the founder cut through it along with them. The heavenly squad cannot understand the reason. The healer's behavior seems incredibly strange to them. The thing is that some time ago Firecloud figured out that they were being played a joke on. After all, if a split occurred in the heavenly squad, these people would not ask for anyone's help. The man believes that he would be more likely to believe that these people had agreed on such disinformation in advance. Therefore, Firecloud suggested that they go obediently to the library, but meet the heir of the library calmly. The young man, meeting such a greeting, mentally greets his rabbit brothers. He assumes that the younger one, having heard the older one's explanations, believed them unquestioningly. Well, the elder now notices the gaze of the heir to the great celestial library directed directly at him, and his own is changing quickly, and the man, albeit silently, expresses his respect to Founder. He also does not express any negativity, also exchanging the same silent remark with his silent interlocutor. Sometime later, cheerful male laughter rises above one of the parts of the main fortress of the healers. The chief physician, who has already come to his senses, expresses joy that his treasure has returned to him. He thanks the guys and says that he wrote this story himself for his sons, who really like it. Noticing Fire's tears, the old man asks why he is crying and if something bad has happened to him. Firecloud suggests that Strong is very happy to hold the book in his hands. He confirms this, adding that he will become even happier when he reads it to his sons in a dream. Firecloud mentally admits that he doubted Founder's abilities, but now he has put those doubts aside. The man recalls how the young man, having brought this book of fairy tales, said that this was the very lost treasure. Firecloud was puzzled, and his younger brother suddenly remembered the fairy tale about the Rabbit Brothers. Overcome with nostalgia, the man recalls that as children, their father often read them this story. But despite the book's fond memories, Firesky doubts it's the treasure. The founder tries to dispel his doubts by showing that the code is based on the lunar calendar. The young man asks to show the book to the chief healer and see his reaction. When Founder turns to Firecloud, he says that the moon rabbits are also Strong's treasure. The young man suggests that for the old man they are even more important than the book itself. And now the chief healer himself admits that only the smiles of his children make him happy. At that very moment, both men are finally convinced that Founder was right. A little later, the doctors acknowledge the fact that it is their turn to fulfill their promise. Firecloud recalls that the library's heir needed a poisonous insect. Firesky confirms this. The younger brother shares his thoughts about this boy wanting to collect the 3 main sources of energy. His interlocutor says that he doesn't know, but perhaps with this insect he will just collect them all. After all, in addition to the poisonous insect, the remaining two ingredients are also required for the complete picture. Therefore, it cannot be denied that either the heir of the library has the rest, or that he has already used it all. The man recalls that when he first met Founder, he thought he was just ordinary. However, now everything was different. The heir to the library turned out to be resourceful and an excellent cryptographer. At the same time, he is very calm and reasonable. Neither the crowd nor its shouts can upset him. Firestar wonders if the library's heir has a hexagonal serpent. But even if that were the case, the man wondered if Founder could withstand 10,000 smoking sessions. The elder teases the younger, assuming that he is ready to help the person he likes. Although Firesky denies this, he says he wants the Book of 10,000 Incenses to fall into safe hands. Firecloud agrees that the book could be useful to Founder, but the techniques in it are dangerous. If a person gives in to temptation and has no principles, he will step onto the wrong path. It's easy to overdo it with elixirs and power sources, as their own father is an example of. After all, although he was considered the best healer, he suffered from all the medicines that he tried on himself. Firecloud suggests ending this conversation, as they might be mistaken or jumping to conclusions. And the elder brother asks the younger one to prepare a poisonous insect while he meets with the heir of the library. Later, the man says that he doesn't even know how to thank Founder for making his father happy. And he adds that thanks to the heir of the library, the atmosphere inside the fortress has become much more lively. The Founder thanks his interlocutor for such words and says that all that remains is to wait for Strong's recovery. And the young man expresses his willingness to assist the healers in this difficult task. To do this, he hands Firecloud a book and asks him to study it. The man opens the book, flips through a few pages, and is taken aback. He can't believe his eyes when he sees the magic seal, and Founder tells him more about it. The young man believes that using this seal will be enough to help the chief healer recover. Firecloud thanks his interlocutor, but asks how he learned about the chief healer's illness. The young man asks not to worry about this, saying that he took this book with him in advance. His interlocutor estimates that, indeed, it is unlikely that something else is taking place, since there was little time. Furthermore, this seal uses rare combinations and symbols, meaning that it was created in the library. Then Firecloud becomes curious as to why this young man decided to give him this book. The Founder wonders if he can answer as it really is, and he begins to speak, intending to tell the truth, since he still cannot come up with any other explanation. But still, the young man asks, is there anything in this world more important than the relationship between fathers and children? Firecloud is at a loss, thinking about how he wants to somehow repay the library's heir for this seal. And the man assumes that the Founder wants the golden core, but he does not express an open desire to get it. And then, reminding him that this is a rare treasure, he suggests keeping it for himself. Firecloud mentally comes to the conclusion that this young man simply wants to take care of his father. The man is haunted by a strange feeling as if he is communicating not with a young man, but with someone of the old school. And Founder, seeing how hard his interlocutor is trying to restrain himself, is perplexed. And to avoid awkwardness, he suggests that Firecloud not be shy, but yawn if he wants. He asks his interlocutor in a puzzled tone, repeating after him the words he had just said. And this has a surprisingly sobering effect on a man. Then Firecloud asks his interlocutor what he wants, and Founder begins to hesitate. And then, suddenly switching to a confident voice, the young man expresses a desire to obtain the core of supremacy. When the enemy is stronger during battle, you need to replenish your internal energy to the maximum level. However, doing this without any help can damage your internal energy or even cause it to be lost. The core of excellence has the ability to hold energy within itself and preserve it, and is therefore valuable. A sudden thought occurs to Firecloud, and he asks if Founder really wants to start a war. The young man is puzzled, not understanding what happened to this guy's face because he was trying to be noble. And yet, Founder says that he is taking it in reserve, saying that 30 cores would be enough for him. Firecloud thinks about war again, but his interlocutor insistently emphasizes what he said earlier as a reserve. The man agrees to prepare the order, only asking for a little wait. He also expresses interest in why the library's heir would need a poisonous insect. He directly answers that he is collecting 3 sources of energy, which surprises the young man's interlocutor. Founder is just talking about the hexagonal serpent when Firecloud takes it all as a joke. The man is taken aback when he hears how lucky the library's heir is that the creature crawled to them on its own. After a rather long pause, Firecloud asks his interlocutor again what he said. Later they go to the dungeon, and the healer fulfills his promise. Handing the box to Founder, he explains that it contains a poisonous insect. The healer informs about the time required for the beetle to be digested and about the way to exit this room. Founder expresses understanding and says goodbye to Firecloud until the next time they meet. When the gates close in front of him, the man looks at them silently for a while. The Founder on the other side, heading towards a suitable place, thinks that time should fly by unnoticed. Making himself comfortable, the young man places the box with the poisonous insect in front of him and opens it. The Founder expresses his joy at having received this beetle and notes that it smells wonderful. Assuming that it is no different from the bronze beetle, the young man decides to see for himself. Inside the insect is a pill, and Founder notes that it is completely odorless. But it doesn't matter, because once he eats it, he will have all three main sources of energy. Listening to his sensations, Founder does not feel any special taste. But then a very bad thought occurs to him, and the young man's body involuntarily shudders. Founder starts sniffing both and realizes that he can't smell anything. Then the young man decides to test something else by biting his cheek from the inside until it bleeds. Unfortunately, Founder doesn't taste blood either, and this can only mean one thing. But he doesn't want to believe it, so he wonders if he really has lost all his feelings. Meanwhile, Firesky, noticing Firecloud, states the fact that he has returned. The younger one assumes that Founder has already eaten the bug. The older one thinks that he won't be able to bear it and will soon leave. Hearing that it will happen in an hour, Firesky asks again, and Firecloud says that this is the maximum. The man begins to talk about the smell of a poisonous beetle and admits that he does not believe the air of the library. So he suggests staying here and waiting a bit until Founder comes out. After the younger brother laughs and makes a joke, 4 hours pass. Firesky confesses to the elder that she cannot believe that the air of the library is still inside. Firecloud assumes that Founder has not yet removed the beetle from the box and suggests waiting a little longer. Firesky reminds him that 4 hours have passed, and he could hardly have been idle during that time. Firecloud wonders if the library's air really did swallow the snake and the plant. The Founder still can't believe inside that he doesn't feel anything. But since the only thing he did was take the pill, it means that everything is happening because of her. The Founder is not tempted by the idea of losing 2 of the 5 senses, as this is too great a loss for anyone. The thought comes to his mind that he will not be able to taste food, and this is an incredible price to pay. After suffering like this for some time, the young man calms down and forces himself to exhale slowly. Chuckling to himself, Founder notes that he does know something about this. He thinks that the morning dawn can only be seen by passing through impenetrable darkness. The only problem is that this motivation won't work for long enough, which means you need to concentrate. The Founder does just that, because the sooner he starts, the faster he can get his mind in order. For the best concentration and unity of spirit and body, the young man imagines the pill inside him. Here, under the influence of the characteristics and will of his body, it gives way to its first crack and gives in. And then a burst of energy, like magma, bursts out of it to make its way. The Founder merges with this feeling so much that he literally sees everything from the inside. He knows for sure that the energy of a poisonous insect can go to many places. But for some reason, Founder feels like she doesn't do it. At some point, the young man realizes that he knows exactly what this energy wants. And then Founder fills his right hand with the aura of the hexagonal serpent's blood. At the same time, the young man pours the energy of a poisonous plant into his left hand, and mentally he addresses all 3 powerful sources of energy, calling on them to unite. The Founder feels them giving in, practically seeing several auras merging into one. At that very moment, the young man feels how, giving the flow new strength, the energy literally shoots out. The Founder feels how a great force fills his entire body, entering each of his limbs and organs. Due to the acquisition of new strength, its streams habitually begin to seep through the skin. Since this was not easy for Founder, beads of sweat are rolling down his face. The young man mentally notes that his strength has now moved from the 3rd to the 4th level. He thought it would take about 10 years to reach the 12 stars, but now he doesn't think so. Taste and smell also return, and Founder decides to have a hearty meal when he gets out of here. However, the next moment he begins to feel a cloying honey smell in his mouth. The Founder is confident that the smell cannot come from outside, although he does not know if there are poison traps here. Immediately after this, the young man begins to smell an incredibly strong scent of flowers. Following it, some kind of stench appears, and after it, a fresh pine aroma. The founder comes to the conclusion that these alternating tastes and smells are the result of the source of three energies. The harmony that happened to him allowed the young man to feel all the scents of this world. The founder understands that if you focus, you can choose what you feel. And you can start with a neutral scent and end by accepting the aroma around you. And you can also make it so that you don't feel any smell at all. A mischievous idea pops into Founder's head and he decides to try to implement it. Just a moment later, condensation begins to accumulate on the man's finger. Having reached the required size for its maximum weight, the water breaks away from the surface of the skin, and it falls rapidly down to touch the mirror-like surface, disrupting its perfect surface. The founder thinks he would call this trick the call of 1,000 flavors. For now, this is enough for him, because greed has never led anyone to anything good. Sitting down, Founder thinks about how he still needs to get used to his new abilities. After all, now he will have to relearn the martial arts that he knew in his past life. The thought that Founder will be able to train with peace of mind cannot but please. A week passes from the day the library's heir entered the stone room. Fireski finds this strange, even if the absorption of the poisonous insect was successful. His brother reminds the younger one that they cannot interfere in the process once the critical point has passed. Sighing heavily, the doctor says that they have no choice but to wait. A strange sound is heard behind them, and Fireski asks her brother about it. And the next moment, a furious wind hits them, which also becomes the reason for the question. Landing behind the brothers almost silently, Founder asks if they were really waiting for him. The library's heir is approached, and he admits that he left later than he planned. The junior doctor laughs nervously and says that they didn't wait for him that long. Firecloud says he can't smell the poisonous bug, suggesting that Founder didn't eat it. The young man finds it very funny that the first thing he was asked about was not how he was feeling, but about the insect. And he honestly says that he is tired, since he has been training intensively for the past 7 days. Fireski is curious whether the heir absorbed the beetle or not, and asks him directly about it. A little later, the founder is asked if everything went well, and he replies that a lot happened. The Healing Brothers admit that they have heard a lot about the exploits of the library's heir from the Heavenly Squad. They gave each of them an elixir of strength, but none of them could stand its smell. Dream Holy also came this week to take the 1,000 Guardians with him, and he was very angry when he found out about all the rumors swirling around these guys. The founder mentally regrets that he was not able to meet his adopted sons again. However, he expresses confidence that they will meet again when the time comes. Firecloud says that the eldest of the squad asked for something to be passed on to the heir of the library. It turns out that Gran said that at their next meeting, Founder would pay him for everything. Reproducing the words of the Elder Guardian exactly, Firecloud adds that this is what he said. The founder mentally scolds himself because Gran couldn't have guessed that it was him and not the heir to the library. The young man is asked what he will do next, and he says that he will return to the Great Celestial Library. Firecloud is surprised by this, remembering that his interlocutor was invited to the Sky Dragon competition. The founder says he doesn't think he belongs there, so he probably won't go. He thinks that it is unlikely that he was invited there with good intentions, since the reputation of the heir to the library has been tarnished. Both interlocutors laugh socially, and the healer says that there is nothing wrong with this. At some point, the men's laughter stops, and Firecloud turns to the library's heir. He says that the main fortress of healers will never forget what he did for them. And from that moment on, the Great Celestial Library became her sister, separating enemies and friends. These words initially surprise Founder, but he readily accepts this outcome. The young man asks permission to take a walk around the fortress before leaving, and he is allowed without complaint. The founder remembers someone very important telling him that he liked the smell of magnolia. When the man asked, he was told that this is exactly what the silver medicine smells like, and he clarified. And they explained to him that this is exactly the association his interlocutor had with his wife. The founder then suggested that this woman always smelled of magnolia. However, to his surprise, the answer was negative. But the man explained that this scent always comes to mind when he thinks of his beloved. The chief healer carefully opens the window, feeling something achingly familiar in his chest. The founder slowly leaves his memory, allowing it to complete itself. And now he mentally turns to his old friend, carefully asking him to take care of him. Sometime later, the young man finds himself on the way back from the main fortress of the healers. He thinks that now she will slowly return to her former well-being. Meanwhile, members of the Heavenly Squad speak up, saying that he will disappoint the Southern Palace faction. The beggars are asking the founder to go to the competition louder than anyone else, even suggesting sanctions. At the Heavenly Dragon competition, a variety of delicious food is provided for young warriors. Besides the promising young men, there are beautiful girls there, all in one place. In addition to battles between young warriors, there will also be representatives of more experienced ones. No young person would want to miss something like this because it's all about the unity of the younger generation. The only problem for Founder is that he has practically destroyed one of the most powerful families. And after that, he is sure they will smile at them falsely, hiding behind it a plan for revenge. Kesha promises to remain silent all the time, saying that he is withdrawn. Shiny retorts. The boy stands his ground, but the girl says she doesn't believe a single word he says. The Founder mentally calls these guys a bunch of swindlers and sympathizes with Shiny. And then he asks the coachman to stop and take a break, to take a walk, and he accepts the order. The young man also turns to his warriors, asking them to slow down as well. They ask him what's going on, and Founder says he just wants to show them something. The warrior asks what this sudden request is and says that they don't need to be asked for anything. The Founder tries to understand what is wrong with him and remembers that the man drank the wrong elixir. And the warrior says that they need to be given orders because it sounds cool, and the order will definitely be carried out. Twin and Foot also agree with their comrade, saying that they are Founder's defense squad. The latter agrees to call it an order and is praised for this difficult step. The Founder says he wants to make sure that the problem with the mercenaries who tried to kill him is finally resolved. One of the twins thinks out loud, asking if they aren't being taken over by another squad. The Founder admits that he is not familiar with that squad, so he does not know what exactly they do. Thinking that he has no choice, the young man names the Heavenly Squad as the only ones to whom he can entrust this task. The boys immediately became emotional, asking their leader not to even worry about something like that. Still Risen can't believe their leader wants the head of the mercenary leader brought to him. Shiny recalls how they were afraid that Founder didn't trust them, but it turned out to be in vain. The girl believes that the scum are involved in this matter, while the elite warriors remain with their leader. However, her next words contradict her previous ones, because in fact, Shiny considers this to be unfair. And Kesha says that everything suits him, because this way he will get more meat. The twin supports the little one. The Founder says goodbye to one part of the squad until they meet in the library. The rest join the leader. The men also reciprocate and say that they will then set off on their journey. Meanwhile, in the healer's main fortress, Firecloud addresses his interlocutor with a question. He asks him what they owe his visit to, and he begins to talk about the rumor about the Heavenly Dragon competition. Namely, that the heir of the library refused to participate. Harmony suspects the fortress of being among those involved. He is the head of the honor squad of the Southern Palace faction, and assumes that the healers have some kind of grudge against them. Firecloud feels uneasy under this look, although the words of the man opposite sound quite friendly and caring. However, this faction usually sends an honorary detachment when a problem needs to be resolved quietly. The healer says that they are not offended at all, but he really cannot leave the fortress yet. The interlocutor clarifies that the issue is in the production of drugs, and Firecloud calls this one of the problems. Harmony suggests that this is why the magnolia blossomed at this time of year, although this is strange. Firecloud agrees, saying that the medicines they produce now have that smell. Then the man says that he heard rumors about the arrival of the library's heir to the main fortress of the healers. Firecloud tries to be friendly, asking how they knew about it but not denying the truth. And then he also honestly admits that he invited Founder to decipher the text, and he succeeded. Hearing the words that the library's heir had not been here long, the man clings to them. Firecloud confirms that Founder was here, but left the healer's main fortress this morning. Harmony says that the library's heir has been invited to this year's Heavenly Dragon competition. Firecloud shares that Founder had gone home, but he was sorry he couldn't be there. Harmony expresses understanding, but in his mind he is finally convinced of his own assumptions. He addresses Founder mentally, telling him that if the faction calls him, he is obliged to obey. Firecloud suggests that the Southern Palace is interested in a visit from the library's heir, even without taking into account the fact that this young man is quite outstanding in his own right. The man asks to tell him what Founder is like, because he notices the healer's affection for him. As he begins to speak, Firecloud pauses, unable to help but be drawn into memories. He himself asked his brother where this scent came from, and he was told that the heir to the library had touched the pine tree. And it is for this reason that these coniferous trees began to smell like magnolia. The realization washed over the man like an avalanche, and Fireski continued to chatter, unable to stop. And to conclude it all, drawing a bold line, He said that the heir to the library received an infinity of aromas. At that very moment, the older brother imagined how it all happened incredibly clearly. He thought that although this man was strange, he was also incredible. Firecloud then became curious as to why this young man had done exactly that. Exactly there. As if he knew what the silver medicine and the scent of magnolia meant to the chief healer. And now the man tells his interlocutor that the heir to the library is a wonderful person. He remains silent for a while because he finds Firecloud's behavior strange. It raises questions as to why the healer thought for so long just to say those few words. Firecloud, meanwhile, says that the library's heir is not one to go back on his word. And the man, asking if he can ask his interlocutor for something without waiting for an answer, asks him not to look for it. Harmony retorts, saying that it is not up to him to decide, but the head of the Southern Palace faction. The healer asks if his interlocutor could ask him about this on behalf of the main fortress of healers. And Harmony slowly and leisurely begins to repeat his interlocutor's words. And then he asks if the main fortress of healers really wants to sabotage the Southern Palace competition. Firecloud chuckles politely, saying that such words are a clear exaggeration, and he's not trying to sabotage anything at all, but simply expressed his concern. Harmony suggests that Firecloud believes that harm is intended for the library's heir. He asks if he really thought so because of his concern, but says that he is not worried about the heir. The man sitting opposite does not respond to this. He's waiting for the continuation of the unfinished remark. But the silence drags on, and then he asks if the healer is worried about him. There is no answer, and the man mentally assumes that Firecloud has begun to get confused in his own thoughts. And at the same time, he understands that in order to catch up with Founder, he needs to leave immediately. Giggling nastily, Kesha asks if their leader knows that dessert is supposed to be sweet. The Founder tells the boy that this is exactly what the dish is and invites him to try it. Shiny joins the conversation, asking if he is really making fun of them. And then they simultaneously say that no one can stop them from eating sweets. Still Rizan, walking behind these children, does nothing but exhale heavily. And while Shiny and Kesha are choosing sweets for themselves, something catches the man's attention. Harmony addresses Still Risen by name, and Still Risen greets him with a deliberately upbeat air. The man remarks that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and the beggar asks him what he is doing here. However, he does not wait for an answer, saying that he himself knows the reason for Harmony's appearance here. Kesha asks his bro who this is, and Still Risen tells him what faction this person is from. Sheeny expresses her impression by saying that the heavens have heard her. The boy is also happy about the opportunity. But Still Risen asks the guys to be quieter and asks Harmony if he had been somewhere else before this. The man answers honestly, and his interlocutor offers to give him advice before meeting with the heir of the library. The first thing Still Risen says is that Founder has a simply bastard character. It's so bad that half of his subordinates have left, unable to tolerate such treatment. Harmony remains silent, and this prompts his interlocutor to continue talking, as one should not talk to the Founder. The man turns the young man into a person who responds even to sincere prayers with feigned arrogance. Harmony asks if his interlocutor wants to say anything else, but he answers negatively. Then the man simply turns around silently and walks away, leaving Stillison puzzled. The man loses his last hope, saying that because of him they will definitely not go anywhere, because this person will not be able to persuade their leader to do something he does not want. Meanwhile, Harmony already catches the eye of the heir to the great celestial library, and he looks at the unfamiliar man, mentally wondering who he is. Later, Founder expresses regret that Harmony had to go through such a journey. The young man asks to convey from him to the head of the faction that they will meet as soon as he can. The man suggests that Founder misunderstood, and he clarifies what exactly the misunderstanding was. After all, he refused the invitation, but Harmony says in full color that the heir to the library has no choice. Founder mentally analyzes these words, amazed at the impudence of the Southern Palace faction. And then he remembers the position of this man, and assumes that he is a completely inexperienced warrior in Murti. Or maybe he hasn't been to many places, but the young man remarks out loud that his interlocutor is lucky, and mentally explains the reason. Harmony says he got the impression that the library looked down on the Southern Palace. The man asks the young man if it would not be polite to personally apologize to the organizer for his inability to participate. And Finder, sighing, considers this man's opinion to be outright stupidity, because it is a choice without a choice. The young man asks what will happen if he doesn't go. Will they really show him their strength then? And the man answers in an even tone that it would be a great honor for him to do so. However, the founder himself does not intend to show his emotions to his interlocutor. But at the same time, such behavior allows you to understand that the person sitting opposite is not bluffing. And yet, founder leaves, saying that it is time for him to go, and asking that Harmony not follow him as he frightens him. The man follows the library's heirs back until he is out of sight. And later the guys sigh because they never got to go to the Southern Palace faction. Each of the three considers it important to express their dissatisfaction and disappointment to the founder. Shiny switches to the memory of Harmony, believing that he has no self-control. Still Ryzen protects him. Kesha joins the girl, calling the surrendered man an idiot because he didn't really try to fight. And the little one continues to curse Harmony, not noticing how a dark silhouette flashes behind the cart. When they finally notice him, Shiny is surprised that the man followed them. And he, describing a beautiful and wide arc over the heads of the Trinity and the coachman, lands. The man places his hand on the horse's head and presses on certain points. Some kind of anomaly immediately happens to the animal, but before it dies, it manages to neigh heart-rendingly. Harmony does not stop on one horse, moving with lightning speed from first to second. This continues until every mammal in the team is disabled. Everything happens so quickly that the coachman barely has time to scream in fear and react. He lets go of the reins because there is no point in holding anyone anymore. All the horses are dead. Fair hits her head on the wagon as it jerks forward and groans. And then, finding Harmony approaching with his gaze, he asks him what he has done. The man confesses to committing a serious crime and advises to take him to the faction for trial. Shiny asks if he's really lost his mind. Still Ryzen thinks it's all nonsense. The old man stutters and addresses his master, who reciprocates. The founder announces his intention to call the head of the honorary squad, but for this, the girl will have to leave. A little later, the young man asks his interlocutor why he did this, and the latter considers his actions polite. The founder asks if this man does this to everyone and receives a positive answer. The young man doesn't remember ever meeting someone who frightened him so much, and Harmony agrees with him. The founder says he never thought he would cross paths with him today. Harmony laughs, admitting that his interlocutor turned out to be nicer than he expected. But founder says that now is not the time for jokes, and begins to talk about the power he has. The young man says that he can kill a person by just touching him with one finger. But Harmony is not shy. On the contrary, he feels interested and asks how this is possible. The founder says his victim will be buried alive, suggesting the man has never encountered anything like this. Thinking that this bookworm knows how to choose his words, Harmony turns to him. And then he says that the heir to the library has crossed the line, and the said one laughs terribly. And then he asks why. Don't you like realizing that you're dying without even noticing it? The members of the Heavenly Squad and their escorts outside have no idea what is happening inside. And the next moment they scream in fear, turning sharply towards their master. Without stopping to catch his breath, Harmony continues his advance, beginning to deliver a series of blows. Founder manages to dodge them quite well, but the enemy's speed is impressive. And the young man is more than confident that at least one of the blows will definitely hit him. Not letting the touch linger for long, Founder jumps back as far as possible. He thinks about one of his self-defense techniques that restrains the enemy's internal forces. But delving too deeply into thoughts is dangerous, and Founder finds his opponent with his eyes. He is roughly where he was at the time of the skirmish, but begins to slowly move towards him. Founder thinks that he decided to retreat in order to hide his real level of strength from the enemy. The young man is absolutely sure that despite his good stats, he will be able to repel his attack in 2 blows. Still Risen turns to his leader, but he asks his subordinates to remain calm. He thinks that his technique didn't work, which Harmony says out loud the next moment. Founder expresses pity, explaining that he attacked in a manner befitting the Southern Palace faction. Provocatively and deliberately slowly, the young man says it was very weak. Harmony remains silent for a short while, after which he says that this won't do. The man says that as an apology to the faction, the library's heir will sacrifice his limb. The founder suggests that he try, but adds that this dream is unrealistic. Hearing all this and seeing the unfolding events, the members of the Heavenly Squad scream in fear, and Founder begins his movement towards the enemy, giving himself a boost of speed with a light push. In an instant, he is no longer in this place. The young man is moving with impressive speed. Even his opponent fails to see him. Harmony mentally notes the disappearance of Founder. The point is that he can't even feel the vibrations in the air. It's as if Founder has truly evaporated. The man is mentally amazed. wondering how this boy managed to disappear into thin air. Harmony suggests that the library's heir decided to defeat him by leaving his field of vision. Meanwhile, Founder appears right behind him, about to begin his entertainment. The first thing the young man is going to do is perform a ripping attack, already creating equipment. But Founder doesn't see that his opponent's gaze has changed, because he felt a vibration in the air. The man effortlessly and accurately intercepts his opponent, immobilizing him. He thinks that this attack is one of his signature attacks and wants to see the Founder's actions. However, he somehow manages not only to dodge, but to free himself as if his limb were being transformed. But Founder doesn't hesitate, freeing one of his hands and preparing to attack with the other. But first, the young man reaches for his opponent's shoulder to get a firmer grip, and then he strikes with such force that the ground beneath his knuckles not only cracks, but breaks. Fortunately, at the last moment, Harmony manages to escape the steel grip and makes a strategic retreat. The man is even more perplexed by his inability to understand how his opponent managed to escape. Meanwhile, Founder notices his opponent and rushes towards him like a hawk towards a chick. But the man pulls himself together, thinking that if he catches him now, the enemy will definitely not escape. The Founder, in his mind, rejoices at the fact that he will be able to test what this man is capable of. This technique is called 100 wandering attacks, but it is not that simple. Most of the attacks are feints, and only 2 of them are genuine. Yet Founder manages to avoid the first series of attacks. The second one makes the young man tense up a little, as she turns out to be stronger than her predecessor. Although the blow comes incredibly close, Founder manages to dodge it too, and the young man continues on his way, despite the impressions he has experienced, because every minute counts. Harmony resorts to the 100 wandering attacks technique for the 3rd time, and a battle of attrition ensues. Harmony mentally estimates that all this time, the distance between them did not exceed 3 meters, and he still hasn't even managed to grab hold of the clothes of the heir to the great celestial library. The man looks as if he is trying to catch a feather fluttering in the wind. He tries to understand whether the heir to the great celestial library has always been like this. The maid standing at a distance is ready to rush to her master's aid at any moment. But she sees that he is coping for now, and this warms her heart with hope. Noticing that the enemy's attacks are starting to repeat themselves, Founder decides to end this test. Dodging one last time, the young man abruptly changes trajectory, beginning to move towards his opponent. This stuns him, and he wonders in his mind why the library's heir began to approach him. However, the man doesn't even manage to finish his thought. Deep stupefaction takes its place. It is followed by an almost equally sharp, uncontrollable attack of coughing. Bent over, the man begins to breathe heavily and tries in vain to stop the bleeding. But at the same time, he himself understands that he cannot take his eyes off his opponent. The same one independently helps a man get rid of this fear imposed by the instinct of self-preservation. With a merciless kick, Founder intends to finish it all. The man doesn't expect this either, and therefore doesn't have time to repel the nimble attack. Later, Harmony comes to his senses from the voices and the sudden pain caused by his own body being thrown around. Trying to finally come to his senses, the man, breathing heavily, wonders what is happening. No answer is required when he sees the silhouettes of people and hears the statement that he has woken up. The Founder asks the man why he didn't listen to what others told him. Remembering the words of the library's heir, Harmony agrees that it was rude of him. The Founder says that if they had agreed, he would have come to the competition next time. And now he can't even return home because his cart is broken. And what's more, all the horses have been killed, which only makes the situation worse. And the final touch, Founder notes that his former opponent is buried alive. The man, his voice low, asks if the library's heir really intends to kill a member of the Southern Palace faction. He starts yelling that this cannot be done, as the consequences will be terrible. And still Razan asks his leader when he can drip this noisy man. The Founder allows it, and the trio gets to work. Kesha is delighted with the idea of planting flowers on the grave. The man can't do anything in this position, so he simply asks them to stop. He still refuses to believe that the library's heir actually wants to bury him. Hope dies last, so Harmony still hopes that this is all a joke. After all, he really doesn't want to die. He's not ready for it yet. These are the thoughts that fill the man's head. Harmony refuses to be one of Murty's missing warriors, so he plans to fight back. He wants to restore his energy concentration points, but first he tries to move his body. Still Raisin is surprised, noticing something is wrong, but Shiny doesn't care. She's tired of working with a shovel. The man understands what is going on. This man has restored the flow of energy to the acupuncture points. The Founder, observing these ups and downs, notes that everything worked out exactly when it was supposed to. The young man assumes that the man didn't even realize that he was affecting his acupuncture points. And at the same moment, Harmony notes that the flow of his internal energy stops. The man recalls the healer's question about whether he knows what kind of people are guarding the heir of the library. Harmony did not answer then, but was ready to listen to his interlocutor, and he said that he was familiar with them. Firecloud took particular pleasure in calling everyone by their most famous nicknames, and his interlocutor said that he was not afraid of them, but the healer countered that it was not they who needed to be afraid. The one to fear is the one who stands at the head of the heavenly squad, namely the heir to the great celestial library. Harmony thought that he was only being instilled with fear, but now he understands that everything is completely different. For the heir to the great celestial library truly turned out to be his worst nightmare. Many hours later, the fresh embankment gently but stubbornly moves back and forth, and at some point, a hand emerges from it trembling with exhaustion. Harmony reaches out to the light of the moon, as if he owes it alone for his miraculous salvation. The man expresses great joy at being able to move again before dying. Checking his reflexes, he makes sure that everything is fine with his body, but he doesn't understand what it was. A couple appears on the horizon and notes that they are just in time. The man asks them who they are. The beggars laugh, asking what Harmony did that still Rizan buried him alive. The man tries to analyze these words, coming to the conclusion that the heir of the library is behind everything. Although he doesn't want to say it, Harmony still forces himself to ask where he should go. Sometime later, he is congratulated on his resurrection and the beginning of his second life. Shiny and Kesha bombard the man with questions like how he breathed underground. Still Ryzen reminds Harmony of his words about not being one to joke with their leader. Kesha agrees with her brother, adding that if Founder had been spoken to politely, he might have agreed to everything. And while the little one continues to act smart, Star appears and says that Harmony is already waiting for their leader. A little later, the heir of the library invites the head of the honorary detachment to sit down. The man follows his advice, but already feels how much he is shaking. He sees only one explanation for this, that his body has remembered that the heir is to be feared. The founder, meanwhile, asks if the man really thinks he will do that to him again. Harmony denies this and reflects on the fact that feigned concern is more disturbing than open anger. The founder says that that was the first time, but now it's the second, and he's never generous twice. Harmony expresses understanding for this and asks the library's heir for forgiveness for his rudeness. The founder thinks that such obedience should be rewarded and is amazed by the man's compliance. But he remembers that one of his acquaintances also became the same after his premature burial. Founder says out loud that, although Harmony was rude, he can deserve forgiveness, and he agrees. The young man notes that it is already late and suggests that his interlocutor meet tomorrow, who again echoes. And then it dawns on the man, and he asks what it means that they will meet tomorrow. The founder doesn't like this lack of insight, and he asks what Harmony himself thinks about this. The trio begins to express joy that they were finally able to achieve what they wanted. But Harmony still doesn't understand, and everyone asks the leader for permission to explain to the dim-witted one. But in the end, they simultaneously blurt out the words that they are going to the Heavenly Dragon competition. Kesha's excited cry rises into the air near the dragon ship pavilion. He really likes this place, and Shinny admits that she only knew about it from stories. Still Ryzen calls them country bumpkins, saying that their behavior makes it immediately obvious that they are new here. But they are still interested in the question of why they are in this place, and not in the main pavilion of the Southern Palace faction. When Shiny said they still had time to visit the local attractions, everyone was in favor. Except for one person who abstained from voting altogether. Harmony assumes that the library's heir is in the Dragon Ship Pavilion for the first time. The founder confirms this and admits that he didn't even think that such an incredible place existed. Kesha is curious about what dishes they will eat today, and his brother says that now he will brag to everyone. And while the two continue to express their delight, something catches the founder's eye. Someone whose gaze he felt on him continues to watch him. This girl is called Suzcastle Dynasty, and she belongs to the Southern Palace faction. The founder mentally notes that she has become even more beautiful since their last meeting a year ago. The dynasty is asked who is there, and the girl assumes that one of the faction's warriors is leading guests here. The young man in green says that he would be honored to share a meal with people of high title. And the dynasty is mentally amazed that the head of the honorary detachment is so kind to these people. A little later, noticing the founder, everyone begins to openly admire the heir of the library. The young man admits that he is not at all what he imagined. This man's name is Alex, he's from the Free family, and he looks like a real fan of the library's heir. The conversation turns to the bakers, and the brunette is on the library's side in this matter. But the brown-haired girl is interested in something, and he asks if it is true that they held the head of the family hostage, and other rumors are cited. Founder says the rumors about the bakers are a bit exaggerated, and the library is not a stronghold of magic. He adds that others were involved in suppressing the bakers, and then introduces the Sky Squad. Watching the conversations between the youth, Harmony mentally notes the modesty of the library's heir. He knows that the founder did indeed receive help from others, but he was the one who supervised everyone. So it's not such an exaggeration that he was the one who stopped the bakers. However, now everyone has a rather ambiguous perception of the Great Celestial Library. And yet, Harmony decides to follow Founder's example and turn everything into a joke. After all, those who don't know the details will remain with their meager opinion. The girls communicate telepathically about the strange behavior of the head of the honorary detachment. The dynasty recalls the words of the late head of the alliance, Murti, regarding the man's abruptly changed behavior. The girl comes to the conclusion that the problem is with the narcotic elixir, since it is unlikely that the man was beaten. Her interlocutor wonders whether she should take on this case to find out everything. Meanwhile, the conversation continues to flow smoothly, this time the topic being competitions. Now with Headway at the helm, he reveals the reason why one elder will not be competing. He speaks of vice, suggesting that the girl has not yet recovered from the death of the head of her former alliance. And although the founder continues to chat cheerfully, he thinks that time is the most important thing for Weiss right now. To the young men of the 1,000 Guards too, because time is the best medicine. As he finishes his remark, Founder notices something and takes a closer look at those present. He senses the two exchanging energy waves, suggesting they have hidden motives. Suddenly another guy gets up from the table and addresses the heir. His name is Bell, and he offers the library's heir a drink, trying to provoke him with an unflattering remark. But Founder, hearing that the Great Celestial Library cannot boast of martial arts, only smirked. And he accepts the offer of a drink to ease their disappointment, offering to pour for his interlocutor. The young man brings the bottle to the first glass, but for some reason the liquid does not flow out. The founder is surprised by this turn of events, and he is not the only one. Because the very next moment the cupbearer himself admits that he finds this something strange. After all, the jug is more than full, but for some reason the wine stubbornly refuses to pour out. Bell continues to repeat this phrase, adding completely inappropriate questions. And then he says that very strange things are happening, and starts laughing with some kind of abnormal laugh. The founder remembers him as a sweet and gentle boy, but now this child has become a laughingstock. The young man understands perfectly well that this is his job, but he gives credit for his stable technique. But despite all this, he's not going to give in to this man's provocations, and turns everything into a joke. And yet, the founder is well aware that the number of provocations will soon increase due to his ignoring of previous attempts. But Harmony, on the contrary, is furious that these suckers are showing off like that in front of the heir of the library. He thinks that no one present is fit to hold a candle to this man. Idlesid mentally says that this time he will act tougher. The founder assumes that this young man is going to shoot him with fish bones. He is in anticipation. The young man gets so excited that he begins to think up this conspiracy theory himself. He finds it good to use 3 vertebrae at once and direct them to several acupuncture points. The very next moment, Founder realizes that his assumption was correct. And it seems there is more than one. But he just needs to determine this by allowing the bones to get closer. The points chosen by the young man impress Founder, and he mentally praises Idlesid for his resourcefulness. And just when he thinks that it was a good attempt, he is beaten to the punch. The Founder turns to his savior in surprise, mentally wondering what that was. And Harmony turns to Mr. Idleside Act, asking him what he has in mind. The young man is at a loss, and the man continues, asking if he is laughing at the Great Celestial Library. Idlesid tries to justify himself, but his interlocutor stands his ground and continues the interrogation. The young man begins to say that he wanted to test the abilities of the library's heir, but stops short. Harmony raises his voice, asking how the children of such great families could behave so rudely. He is no less outraged by the behavior of the boy who started all this than by the continuation from the brunette. The man also doesn't like the fact that all this happens at the table because it's, first and foremost, about food. It is unpleasant for Harmony to realize that even this respected lady did not stop such meanness. The man reminds those present that youth is no excuse for rude behavior, and he asks in a loud tone if any of them have ever encountered scary people. The beggar brothers suggest that something very interesting is about to happen. Harmony is about to continue his angry tirade, but is suddenly stopped telepathically. The founder suggests that he stop and asks how much longer he plans to express his dissatisfaction. The man is taken aback by such attention to his person and begins to hesitate. Sitting back down in his seat, he quietly expressed his hope that everyone had understood. The girls changed their version, realizing that the head of the honorary squad did get into trouble from the heir of the library. And Founder thinks with regret that the whole show was ruined for him because he wanted to see the abilities of these kids. But since nothing can be done, he takes the initiative into his own hands, confessing to one thing. He says that he didn't want to reveal his abilities, but changed his mind and offers to drink wine. Hearing words of support directed at him, Bell expresses his gratitude to the library's heir. Sometime later, Master Holy is offered another drink, but he refuses, diluting everything with a joke. He says that he has had enough for today, as tomorrow they are heading to the Southern Palace faction. When this happens, Founder slowly leaves the cart and takes an appraising look at his surroundings. Meanwhile, someone announces in a strong voice the arrival of the young masters. The Founder smiles a tender smile, thinking that he hasn't been here for quite some time, and what appears before his eyes is nothing other than the great and beautiful faction of the Southern Palace. The measured admiration of the view is interrupted by a familiar voice greeting the heir of the library. Silverson expresses surprise that Founder is here and asks how he has been. A man asks his little ones how they are doing, and they can't stop laughing with joy. As soon as he sees Founder, View rushes towards him, remembering that the heir to the library was not going to come here. Gates also appears here, politely greeting his young acquaintance and expressing his joy at this meeting. Harmony warns Founder that he needs to report his arrival to the faction leader. The library's heir remains surrounded by acquaintances and, while talking, fails to notice something, namely, that he is being watched by someone who is not very friendly towards him. Sometime later, Founder expresses surprise at his interlocutor's words. He asks him again that the faction leader wants to meet with him personally. Harmony confirms these words and admits that, after hearing Founder's story, he remained silent for a long time, thinking. As they approach the faction leader's office, the man informs him of the arrival of the library's heir. The young man is allowed to enter, but when this happens, there is silence for a while. And then the faction leader speaks up, noting that Founder dealt with Harmony rather cruelly. Crane asks the library's heir if he really despises their faction that much. The Founder retorts, saying that otherwise he wouldn't be here, and the old man says that he's behind his mountain. After all, he is not one of those who turns a blind eye to the fact that his person has been harmed. The Founder believes that if nothing is done to him now, it can be considered a gesture of goodwill. He recalls a conversation they had many years ago, when Crane had just become the leader of the faction. The man asked the Founder for advice on taking on a new position, and he readily gave it. He spoke about murders and pardons, about a special love for young soldiers, and the future legacy. And Crane remembered all of this, because now he says that the Southern Palace faction lives by the principle of honor. This means that the harm caused to her member will return to the pest in an amplified form. And the elder asks the heir of the library what he thinks he will receive for his misdeed. The Founder pauses dramatically, then stretches his lips into a provocative smile. This is followed by even greater impudence, for he says that he will receive something good. If the old man is surprised by this, he doesn't show it. It's clear that he has enviable self-control. He finally agrees to give the young man a chance, as the Heavenly Dragon competition is coming soon. But the old man says that he has not forgiven him and will continue to monitor his every action. Founder does not mind. As they say goodbye, Crane can't get the library heir's behavior out of his head. First of all, he wonders why he looked so calm. Although the victory over Harmonious explains a lot and shows the high level of professionalism of the young man, and what they say about him and his squad creates a very positive picture of this man's personality. And taken together, all this can only mean one thing, that the heir to the library is a real treasure. The man thinks that he knows how to attract this imposing young man to his side. He is happy that he has a daughter, because she has become very beautiful. Crane can already imagine how this couple will have 5 children, but he regrets a little that they will have a different last name. However, the union is still very profitable, and the man orders that the chief manager and his daughter be called to him. A little later, speaking about the heir of the library, he gets confused in his words, calling him his son-in-law. And then he clears his throat and says that he needs to be placed with his companions in the Eastern Pavilion. The manager clarifies whether the head of the family is talking about the pavilion located near the garden, and he confirms. Crane orders his daughter to take a leisurely walk with Founder and tell him everything in detail. The man does not answer her clarifying questions, saying that she can be free for now. Later, the girl is asked about what happened, but she only exhales heavily. After a long pause, Dynasty suggests that they want to sell her. Her interlocutor begins to ask who dared to do this, but stops short, understanding everything. And yet she clarifies that it really is a marriage of convenience and begins to ask who the groom is. The Dynasty confesses and talks about the basis on which this assumption was made. Hearing what Crane said, the girl, without losing hope, begins to ask clarifying questions. The Dynasty admits that, to her memory, this only happened once when she showed the property to Founder. The girl also shares exactly where her father ordered the library's heir and his retinue to be housed. The Dynasty's interlocutor sighs heavily, saying that this is the end, and this is even more puzzling. And the girl teases her friend, saying that a father-in-law always loves his son-in-law more than his mother-in-law. The Dynasty desperately restrains itself, asking its interlocutor not to rub salt into its wound. And sometime later, Kesha cannot enjoy the most beautiful view of this pavilion. His bro rhetorically asks why the Southgate faction has such a great place. While Still Ryzen wonders why such honors, Founder mentally agrees that this place is special. And while this is not bad, the young man also believes that the faction leader behaved strangely. Remembering his old friend, Founder reflects on the mark time has left on him. But he, unlike Crane, now looks very young, although he is biologically older than him. And then the words about youth have an unexpected effect, causing Founder to tense up a little. It suddenly begins to seem to him that that very person could be someone from the faction. A little later, Founder asks Fair to tell the master from the Eyeflower Academy that he wants to see him. The old young gentleman gives the order to catch 2 birds early in the morning, and the girl agrees. Embarrassed by her exposure, the maid diligently pretends to be rushing about her business. The Founder doesn't pay any attention to this. He slowly enjoys the view. The young man notes that he has not been in this place for a long time and has not heard the local frogs croak. A memory involuntarily comes to mind of how a little girl, having introduced herself, promises to show him everything. Bursting into loud laughter, Dynasty named the Eastern Pavilion, saying that Founder would live here. She noted that there were a lot of frogs in this place and, having just found one, she pointed it out. The Founder couldn't resist making a joke, asking if she was showing her house or the frogs. Realizing her mistake, the girl became puzzled, and for a few moments there was an oppressive silence. But then Dynasty cleverly steered out of it, saying that she had worked hard today and that was enough. The girl's father noted that children are very curious and easily distracted. The Founder believed that the most important thing was the health of the Dynasty and that it was growing well. Noticing what the girl was doing, the man asked her not to climb there, as it was dangerous. But of course, the curious child did not heed the adult's concerns, and at some point Dynasty's hand slipped. When the girl fell down, both men were already rushing to help her. But to do this, it was necessary to close some distance, and then Founder used his power. When the magical flow caught her, Dynasty was still afraid for some time. However, later, when Founder was nearby and she began to rise, the fear subsided. The man gently scolded the girl, reminding her that she needed to obey her grandfather. And Dynasty got a taste of the delights of weightlessness and asked to ride it again. Her ringing laughter still sounds in his head, but Founder is already returning to reality. He remembered this funny story because it all happened in this very place. And somewhere else, sitting in her room, the girl is immersed in her own thoughts. The Dynasty thinks about the heir to the great celestial library with mixed feelings. After all, this guy, instead of falling for provocations, on the contrary, diffused the atmosphere. She considers this man to be one of those who stands out even without boasting about his skills. The Dynasty agrees that it would be nice to get to know him better as her father wanted. And yet there is something that the girl does not want to come to terms with. The next morning, the maid is busy with her master's order but suddenly notices someone. And he asks Mrs. Souscastle why she has come to see them, and she begins to hesitate. And then she admits that she came to show the heir of the library their house. Her interlocutor discerns a hidden context in the young lady's words, and she cries out in shock. And then she hurries to Founder and impatiently announces that she caught the birds that he spoke about yesterday. Star offers to bake them, but the young man asks her what she's even talking about. The Founder begins to check what he asked to catch the birds for, and then speaks again. When he asks them to let go, Star cannot believe what she heard, asking again, but hears the same thing in response. And yet the girl agrees and flies out of the room like a bullet. She is absent for literally a few measured sighs, after which he flies into the chambers again and addresses his young master. She announces that Mrs. Sawcastle has come to give the library's heir a tour of the house. Founder is immediately struck by inspiration when he realizes what the leader of the Southern Palace faction is planning. Star keeps screaming, repeating what she has already said, and the young man asks her to calm down. Now he understands everything, because he guessed that such a mansion was allocated to him for a reason. However, he is the founder, so this is unacceptable. He does not intend to play along with Crane's plans. Star hurries her master, but he interrupts her and asks her to convey something to the young lady. Namely, that yesterday one young lady already showed him everything here and explained it in detail. Star doesn't even know what to answer to this, being in the most conflicting feelings. And then she asks Founder, clarifying what he's even saying. After all, yesterday, from evening until late at night, he talked by the pond with a young master from the A-Flower Academy. Star says that she saw it herself, but Founder insistently asks her to convey these exact words to the dynasty. Ultimately, the maid agrees, and literally a couple of minutes later is already fulfilling her duty. The dynasty asks again what was said. She's interested in who this young lady was. Star apologizes and says she can't answer that question, although she's secretly sad that Founder doesn't want to date that girl. When Dynasty lowers her head in shame to hide her burning face, the maid tenses up. This girl has never been rejected by anyone before, but she's also outraged by Founder's lack of tact. While she is thinking about what to tell her father about this, there are those who are ready to accept her proposal. Stillison and Kesha invite the girl to go for a walk in each other's company. The elder, making this ostentatious gesture, speaks up again, giving the dynasty a promise. He says that they will do everything so that she will not be ashamed to appear with them in public. And hearing Kesha's question about whether they are too beautiful for her, the girls are completely stunned. The leader of the Southern Palace faction is informed that his daughter has gone to the Eastern Garden, and he expresses satisfaction. The man believes that these two should both understand his intention and that their acquaintance will not take much time. Unable to resist temptation, Crane decides to take a peek at these lovebirds. What he sees shocks the man, and he mentally addresses his daughter in a low voice. Meanwhile, the founder, out of boredom, decides to experiment with something. And to begin with, he creates several points that are filled with different aromas. Among them are the smells of earth, pond, and pine. The founder slowly inhales them, mentally noting that this aroma creates the feeling of being in a gazebo by a pond. The young man wonders if he has mastered the 1,000 scents technique and learned to mix scents. He expresses confidence that he will be able to create even more complex scents in the future. The young man clearly feels the sparrows that his maid caught and then released. After all, with the help of this ability, he can not only do this, but also identify settlements and smaller populated areas. The founder thinks about the limits of his current abilities, but he is distracted from his thoughts. The beggars announce their return and ask the young man why he is standing there. They invite Founder to go with them to see the competition's main prize. Kesha, as usual, first of all thinks about how to fill her tummy. But then, turning to his potential dinner, he asks him to fly some more since they brought Founder with them. Shiny doesn't share the boy's view, continuing to besiege him and saying that it is not meat. Meanwhile, the founder is amazed that he sees a descendant of a phoenix in front of him, because this is a rarity. When the bird opens its eyes, the young man wonders why they are that color. Well, Kesha expresses joy that the half-breed opened his eyes for the first time. The founder continues his thoughts, suggesting that this is a crossbreed of a crossbreed, since even the color is different. And then he asks his guys to say goodbye to the meat, since he has already seen it, and now it is time to return. Kesha is the most upset of all, and when saying goodbye to the bird, she says that she will come to visit her again later. The founder thinks that the bird's origin doesn't matter, because he doesn't need it anyway. Leaving the place where the mestizo is being held, Still Rizon says that's all. Kesha says that after meeting the meat, he now wants to eat, and suggests that everyone go have dinner. And Founder, finally stopping, wonders what aromas this place has. On the night of this day, the bird flies up in fear, flapping its wings rapidly. Some drunkard, clearly having had too much to drink, notices a hunched figure near a tree. He approaches the stranger, asking what he is doing there and why he looks like the poorest of the poor. Hitting him, the man asks if the beggar has money, rushing him to answer. However, The beggar remains silent even after a slap of decent force and after raising his voice. Raining a hail of blows on the hunched back, the man asks if his interlocutor was taught to answer questions. The drunkard asks the beggar why he is smiling, and hears that the man sitting there does not even know who he is. However, he says that he knows who the person standing in front of him is. The man tries to be indignant, to resist, but he can't, and they tell him that it's his dinner for today. The drunkard does not give up his attempts, but the beggar holds him tightly, asking him who he thinks he is. Calling the man his food, this inadequate person also tirelessly repeats the question. And the drunkard asks why he keeps repeating this and asks him to let him go. His tormentor, savoring every word, says that no matter what, he will still eat him. Throwing the body aside, the psychopath begins to talk about how the daughter of the Sawcastle faction is very beautiful. But he wonders what it tastes like. The man assumes that it is tasty, but does not know how much. He voices his desire to eat it for the last time, wants to save it for dessert. And assuming that it is very tasty, the psychopath impatiently says that he wants to eat it. The next morning, preparations for the upcoming event are in full swing. Potential participants and those who just came to watch engage in casual conversation. Others simply pretend to celebrate, while in reality they are trying to get drunk as quickly as possible. The founder, sitting at the table assigned to him, mentally notes an insane number of people. The young man thinks about the birds, assuming that they have flown far away since he cannot smell them. At this very moment, they ask him whether the heir to the library is waiting for someone. The founder answers honestly, but suggests that these sparrows are not particularly keen to return. Gates expresses a desire to meet his interlocutor's friends and offers something as a thank you. The founder talks about him as someone who doesn't give up easily, and the man realizes that he's got it right. But he says that this time, Murty really needs people like the library's heir. The founder becomes wary, asking what happened, and hears that serious events have begun to occur. Those who wanted to confirm the death of the leader of the Murty Alliance stop hiding and make themselves known. Disputes between families become more frequent. Among these people is the Bright Spirit Pavilion. Hearing the words that these people like to flare up, Founder becomes wary because they are not like that at all. Gates continues, telling his interlocutor that these guys buried explosives under Spring Mountain, and then they tried to blow up the sect, which is located right above this mountain. But they encountered the problem of rocky terrain, and in the process they fell out with each other. And although they intended to blow up the sect, they ended up blowing themselves up, but Founder doesn't believe this. Gates continues to tell him stories, and the young man can't stand it any longer, asking about the old man's well-being. When asked for clarification, Founder says that it would be better for his interlocutor to know when to stop. He doesn't answer, but is overcome with nervous laughter. The man disappears, saying that he supposedly needs to meet someone else here. Founder notices Dynasty, but he is worried about how this girl looks. And then the young man remembers what the Beggar brothers looked like after meeting this girl. An involuntary reflex kicks in and he almost chokes on his drink. The Dynasty thinks that the library's heir is laughing at them and suggests that Holy leave this place. The Founder mentally says that he didn't intend to laugh at all. The sight of the beggars is to blame for everything. Suddenly, the young man's sixth sense makes him look in a certain direction, and Founder begins not only to look at the stranger, but also to seriously analyze him with technology. This helps the young man figure out that the metamorphosis technique was used on this man. This is good news because the Founder was already bored, and then some desperate person decided to ruin the competition. But the young man understands that it is best to look around, because there may be others nearby. And indeed, soon Founder notices another person with a similar aura. But he is not the only one. The attention of the heir to the Great Celestial Library is attracted by a man. But that's not all. Even harmless images are attached to people who have used metamorphosis. And in the end, it turns out that there are 5 enemy spies in this place. Astonished that there is a guard among them, Founder wonders what these people are up to. He assumes that these could be those who are trying to kill him, or that they came here for the mixed-breed bird. There is another version that these people came here for some secret meeting. But it doesn't really matter what goals these people are pursuing. Something else is much more important. Looking around, Founder is surprised that this man does not turn around to look at him. And he expected this, because such closeness could hardly have been an accident. But since nothing happens, Founder decides to make this man his third sparrow. And not only him, but oddly enough, it's not like these people were following him. It follows from this that they are not watching him and do not show their excitement at all. And so, having examined each one, the founder becomes convinced that these people have some other goal. Noticing his leader, still risen, asks why he is running around here, the young man turns to the beggar. The founder asks him to bring Silverison and gives the younger one the task of finding Gates. Sometime later, they all find themselves at one table, and the heir to the library begins to speak. He says out loud that he gathered them because of loneliness, and telepathically tells about the 5 traitors. The men pretend to have a casual conversation, but in reality, they continue to discuss the problem that has arisen. Gates offers to catch them, but Founder counters by saying that one of the traitors is a guard. The young man believes that since they do not know the motive, they cannot act thoughtlessly and impulsively. At the same time, he suggests that it may turn out that there is nothing serious here at all, and they are worrying in vain. The young man mentally notes that one of the traitors is leaving the banquet venue, and Founder, informing his comrades about this, announces his intention to catch this man and interrogate him. The young man instructs them to keep an eye on the remaining ones, but not to bully them, but simply to observe. Sometime later, Founder finds himself in relative proximity to this divine dandelion. The young man watches him closely without taking his eyes off him, sensitively catching every movement. These efforts are rewarded because the man shows his true face. At the same time, Dynasty talks to Holy about what happened yesterday. The girl still can't come to her senses. The traitor enters the building opposite and allows himself to finally reveal his true identity. Clearly feeling at home, the man settles in comfortably and begins to attend to his daily business. All this time, Founder tirelessly follows him and now decides on the next point of his plan. The young man folds his fingers in front of him, beginning to fill them with energy, and hesitates a little longer. And then he pierces the thin material with his fingers and provokes further destruction. The man is taken aback by this, but his instincts are well calibrated. Therefore, moving away from the Founder, he stutters and asks him who he is. At first, it is not visible due to the rising dust, but then the identity of the library's heir becomes known, and the young man asks in an ominous voice why the man infiltrated the Southern Palace faction. Outwardly, the traitor remains silent, but thought processes begin to occur within him. He is amazed that the library's heir noticed the metamorphosis, and then offers to fight. The Founder says he doesn't like to waste time, so it's better to get straight to the point. The man is impressed that the young man has exposed them and wants to test his fighting skills. After all, the assumption arises in my head that the heir of the library fights as well as he speaks. And the man arrogantly declares that he is giving his opponent 30 seconds. All this time he will fight with only one hand, to give the heir of the library a head start. If the young man manages to touch his neck during this time, he will receive answers to all his questions. The man also offers to yield to the heir of the library in the first 3 attacks, but he doesn't manage to finish, as the end of his sentence is drowned out by a powerful blow to the face. Founder heads out into the street after his opponent, and meanwhile a scream is heard outside. And while Holly is frightened by what is happening, her sister continues to be indignant about the heir of the library. It becomes clear who is to blame for what happened, but it is unknown why he is fighting with this person. As soon as the dynasty heard about the heir to the Great Celestial Library, it became more and more lively. Meanwhile, Founder, not mercifully, but rudely, to the sighs and gasps of the crowd, grabs his opponent by the scruff of the neck, and starting to move lightning fast across the rooftops, he goes to a place where there are fewer spectators. Holly sighs in admiration, wondering what happened there. Her sister groans absently, and Founder asks the captured traitor if his tongue has loosened. It turns out that this man's name is 9 Gold, and he is the head of the Graceful Sect. And they used the technique of metamorphosis to, at the request of the Southern Palace, select the best of the talents. The Founder remembers that he had heard about this sect before and understands that he had ruined the whole production. The man tries to assure his interlocutor that he told the truth, and the interlocutor asks him about the number of his people. However, Founder says he counted 5, which surprises 9, who says there are 4. And while the man asks if the young gentleman has miscalculated, he becomes seriously puzzled. 9 again says that he would not lie to the heir of the library and suggests asking Crane about it. Already preparing for the next painful blow, the man notices that the pain does not last long. When he opens his eyes fully, he realizes that not only is there no pain, but there is also no heir to the library. The same one, in order to have a better view, chooses a high point. After this, the young man closes his eyes and concentrates on the energy flows. First of all, Founder rushes to the borders of the Southern Palace faction. As he begins to scan them, the young man realizes that one person has disappeared somewhere. The founder approaches the south, stating that the Dragon King's pavilion is located there. The young man believes that this unknown person was incredibly lucky, because he got away with everything. But he is sure that they will definitely meet again, and then luck will not be so favorable to the traitor. Participants are informed that the first competition of the banquet is called Find the Traitor. Crane says there are 4 of them, all of whom are elders of the graceful sect. This competition is not only to assess abilities, but also to ensure that participants spend their time usefully. Someone asks how many people from Graceful are participating, but Crane is not going to reveal this. A person appears who is interested in the level of transformation of the traitors throughout the competition. Crane says they differ, losing their complexity increasingly towards the last day. Young people start discussing this. They want to find and defeat everyone as quickly as possible. Crane is amused by these suckers and says that he is about to say something very surprising. And just when he is about to continue, he is interrupted by someone turning to the leader. The faction leader doesn't like that Flaubert interrupted him. It was rude of him. Meanwhile, the boy tells the man something secret, and he is surprised, although he doesn't show it. But he still repeats out loud after Flaubert that Founder has already caught everyone. Later, he is asked why the heir to the Great Celestial Library was not warned about this in advance. This is Ninegold pouring out his heart to the head of the Southern Palace faction about how rudely he was treated. Crane tries to reach a peace agreement, but the man continues to moan and complain. But suddenly he falls silent, realizing that he had just behaved too recklessly towards the faction leader. He also gives his stern voice, assuming that they want to tell him something else. But the man is frightened, afraid that the heavens will open up above him. And then he starts to get nervous, assuming that this pressure is justified by the desire to know more. Then the leader of the Southern Palace faction says that now everything is clear to him. Looking back on what happened last time, Crane no longer considers it a mere coincidence. However, when Harmony was defeated by the heir of the library, he did not complain, but spoke to the point. This man also did not reproach the young man too strongly, and this raises questions. But then the man realizes that he himself is loyal to the founder, and even tried to introduce him to his daughter. Meanwhile, Ninegold turns to his master again and says that he has remembered something. Crane asks to share this, and his interlocutor says that Founder told him something strange. He recalls the young man's words about the number of people and talks about his quick disappearance after that. Ninegold notes that they had personal permission to change their appearance, but only 4 of them. The man asks his interlocutor with cold fury what he is talking about now. He starts to speak but gets confused, and gradually it begins to dawn on him. A guess immediately begins to sound from Ninegold's lips, because this is already beyond the bounds of what is acceptable. After the news that a spy had appeared in the faction, the whole thing was turned upside down. Trusted people with special skills informed everyone else about important things they had learned. The search for the spy was carried out throughout the entire Southern Palace faction, but no one was able to find his trace. Someone said that this whole situation was tarnishing the faction's reputation. Others admired how quickly and easily the library's heir had discovered the spy. But there were also those who fought the urge to insult this noble man. Along with everything that was happening, there were those who did not openly express their discontent, keeping everything to themselves. And all this bitterness from one's own powerlessness and the feet of others grew inside like poison. Sure didn't like listening to all this squabbling. He had his own opinion on this matter. And then at some point, the heir to the Great Celestial Library himself returned. He told the head of the Southern Palace faction everything he had learned. And the man frowned sullenly, because on that same day, Founder finally left the walls of his faction. One asks the other how things are going with this whole situation. Sure almost openly demonstrates his dislike for the heir of the Great Celestial Library. But when his interlocutor asks if he is really jealous, he categorically denies it. And he begins to fawn, reminding us of the kind of people the library's heirs squad consists of. He says he's tired of hearing others blame this man for everything. The young man begins to talk about what irritates him most, but his interlocutor stops him. However, he doesn't listen, still saying that he hoped to meet and talk with him today. And while his friend is suffering, the master of the Eyeflower Academy makes fun of him, causing indignation. The young man asks if he's being bullied, and the answer is yes. Sheer begins to scold his friend, but he only laughs heartily. As she strolls leisurely, the girl wonders what her father was thinking about. The fact that Founder left looks like he was deliberately kicked out because he ruined the faction's plans. The girl recalls that she was unable to talk about this with Crane because he was busy. Therefore, wanting to talk at least with her older brother, she shouts out her appeal to him. But inside, it turns out to be empty, and the girl wonders where the young man might be. After all, he wasn't in the training pavilion where she had already been before. Exhaling heavily, Dynasty thinks that in this case, she no longer has any other choice. When the girl looks up the next time, her gaze is strikingly different from what it was just now. Coming to her father, Dynasty says that she wants to tell him something, and the man allows her to do so. The girl asks Crane why he didn't dissuade the library's heir from leaving their faction. The man breaks away from his work and addresses his daughter by name, and she responds with all willingness. The faction leader sends his daughter away in a manner bordering on rudeness, which leaves the girl taken aback. To her naive question, the man repeats his command, telling her to leave it. The pressure from her father is so strong that tears well up in the girl's eyes, and when she obediently leaves, only then does the man allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. In his mind, he calls his daughter a cutie, and then he gets into more serious thoughts. Crane recalls how he asked the heir of the Great Celestial Library to fulfill his request. After all, the last place where he left his scent was the Dragon Ship Pavilion. The founder thinks that by making this place a search center, searching will become easier. The young man is sure that today's infiltration into the Southern Palace faction was not easy for this man. And apparently, having thoroughly enjoyed his walk, he decided to slip away. But such things are always risky. Still Ryzen and company inform their leader that they need to go somewhere. The young man does not protest. The founder is asked where all his subordinates are going and is offered to go with them. The young man recalls his conversation with Crane, who said that he would be able to recognize the energy of a traitor. And then the head of the faction appointed a man to help him, who turned out to be Faith, his son. The founder, of course, was puzzled by such treatment of his own son by a father, and now he asks the young master not to worry, saying that his men have gone out to talk to the vagabonds. He advises Faith to rest, as they are going to explore the area after midnight. The founder himself has no intention of remaining idle, deciding to get down to business immediately. He believes that one meditation will be enough to begin with. The young man clearly hears steps approaching him, although their tread is very light. Therefore, opening his eyes, he immediately turns his gaze towards the door, already waiting for his guest. When one of the doors slowly moves to the side, thin, girlish fingers appear inside. Behind them, the vague outlines of a short silhouette appear, which founder recognizes among 1,000. Only for some reason this person is behaving even more strangely than usual, which is puzzling. Meanwhile, the silhouette begins its leisurely movement, slowly stepping over the threshold of the room. But when founder addresses her, the girl responds with a sharp cry and stutter. The young man tells the maid that today will be the last time she comes to his chambers at night. Despite her inner feelings, the girl agrees, and founder, remembering Bright, sympathizes with her. He doesn't like Star's reaction, so founder tries to explain why he's doing this. He starts saying that he needs personal space, and that in general he is already a completely healthy person. Founder ends by saying that if everything happens again, he will send Star home, and she agrees to these conditions. And when the girl leaves his chambers, the young man mentally jokingly scolds her, and then returns back. He thinks that he has lost the connection he established with everyone except the last 5th spy. Opening the window, founder thinks about how fresh the wind is today. At night, the streets are deserted, which means it will be much easier to find the scent of the one he is looking for. The founder believes that today he has a great chance to find the necessary trace. As he moves, the young man hears the library's heir being called. The voice comes from above, so founder stops and watches as Faith approaches him. And then he asks him what he is doing here, to which he receives the answer that the young gentleman wants to go with him. It would be impolite to refuse, so founder allows Faith to follow him, who expresses his willingness. And although the young man slows down so that they can keep up with him, it is still not easy for the faction leader's son. The founder is mentally torn between pity for this man and praise. But hearing that Faith is not experiencing any difficulties, she suggests that he add a little more speed. It seems like this room is empty, but it is not. It is just that the one who is in it is extremely quiet. The door opens and a woman enters, stopping right at the threshold. She remains silent for a while, peering into the darkness, and then speaks up. This woman is the 4th ghost, and she asks her interlocutor what he is doing. The 5th ghost in his answer states the fact that he is shaking all over. The 4th one asks him if he has eaten and receives a positive answer, then she does not understand what the matter is. The 5th one admits that he constantly thinks about the heir of the library. His interlocutor is delighted. The man starts talking about how they saw each other today and he got scared. And although the fifth did not want to be near him, he could not run away because he was unimaginably afraid. The man says there were people there who used the same technique, which is why he survived. Five also admits that he attended the banquet to look at the daughter of the leader of the Southern Palace faction. He wanted to eat, but first of all, he wanted to look at this girl. But there's a catch. For some reason, he can't remember her face. The man believes that the heir to the great celestial library is the cause of everything. The fourth chuckles. And the fifth says that this is exactly what this heir to the great celestial library looks like. Although he was too scared to get a good look, he guesses that four might be scared of him too. The woman asks her friend to be patient a little longer, because they only have a few days left. Then the head of the ghosts will arrive, as will Lady Elderly. The fifth says that this lady is not tasty. The fourth advises the interlocutor to be patient, because after the death of the founder, soon everyone will be afraid of them. The fifth one agrees with her, but at the same time tries to understand why he is still afraid. And then he says that he knows why this is so. It's all because of the library's heir, but he also sees a solution. The man says he will eat it and laugh in his face. The woman finds it adorable. The founder, although he wandered until dawn, was still unable to find the tracks he needed. At noon, Silverison and the head of the Murti province of Peaceful Beauty visited him. They reported that, like him, they were unable to obtain any information. The founder thinks that today they will need to expand the search radius. Faith asks if they are going to search now and receives an affirmative answer. The young man expresses a desire to also participate, and the founder suggests that they take a thoughtful rest. But even despite the young man's comments about his appearance, Faith says she's fine. But founder understands perfectly well that his interlocutor looks like this due to excessive use of internal energy. He recalls that Faith, even as a child, was different from his sister. But now founder suggests that this young man is no longer as serious as he used to be. And when he allows Faith to come with him, he expresses joy, unaware of what lies ahead. The young man thinks that compared to yesterday, he feels freer. He agrees that it is an honor for him to be considered one of the best youth warriors in the eyes of the people. But what happened last night brought the son of the Southern Palace faction leader down to earth. He supposes a weight has been lifted from his shoulders because the library's heir has seen this side of him. Faith feels that his father appointed him as founder's assistant for this very reason. From these thoughts, the young man is brought back to reality by the realization that there is no one in front of him anymore. The library's heir appears on the other side, and Faith wonders why he stopped. The founder suggests out loud and thoughtfully that it is a corrosive poison. But Faith doesn't understand where he came from, and the library's heir suggests moving on. Right on the go, he asks the young man if he also smells this smell. Faith asks if founder is referring to the smell that was in that place. The library's heir confirms this, beginning to talk about the sensations he experienced then. The people standing below are talking about something. One asks the other whether he saw something, and he himself answers it, saying that in that place there were the remains of that woodcutter's clothes. Then his interlocutor asks what he means by this. Is there some version? And they answer him that there is nothing to even talk about here, since the woodcutter himself has disappeared without a trace. Faith feels nauseous, while founder wonders about the psychopath's identity. And while he is thinking out loud, the son of the faction leader is amazed by this man's sense of smell. The founder begins to think to himself, assuming that this psycho is the very traitor. Then the library's heir suggests that Faith search the place, and he agrees. When night falls on the city, someone approaches an old woman in one of the gateways. She asks him to spare her, but the man says that he hasn't had dinner today and wants something thicker. This lunatic compares people to porridge, which he personally brought to him. He begins to grimace, impersonating his grandmother in the way she had just asked him to. And then he suddenly grabs her, saying that now dinner is served. And stretching out the words, he wishes himself bon appétit several times with pleasure. But he is unable to fully finish the sentence due to outside interference. Some unknown force tears the psychopath away from the old woman and pulls him towards itself. He doesn't even have time to really understand what's happening, desperately trying to make out his opponent. Two weapons clash with a clang. Two metals, two wills, two completely opposite souls. And in that split second, the psychopath understands everything and starts laughing madly. He says that the heir of the great celestial library found him and came to him. And the founder first asks this crazy guy to introduce himself properly. The old woman, watching this whole action, makes inarticulate sounds. Faith asks her not to worry and says that he will take her away from this terrible place. Grandma doesn't even have time to comprehend what's happening before she finds herself in the sky, and Faith wonders in her mind whether the library's heir can handle such an opponent alone. Meanwhile, the opponents still cannot disperse because neither of them wants to give in. But at some point, the energy simply goes off the charts, and they are forced to move away from each other due to an explosion. Five says he knew Founder would find him, but he wonders how exactly it happened. The young man says that he initially wanted them to introduce themselves to each other, but it seems that this is not necessary. Since the psycho already knows him, he is still interested in his name too. The man standing in front of Founder begins to shake convulsively, saying something about his face. Next comes the reason why he doesn't like the face of the heir to the great celestial library. It turns out that he finds him so scary because the young man looks incredibly calm. The fifth one asks why Founder is not afraid or worried when he looks at him. He is afraid of the heir of the library because he is like an empty space to him. Asking if he is disappointed, Founder mentally agrees because he considers this psycho a monkey imitating madness. The fifth one continues to repeat that he is very scared and expresses a desire to quickly eat the heir of the library. The Founder thinks that he expected to end it all with this guy, but it looks like this is just the beginning. And this idiot is screaming that he wants to see that creepy expression disappear from the face of the library's heir. Abruptly changing his trajectory, Founder asks his opponent how much longer he intends to whine. Oddly enough, the psychopath doesn't respond to this, instead silently continuing the battle. And what's more, instead of stumbling, the man resorts to the help of something new. And the next moment, several explosives appear in the sky above them. And only when the fifth launches his deadly weapon at them does everything become clear to Founder. But a great explosion, generated by a chain reaction of hidden bombs, covers the surrounding area. Faith, who is standing in the distance, shouts out the name of the heir to the great celestial library. But Founder turns out to be alive, and on the contrary, he easily escapes the enemy's next attack. Calling him crazy, the fifth orders the one who allegedly ran away from him to return. But the Founder doesn't even intend to do what he thought about, continuing to implement his tactics. When he gets close enough to his opponent, he begins to spin like a top. The weapon returns to the hands of the fifth, and he tries to defend himself against the Founder's attack in advance. He thinks that he has never seen anything like this technique before. Not only did he escape from them, but he also destroyed about half of the hidden bombs. Meanwhile, Founder asks the psychopath to show them what else he has up his sleeve. He hesitates for a while, making strange sounds and as if considering whether it's worth it. And then he agrees, but asks the heir of the library not to regret his request later. The Founder, observing all this, mentally notes that it looks quite plausible. But only two are real, the rest are real fakes. The young man also mentally praises the attack, since it is quite difficult to distinguish a fake from a real one. And the psycho, realizing that the enemy was able to unravel the illusion, becomes even more insane. But Founder remains as cool-headed as before, soberly assessing the situation. He deflects a blow from one of the opponent's weapons with a wide but swift swing of his own blade, and the second one stops it by putting enough energy into his hand. But that's not all, because Founder is simply getting tired of playing for so long, and he quickly thrusts his blade into the gap, allowing the enemy's weapon to fall to the ground. When it falls completely, for some time the psychopath cannot digest what he saw, and then he expresses agreement with what just happened, saying that he knew it in advance. He also expresses confidence that he will definitely die, just as he was supposed to before. After all, if he had pretended to know him then, the heir to the library would have killed him right there. In vain does the fifth try to escape, squealing along the way, but Founder still catches up with him. With a wide swing of his blade, the young man cuts off the fugitive's limb. But he thinks that this is not enough, so he delivers another powerful blow. It turns out to be strong enough to throw Five back several meters. And when he hits the trunk, pinned by the sword, a wheeze escapes from him. Knowing full well that the enemy cannot escape, Founder approaches him slowly. There is still time before the fifth ghost dies, and the library's heir offers to talk to him. The psychopath thinks that he foresaw this outcome and should not have come out. But for some reason he wanted to see this man and feel again what he felt then. The fifth once again notes the imperturbable expression on the face of the heir to the great celestial library. The Founder's further actions cause the ghost to experience a mixture of surprise and incomprehension, because the library's heir stops the bleeding from his severed limb. At first it seems to the fifth that he does not feel his body, but then he realizes that there is someone else's energy in him. It seems to him that his heart has stopped beating, and the man begins to experience fear of being captured by someone else's energy. The founder says that he will allow him to choose a quick death or a long and painful one. It is enough to answer the questions, the first of which is the name. The ghost answers honestly. But founder doesn't believe him, so he asks his question again. The man says he just named himself and asks why the library's heir doesn't believe him. And then he suddenly remembers that he really did have a different name, he just forgot it. However, the ghost quickly remembers him, names him, and notes that this will not help the heir of the library in any way. The man asks to kill him, and founder thinks about it, and the ghost repeats his request. And then he begins to talk about what will happen when Lady Elderly and the prince arrive. He says that then everyone who is now at this competition will die. Therefore, if the heir of the library wants to live, he must escape, otherwise it will be the end. The man switches gears, starting to talk about someone inside them. The founder is thinking about the global scale of the plan to destroy all the competition participants. Continuing to analyze what he heard, the young man notes that what was said interested him very much. The founder says he was so interested in it that he would like to hear more. The ghost finds it terrifying that his flesh will be dissolved by his own poison. However, founder denies these words, saying that he does not intend to do this. Directing a stream of energy directly into the ghost's head, he says that there is a much easier way. When his body begins to undergo pre-death metamorphoses, Five even manages to make a couple of sounds. After this, leaving the scene, founder cannot stop thinking about Mrs. Elderly. This woman was the wife of the head of the bakers and was behind all the bloodshed. Moreover, it is unknown whether Seth knew about this before marriage, or whether this truth came to light after their wedding. However, when all of the bakers' plans were thwarted by the library, Mrs. Elderly became furious. But this woman's anger could no longer fix anything, because the Baker family had already fallen. The founder had already heard of this lady and the 12 ghosts, which could not be said about the prince. Continuing his reflection, the young man recalls the words of the fifth about the traitor within them. But founder is not sure whether this psycho meant one person or an entire squad. And the heir of the library decides to find out if anything suspicious was happening within the faction. The founder tells his companion that he needs to go, and he agrees. Faith stops and sighs heavily, losing herself in destructive thoughts. He thinks that instead of helping, he is only burdening the heir of the library. The young man thinks that he is nothing at all. But he doesn't let these negative thoughts get the better of him, reminding himself of how his skills have improved. But it was enough to just spend a couple of days in the company of the library's heir, and this is also his merit. But the young man is in too much of a hurry. His movements are ahead of his thoughts, and his thoughts are confused. He stumbles. And then, gasping and gritting his teeth, he falls from one branch to another, unable to react or stand. Eventually, he falls on his back and just lies there for a while, trying to get his breathing back to normal. The adrenaline that has accelerated the heart to a crazy speed drives terrible thoughts into the head. Faith remembers the face of this monster, and an unpleasant question arises in his head. Could he himself have survived if he had been in the place of the heir to the great celestial library? However, there is something that frightens him no less than the prerogative of being torn to pieces. It is what the heir of the great celestial library himself did to the fifth ghost. Just like what he did later, leaving no evidence behind, but only a witness who was watching all this time, who happened to be nearby. And now the young man understands why the fifth ghost was so afraid of the heir of the library. He can't help but wonder what he would feel if Founder were his own enemy when confronted. And from these disturbing thoughts, the damned breathing refuses to return to normal. Meanwhile, turning to the heir of the library, someone expresses joy that he has come. Silverison says he couldn't even sleep. He was so eager for Founder to return. The man says they didn't learn any new information about the case, but there was still something noteworthy. Namely, that a man from Benny's faction left last night. After listening carefully to the report for some time, the head of the Southern Palace faction chuckled thoughtfully. Summarizing the information provided to him, the man admits that it is not easy to understand all of this. The founder admits that he has not yet identified the traitor and asks about the oddities that occurred during the competition. Silverison says there was something, and Crane agrees with his words. He doesn't remember exactly who it was, Shurigard or Suremount, but he behaved with extreme disrespect towards Shure. But since this guy has pretty good skills, he parried the blow with his bare hands several times. And at some point, Benny's sword ended up in his hands, demonstrating its filigree work. And then, under this pretext, representatives of Benny's faction left the Southern Palace faction. The founder believes that only a madman could leave the Heavenly Dragon competition in such a way. Most likely, these people knew that they would be expelled from the faction, so they decided to escape themselves under the cover of silence. The founder suggests that the traitor is in Benny's faction and is asked what they should do. The young man believes that he must catch these people and extract all the necessary information from them. It would also be a good idea to enlist the support of the Healer's Fortress, which is located just to the west. But Crane sees this as a problem, saying it's unlikely the organization will help them, because healers are reluctant to engage in such feuds. But Founder asks not to worry about it. He admits that he has a friendly relationship with the head of the fortress, so he will help them. But he has a request for Silverison, and he agrees to do whatever he wants. The founder wants the man to find out everything he can about the prince, and he readily agrees. But the young man warns that one should not think narrowly, since the psycho's words were confusing. And in general, he believes that it could be some kind of explosive that could blow up the entire faction. Or at some point there will be a volley of poisoned arrows that will rain down from the sky. Hearing the words about the spawn of darkness, Silverison admits that he never even thought about something like that. When asked if he has any more questions, Founder agrees and wants to ask the faction leader. The young man says he wants to know about all of the Baker's connections, including those that are not just family. After listening carefully to the founder's request, Crane agrees with it, mentally considering it amazing. Although this young man speaks to him respectfully, it feels like he is giving orders, but it is not repulsive. And yet, the head of the Southern Palace faction asks what the library's heir's own plan of action is. He says that he is going to meet these so-called ghosts. He has been sitting like this on the roof for quite a long time and cannot let go of what happened. The son of the Southern Palace faction leader mentally addresses the heir to the great celestial library. Now he remembers the moment when they ran together, but then they had to separate. The founder then said that he needed to leave on important business. Faith thinks about how the library's heir spent all his energy on that battle last night. Yet he didn't look tired, and the young man thought he was just a burden to Founder. Meanwhile, a familiar voice is heard from behind, addressing him, scaring the hell out of him. The founder teases him, suggesting that Faith had been sitting there with some girl before he showed up. The boy laughs nervously, saying that of course not, and his interlocutor thinks about it. Founder suggests that Faith is still in shock from last night. Thinking that it seemed to be harder for him than before, the young man turns to the boy. And then, after a short, polite pause, she thanks him for his work. For a while, Faith remains not only silent, but afraid to even move. And then he clears his throat and, turning away, says that he didn't do anything all that remarkable. The founder says the boy needs to rest, but he assures the library's heir that he is fine. The founder says that this is not the issue, and he would also like to relax in complete comfort. Mentally noting that the library's heir speaks in euphemisms, Faith agrees to return to the faction. As soon as he does this, he is met with all honors and respectful greetings. Dynasty immediately runs to her older brother, who notices that she woke up early today. The girl apprehensively assumes that Faith will leave again now, but he says that he is going to rest. As soon as she begins to talk about the heir of the library, the young man says that it is time for him to go. Dynasty wonders in her mind why neither her father nor her brother can listen to her until the end. The man is offered to try this tea, saying that it is the best of all existing ones. The head of the Benny family, Wright, does so without much prompting, saying that it is immediately clear where he comes from. After all, he felt its taste after taking just a sip, and his thoughts were already clear and his energy was replenished. Firecloud says he doesn't even know how to respond to this, but he is assured that these words are not flattery. However, the man says that Benny's appearance yesterday was a big surprise for him. Wright says he's ashamed to admit it, but they left the competition because of him. The task was to find 4 spies, but his son did it before the competition even started. However, the heir to the great celestial library objected to this, saying that the participant was helped by his father. The quarrel did not end there, as some began to side with this self-confident greenhorn. And even though the head of the Southern Palace faction sided with them, Benny couldn't stand such a disgrace. Wright admits guilt, saying that all this happened because he lacked virtue. Firecloud tries to reason with him politely, but the man stands firm. And then the healer says that, according to his interlocutor, it seems that he is not worthy of being the head of the faction. Jumping up at Firecloud, the man mentally wonders if he misheard. But this is not so, because the very next moment the healer calls him a brute. Wright doesn't want to stand for this. He immediately jumps up and rushes at his enemy. He asks the deputy head of the chief healer if he doesn't agree with his words. Fireski bursts inside and shouts his brother's name while Wright is still trying to dodge. And he says that in order to prove his case, he needs the help of the chief strength of healers. But suddenly his attention is drawn to an involuntary glance at his hand. He tries to understand what is wrong with her, because just recently there was nothing like that on her. But the anomalies don't end there, because the man's heart pushes with force, causing sharp pain. Wright involuntarily lets go of the healer and the knife, as his instinct for self-preservation is stronger. Firecloud explains the state of affairs to the traitor, saying that they received a letter from the Southern Palace faction this morning. Wright asks if the healers really believed all this conspiracy nonsense so easily. Firecloud says he didn't fall for it and even considered ignoring the message. However, I later learned that it was written by the heir to the Great Celestial Library. And this man is none other than the benefactor of the main fortress of healers. Chief Benny can't figure out how this little brat knew his family was in on the plot. Firecloud suggests that Wright fix one thing, recalling his words about the library's heir's impudence. After all, the deputy chief healer knows that Founder is not one to worry about such base things. And then the man turns to his brother, asking about the situation, and everything is confirmed. Hearing that the library's heir has asked to be interrogated to the fullest extent, Wright curses him. And although Faith obediently follows Founder, he feels uneasy about this creepy place. He wonders mentally what the heir to the library needed here. He has an idea, but he can't think it through. Founder asks Faith to return without him, which prompts a clarifying question. The boy recalls his father's assumption that the library's heir wants to meet with his opponents. But then Faith thinks that he definitely can't go back and asks Founder to let him go with him. The young man says that he did not come here to turn around and go back, but to help. And Faith declares that he will also go there with Founder. He thinks that he should stay. And although his desire is more than sincere, the boy patiently waits for a reaction from his interlocutor. He pauses for quite a long time, during which he lets out a heavy sigh. And then he turns halfway around and in a cold tone tells Faith to leave right now. The young man is overcome by such a strong feeling that for some time he cannot even breathe. And the Founder wonders whether all today's youth are so emotional or whether he is the only one. He cannot understand what there is to cry about if, on the contrary, he sent him home because it had become very dangerous. And to distract himself, Founder looks up at the thin crescent moon. Looking at it, he mentally notes that the sun set very quickly today. Founder also wonders to himself where he should send the invitation now. But he ultimately decides to do something a little different, throwing his former opponent's weapon into the air. And then he deftly catches it with his sword and begins to deliberately spin it loudly. In fact, this was precisely his plan. Founder wants to attract the enemy with sound. He continues to spin and throw the weapon into the air, and then catch it again on his sword. And even directs him towards this creepy house, and then repeats everything from the very beginning. Since the moon is shining especially brightly tonight, something good can surely happen. Even from here, the faction's residents see this unimaginable sight. But the children mistake it for dragons. And while the residents themselves are beginning to believe it, the Founder wants the prince to drop in for a visit, because he wants to meet him first, and the residents are already starting to get scared, hiding in their homes. The henchman comes to his mistress with a report, stating that he is alone. Mistress Elderly is amazed by this, wondering in her mind whether he is fearless or self-confident. The head of the ghosts continues his report, saying that Founder is in an abandoned house. And although they searched the entire area around, they found no helpers, no ambushes, no traps. Ms. Elderly thinks that she doesn't know what he's capable of, but he would make an excellent strategist. She recalls the great losses her son and the troops suffered when they were lured by this man's friendliness, and the fact that the heir of the library attracted comrades to his side that time. But now he is alone. And wanting to understand his motives, she asks the head if he thinks the Founder knows about the prince. He doesn't think so, because only the fifth ghost had this information, and then the old woman makes up her mind. She refers to this jug as the Merchant Justice Roth. It turns out that there is an old man behind him, who, turning around, expresses his happiness to the lady. He says he was worried that Elderly would take the easy way out and come back that way. Offering his interlocutor something to take, he deftly for his age throws her some kind of bottle. Also picking it up in a similar manner, the woman thanks Rout for this thing. She addresses the second, third, and fourth ghosts, saying that it is time for them to come outside. Elderly tells the woman that they first need to find out the intentions of the library's heir. She warns the fourth ghost about this man's resourcefulness and asks him to act quickly. Elderly gives the mandatory order to capture Founder alive and then cut off all his limbs. After this, she orders him to be brought to her, and now to carry out her order immediately. The woman adds that the amputation of the limbs will only be the beginning of the library's heir's torment, and the latter mentally reflects on how much time it took the spies to find the traps. The Founder knows exactly what confused them most, why he came here alone. He comes to the conclusion that in the end they decided to take the first step, for which he actually came. The young man suggests that he might be the same prince that the fifth ghost spoke of. If he is wrong, then neither the Southern Palace faction nor the participants and guests will exist tomorrow. His thoughts are interrupted by the feeling of an alien presence, and Founder understands that they have arrived. Careful not to be exposed, he scans the area, counting the number of enemies. The Founder is absolutely sure that there are 3 of them, but for some reason the exact location of the last one eludes him. The fourth one acknowledges the fact that they were late and asks for forgiveness for it. Founder's heart responds to this woman's words with a strange tremor, and it simply drives him crazy. And the fourth ghost, introducing himself, expresses joy that they have finally met. After this, the woman invites the heir of the great celestial library to talk, and Founder is still trying unsuccessfully to understand what happened to his heart. He assumes it's because of the incense smell and says out loud that Elderly seems busy. The woman says that she volunteered to meet him because she was curious to see him. Noticing that her fragrance has a strange effect on him, Founder decides to ask his interlocutor about it. He approaches from a distance, assuming that Fourth does not use incense, and she is skeptical about this. She says warriors don't use incense to cover up their body odor, and Founder understands. But he mentally wonders where this smell comes from, and the woman calls the young man awkward. He suggests getting straight to the point, asking why the fourth is here, and she says that she was asked to talk to him. Elderly allegedly changed her mind about fighting after losing the fifth ghost, and was shocked that Founder came alone. The young man finds this amusing and asks if that is all they wanted to tell him. While Fourth expresses regret, he finds the source of the scent. The woman, saying that she almost forgot something, announces Elderly's intention to deliver a gift. While Founder is pondering what the gift might be, Fourth hands it over, and then he pretends to drop the bottle, and the young man suggests that this might be the source of the aroma. And at the same time, it can make the air over a large area toxic. The Founder, looking at the broken bottle in fascination, thinks only about the aroma. The fourth one expresses regret that she broke the gift, and the young man asks her about the trick. Meanwhile, the contents of the bottle begin to creep straight towards him, but Founder realizes that it is not liquid. Looking more closely, Founder realizes that these are insects, and he is even surprised that these are beetles, and not incense, as he dared to think. The fourth one, addressing the heir of the library affectionately, asks if everything is all right with him. But she immediately answers her own question, suggesting that no, and Founder asks about these beetles. The fourth one says that an army of these little ones will destroy everyone at the Heavenly Dragon competition. She talks about their convenient speed and size and that the nerves at the sight of the bite will be paralyzed for half a day. Again calling the young man affectionately, the woman invites him to tell her what is about to happen to him. The fourth talks about the order that Elderly gave them and suggests that Founder will still live after this. The young man asks how these beetles were able to survive in the water and where the blood association got them from. The fourth one shares that they have a person who is well versed in insects. These beetles are attracted by a special scent and will always be drawn to it regardless of distance. And Founder understands that the core of the poisonous insect he swallowed responded to this aroma. And because of the bites, the power of the 3 sources of internal energy began to rage within him. This is encouraging because Founder will be able to absorb the energy of these bugs. But Four is puzzled by his smile, and she asks why he is smiling. Is he really that desperate already? The Founder suggests that the fourth is good, since his limbs are still in place, and she sighs. And then she asks the young man not to worry, because she will make sure that it won't hurt him at all. When asked if she can do it, the woman laughs, saying no, but she will try. Maybe she will succeed. Amidst all this fun, the fourth completely loses her vigilance and notices what she hadn't noticed earlier at the last moment. And Founder, already holding a sword in his hands, offers to teach the woman how to do it correctly. And the very next moment, his proposal is carried out without the consent of the inattentive student. The fourth one doesn't even have time to properly digest what happened, only asking a stupid, inappropriate question. And Founder dispassionately asks her how she felt, whether it hurt. He asks her to smile again, and the woman forces out a nervous, slightly drawn-out laugh. And then she falls to her knees and bursts into a heart-rending scream. This becomes a call to action, causing her comrade to knock several arrows at once. And while they fly straight towards Founder, the woman does not stop screaming from unbearable pain. But this does not stop the young man. He is ruthless with those who were ruthless with him. The Founder deliberately shields himself from the woman so that in the process, her legs are also shot off. While the last of the three opponents also makes his presence known, flashing his sharp blade. But it doesn't take much effort for Founder to be able to deflect this blow. He decides to use a technique called the death loop. When this happens, the ghost cannot understand how this is possible. He mentally notes that he can't even move his sword. This man had never heard of this strange fighting technique before. Meanwhile, his sword behaves even more strangely, tearing itself out of its owner's hands. When the weapon disappears from sight, another hand takes its place, easily passing through the barrier. Grabbing the ghost with one hand, Founder begins to accumulate energy in the other. And the next moment, he is already approaching his goal, wanting to give vent to his power. But the plan doesn't come to fruition, as Founder notices several glares from above. This forces the young man to retreat and allow his opponent to move further away from him. Founder chuckled, mentally noting that this archer attacked at the perfect moment. The young man himself thinks that the residual effect of the 1,000 aromas does useful things. After all, at least this way he manages to return the sparrows to their nests. It is for this reason that he will have to make a strategic retreat for a short time. And the third ghost thinks that if it weren't for the second, he would already be dead. He is about to leave this place, but he hears a familiar voice behind him addressing him. In a weak and trembling voice, the fourth asks him to kill her to save her from suffering. However, the man is unmerciful. He says that he has no time to fulfill her posthumous wishes. The second ghost, trying to catch up with his target, wonders why the bug bites didn't work on him. He is also interested in what kind of energy shield the heir of the Great Celestial Library used. He decides to escape, getting rid of everything that can slow him down, and warn the Blood Association about everything. The second thinks that he doesn't feel like he's being chased and assumes that the Founder is currently busy with the third. However, why there is no one behind becomes clear in the next moment. The thought that this might even be a good thing is interrupted by a silent question and a loud gurgling cough. And Founder, thoughtfully and with a drawn-out chuckle, expresses a desire to go after the second sparrow. And while the library's heir continues to reason out loud, the second cannot understand what the sparrows have to do with it. And yet, belatedly, the idea comes to his mind that he is the third ghost. The same one, having first found a safe shelter for himself, is slowly regaining his strength. He thinks that he was very wrong and that they were all stupid to think that they could defeat this man. And while the third is entertaining thoughts of escape, Founder finds his sparrow. The man encourages himself by thinking that all he has to do is restore his energy. And Founder asks him what he is doing, causing him to scream in fear and surprise. In his mind, the young man notices that due to fear, all of this guy's internal energy has become mixed up within him. The second one, meanwhile, is trying to figure out when this person managed to get close to him and whether he got close at all. The Founder even feels ashamed that such a pitiful appearance does not touch him. Then he asks if the second is going to protect the Blood Association, but receives a negative answer. Then Founder gets lost, not understanding why they are in this place at all. The second one says that he will tell him everything, but only if the heir of the library promises to kill him painlessly. And while he is pondering how strong Founder is, he gives the ghost his word. But the latter believes that this man is not one of those who so easily grant a peaceful death. But nevertheless, he says that Ms. Elderly and the association are already on their way to the Southern Palace faction. The ghost also says that Founder should have been brought there too, but they were too late. By about an hour, which means the Blood Association and Ms. Elderly should be there by now. This turns out to be like a blow to the gut for the Founder, because even he is not omnipotent. Even his journey to the faction will take about an hour, and the beetles only need a moment to destroy everyone. The Founder doesn't want to give up so easily, thinking that he should return back at least half an hour earlier. Otherwise, something irreparable will happen, and the young man will blame himself for it his whole life. With nothing else to do, Founder decides to resort to that very method. Unfolding the opaque fabric to think for just a moment, the young man makes his decision. As he chews the pill, he mentally reassures himself that he won't be late. And the next moment, the space around is literally enveloped in a split second by a bright flash. This forces the third ghost to take cover, but he is afraid to take his eyes off the founder completely. The man still doesn't really understand what just happened, but he already sees changes in the library's air. And suddenly he appears very close and makes a weightless touch. But this lasts literally a millisecond. The next, a flash appears in the sky, which is Founder. The third still doesn't understand what happened, but he mentally admires the air of the library. And literally a second before that, the thought of a kept promise matures in his head. Meanwhile, a few hours earlier in the Southern Palace faction, amidst shrill cries of pain, Crane asks his interlocutor one last time. The faction leader is interested in the one the Blood Association calls the Prince. Wright asks him to stop his torment, reminding him of his words that he knows nothing about it. He asks how one can tell something one doesn't know, and Crane gives the order to do it again. The man thinks about how, even more than an hour later, Wright continues to insist that he knows nothing. He recalls how his son returned alone and said that Founder had decided to face the enemies alone. The faction leader orders the parallel sword to cut off Wright's finger from now on, and he obeys. Benny, meanwhile, says that he does not deny that he was on the association's side, but he is telling the truth. And almost nothing was ever said about this prince. He would not have hidden information in such a state. Crane starts to ask what the prince is like, but suddenly stumbles. As he falls backwards, the faction leader wonders in his mind why he can't move his body. The parallel sword, noticing the state of its master, screams but suddenly stops. And while he realizes that this is the Blood Association's secret weapon, Wright begins to laugh ominously. He says that the prince is an army of beetles, finding this incredible. And while the man is bursting into mad laughter, someone comes inside. The head of the ghosts opens the vessel with the aroma, sealing the beetles back in. And then, pulling his sword out of its sheath, he slowly approaches the man hanging on chains. And with a few short but precise movements, he cuts the shackles. Benny asks the ghost chief about the bugs, and he names their species, the fire whirlwind. The man notices changes in his body and, testing his theory, becomes convinced that the paralysis has ended. Laughing ominously, he turns to the faction leader and says that it is his turn to turn the other cheek. However, the head of the ghosts says that this man's life does not belong to Wright. When the latter asks a clarifying question, the man answers him vaguely, and he adds that a bloody feast will take place in the Southern Palace faction tonight. Some guests of the Heavenly Dragon competition are still trying to resist, at least verbally. The head of the Blood Association is approached with a compliment on the spectacle she has put on. But when addressing the head of the Southern Palace faction, words are heard about the similarity of this situation to a dream. They accuse Benny of being worse than an animal and ask how he can be like that. And while this daredevil carries out his angry tirade, Wright does not utter a single word in response. But he turns to the head of the association, and she says that she is going to give everyone a present today. At this point, jewelry had no meaning for those present, so she decided to give them something special. And the woman says that she intends to give everyone one last memory before she dies. She says that it will be a tragedy, the memories of which will carry over even to the next world. Saying that this is a gift for centuries, the woman asks if something like this is not priceless. The children's limbs will be cut off one by one as they slowly die, writhing and screaming. They will crawl, trying to delay the inevitable, and their parents, looking at this, will go crazy. Well, the children themselves will also see their parents, which can also drive them crazy.